Monkey Brother and his little brother had not yet gone down the wrong path. By taking them on as her subordinates, she gave them a chance and also built her own team. Mushi nodded to herself and then looked at the two of them. How about this? You will work for me, and I will pay you every month. You will be my little brothers. Are you willing? Dog Brother was about to leave with Huang Mao when he was surprised to hear Mushi suddenly offer them a chance to work for her. It felt like a of luck had just fallen on them. Both of them were a bit dazed. What's wrong? Don't you want to? Mushi noticed their confused expressions and suddenly felt that this decision might not be so wise. It's better to have clever subordinates. Maybe she should reconsider. Yes, we want to. From now on, we will be your little brothers. Just tell us what to do. Dog Brother quickly replied, eager not to miss this huge opportunity. Mushi thought, well, once the words are out, they can't be taken back. All right, you will work with me from now on. For now, there's nothing to do, so you can go back. Come back in 3 days, and I will assign you tasks. You can also take these 3 days to think things over. Dog Brother said, no need to think. We'll work with you. What else is there to think about? Opportunities like this to team up with someone great may only come once in a lifetime. If they didn't show loyalty now, when would they? A few days ago, the pressure Mushi had put on them still lingered in Dog Brother's mind. He had no doubt that working with Mushi would be the greatest opportunity of their lives. Mushi raised an eyebrow and said, come back in 3 days. After that, she headed straight for her home. Behind her, Dog Brother was overjoyed, his mouth curving into a big smile. If he weren't afraid of attracting attention, he would have laughed out loud. Dog Brother, are we really going to? Dog Brother slapped him on the forehead and replied, of course we are, you fool. Huang Mao rubbed his forehead, feeling upset. But we agreed not to work for others. They both knew many gangs, but they hadn't joined any. One reason was that they didn't want to lose their freedom, and the other was that if they joined as newcomers, they would only be doing the hardest and most tiring tasks, possibly even taking the blame for others. It was thankless work, so they weren't interested. You still don't get it? The boss's strength is impressive. Even though we don't know much, just one move from her was enough to show us her power. I think she must have incredible skills. Just imagine if we do our jobs well, she might share some of her skills with us. Dog Brother was getting more excited as he thought about it. Huang Mao's eyes widened. Skills? The legendary martial arts of China. If they really had the chance to learn even a little, wouldn't they also become experts? Thinking of this, Huang Mao's breath quickened, and he looked at Dog Brother with admiration. He truly was smart. Feeling his little brother's admiration, Dog Brother snorted and raised his chin proudly. Let's go, come back in 3 days. From now on, we need to work hard to complete the tasks assigned by the boss, understand? Yes, yes, yes. I will definitely work hard. Huang Mao quickly nodded. Working hard to complete tasks equals a chance to become an expert. Who wouldn't want to try hard for that? At this moment, at the youth station, Su Guanglin and Lin Wanqing were sent back to their respective rooms. The effects of the medicine had worn off, and both of them realized what had happened. They had only one thought. The sky had fallen. Lin Wanqing curled up in her blanket, unable to understand how things had turned out this way. She wanted to be with Su Guanglin, but not like this. Being watched by everyone in the team during that incident made it impossible for her to live here in the future. She could already imagine the looks from everyone, some subtle and some direct. Just thinking about it made her feel embarrassed and anxious. However, recalling the strange aspects of the situation, Lin Wanqing forced herself to shift her thoughts and focus on the event itself. She was originally working in the field when a few children suddenly ran over and handed her a small note, saying it was from an uncle. She recognized the handwriting as Su Guanglin's and happily went to the haystack mentioned in the note, where everyone was gathered. Sure enough, she saw Su Guanglin there. But before they could say anything, a strong, unpleasant smell hit them, and then they lost consciousness. When they regained awareness, they were already at the youth station. Lin Wanqing's face was dark with anger. They had been set up. Such a cruel scheme aimed to ruin their reputation. Who could be behind it? Suddenly, a name flashed in her mind. Mushi. Lin Weining gritted her teeth, silently repeating Mushi's name, filled with intense hatred that twisted her expression. How dare she? How dare she? Lin Weining muttered to herself. The other youth in her room were outside, so no one noticed her distress. I won't let you get away with this, Mushi. In another room, Su Guanglin was thinking along similar lines. He knew they had been set up, but he wasn't sure who was behind it. Right now, he didn't have time to dwell on that. What mattered most to him was that something had happened between him and Lin Weining, and he needed to establish their relationship. Otherwise, today's events would seem inappropriate, and he didn't want to get into trouble. However, defining their relationship would likely affect his chances with other women. When he was single, those foolish women were willing to give him gifts because they thought they had a chance. But if he had a partner, those women would definitely stop investing in him. After all, no one is foolish enough to pursue something that leads nowhere. Su Guanglin felt a headache coming on. But no matter how troublesome it was, he had to clarify their relationship. As for the other women, he could think about them later. With that in mind, Su Guanglin stood up to find Lin Weining. On his way out, he encountered a few youths who looked at him with coldness and even resentment. He paused for a moment before casually turning into Lin Weining's room. Ugh, what bad luck. One of the youths couldn't help but mutter under their breath. Stop talking, just keep your distance from them in the future, another youth suggested. What else could they do? Kick them out of the youth station? Actually, that seemed like a good idea. If those two left the youth station, once things calmed down, they could distance themselves from them completely. A few young intellectuals whispered among themselves, then they eagerly went to find Chen Hongjun and Song Xiaomei. A group of them discussed how to get Su Guanglin and Lin Weining out of the youth station. Chen Hongjun and Song Xiaomei exchanged glances. Although this action might not be right and could be seen as exclusion or bullying, they felt justified because of Su Guanglin and Lin Weining's behavior. Their actions had caused the entire youth station to lose face. Just earlier, someone had already linked this incident to the young intellectuals and educated individuals, and it was easy to imagine how much criticism the youth station would face once word got out about today's events. This was truly an undeserved disaster for them. While they were still working hard in the fields, trouble had already come crashing down on them. With this in mind, the two were determined to have Su Guanglin and Lin Weining move out. Their reasoning was that since they had already been involved in such a situation, it would be inappropriate for them to live together in the future. The youth station couldn't provide them with a separate room, so they would have to ask them to leave. Inside the house, Su Guanglin and Lin Weining had just reached an understanding about their relationship. Su Guanglin had learned that Mushi was involved, and he was still processing it when Chen Hongjun and Song Xiaomei arrived with the other young intellectuals. When they heard that they were being asked to leave the youth station, Su Guanglin and Lin Weining were stunned. What? On what basis do you want us to move out? Lin Weining asked sharply. Hey, don't be so upset. We're suggesting you move out for your own good. With your current relationship, it's not suitable for you to live apart, but we don't have a separate room available for you here. So, it's better for you to move out and live your own life, don't you think? Exactly. Besides, renting a place costs only 2 yuan a month. You both should be able to manage that. Su, you've been selling eggs regularly, so I'm sure you can spare this amount. It seems our team only has one house left. You need to hurry. If someone else takes it first, you'll have to live apart. By the way, when are you two planning to get your marriage certificate and hold a celebration? Oh, it really wouldn't be good to live apart after getting married. The young intellectuals exchanged comments, all with the ultimate goal of getting the couple to leave the youth station. Su Guanglin and Lin Weining were left speechless. Lin Weining, who had been very angry just moments ago, suddenly thought that their suggestion didn't seem so bad after all. But there are so many rooms at the youth station. What's the harm in giving them one? She thought this way and asked the question. Her confident tone darkened the faces of all the youths. Chen Hongjun said calmly, the rooms at the youth station are for the youths to live in, not for you to use. It's impossible to give you a room just for yourselves. Do you really think so? Right now, we have over 10 youths, and there may be even more in the future. Why should you two get a room to yourselves? Have you done something great or saved someone's life? Instead, you've brought shame to the youth station, making it hard for all of us to hold our heads high. Exactly. Do you know that what you did today not only embarrassed yourselves but also brought trouble to our youth station? How dare you make such a request? It's ridiculous. If you move out voluntarily, everyone can save face. But if you refuse to leave, don't blame us for isolating you. After all, you have no shame, but we still need to maintain ours. To be honest, what they did would be something to complain about in the future. For the members, it was a spectacle, but for the youth station, it was a disgrace. Su Guanglin had been silent, watching Lin Wanqing take the lead. He didn't really mind moving out. As long as he didn't have to pay, it was fine. Moving out wasn't bad. Living alone would give him more freedom, and with Lin Wanqing around, he wouldn't have to cook or do laundry, so it was similar to living at the youth station. The only difference would be having someone to sleep with. Now that he and Lin Wanqing were a couple, if they moved out, they could be together whenever they wanted. But at the youth station, they had to live separately, making things inconvenient. Thinking this, Su Guanglin spoke up, "Wanqing, let's move out. It really isn't appropriate for the youth station to give us a room just for ourselves. We are the first couple here, and if everyone does the same in the future, how will the youth station have enough rooms to go around? It's not about having few rooms, but about fairness. Those who don't get a room will definitely complain, and the youth station would be in chaos. As the first case, we should set a good example for future youths." His words sounded noble, and his smile was flawless. But it made all the youths feel nauseous. An example? Set a good example for future youths? Come on, do you even hear what you're saying? You just embarrassed yourself in front of the whole team. How can you say something like that? Ugh, what bad luck. But since they got what they wanted, I won't argue with him to avoid further trouble. Once everything was settled, the young workers quickly left the room, leaving only Su Guanglin and Lin Weining. "Guanglin, are we really moving out?" Lin Weining felt conflicted. She wanted to move out and live independently, but she also didn't want to leave the young workers' camp. Even though many people lived together at the camp, everyone shared the work, like cooking. It would take several days before it was her turn to cook. If she moved out, would she have to cook 3 meals a day? She would be exhausted from work, and then there would be all the household chores waiting for her at home. Just thinking about it made her feel overwhelmed. But just the thought of finally being with Guanglin gave her some strength. Maybe she could do it. Still, no matter how she thought about it, the decision was made. "Well, don't you want to move out? Don't you want to build a family with me, just the two of us? Maybe soon we will even have children. That way, we would have a support system in this unfamiliar place." Su Guanglin spoke softly, smiling at Lin Weining with love and hope in his eyes. Lin Weining instantly felt swept away by his warmth. She happily nodded, "I'll follow your lead. Let's move out. I knew you wanted to start a family with me," Su Guanglin said excitedly, taking her hand. Then he hesitated, "But you know my situation at home, the rent." "Don't worry, Guanglin. I can manage the rent," Lin Weining replied with an understanding smile. Although her family wasn't wealthy, they had given her some money when she went to the countryside. After 6 months, she still had a decent amount left. She heard the rent was $2 a month, which would be $24 a year. With her savings, she could afford to rent for a few years. As for the future, she would deal with that later. Meanwhile, Mushi returned home, and soon there was a commotion outside. The noise was getting closer. "Mu, come out. The police are here to see you," the team leader's wife, Shun Ho-hot, said excitedly while knocking on the door. She had learned that Mu had done something commendable, and the police were coming to give her a reward. Hearing this, Mushi immediately thought of what happened on the train. She quickly walked out and opened the door. Outside, not only was Shun Ho-hot present, but also 2 police officers and many villagers who came to watch the excitement. "Hello, and Ho-hot and comrades, please come in and sit," Mushi said, looking at the 2 police officers. One of the officers waved his hand. "We won't sit. We are here to discuss an incident from a month ago," when Mu Jiqing helped the train police catch a human trafficking gang on the train from Haishir to Haishi. Since then, the evidence provided by the traffickers has helped police in multiple regions break up a large trafficking group and arrest dozens of criminals. Now, we are here to present an honor certificate and a reward to Mu Jiqing. The officer handed an envelope and a certificate to Mushi. Thank you. Mushi smiled as she accepted it. She didn't expect to receive an honor certificate. Having such a certificate in this era meant a lot in the village. Her status was only slightly below that of the village leader, but not by much. No need to thank us. Since the reward is given, we will take our leave, the two officers said, saluting Mushi. Mushi quickly returned the salute. After seeing off the two officers, Shun Hohat looked at Mushi with a big smile and said, Mu Jiqing, let me see that honor certificate. I've never seen one in my life. Mushi gladly handed it over. Oh, it even has a stamp. I recognize these words. Police station. This is a police station stamp, Mu Jiqing. You are truly impressive. The police station held a high status in the eyes of the villagers. To have a stamp from the police station meant that the person was remarkable. There's nothing special about it, Mushi replied with a smile. Other villagers, unaware, gathered around, peeking at the certificate in Shun Hohat's hands. This was a rare item. Even the village leader's wife had never seen one, so they certainly hadn't either. Now that they had the chance, who wouldn't want to take a closer look? To see the certificate, everyone began to shower her with compliments. Mu Jiqing is amazing. She actually helped the police catch a trafficker. She truly is a woman who stands shoulder to shoulder with men. The teacher was right. Women can also hold up half the sky. Mushi rubbed her stiff smile, closed the yard door, and returned to the house, finally managing to handle everyone. Although the compliments were nice to hear, smiling along was truly exhausting. When someone praises you, you can't just respond with a cold face. That would be very rude. Just then, as Mushi sat down and took a sip of tea, the news of her reward from the police had already spread throughout the entire village. Members who have seen the honor certificate shared their experiences. Mushi suddenly became famous in the entire team. Everyone was talking about her, praising her endlessly. This news naturally reached the youth station. Lin Weining nearly bit her silver teeth in frustration, angrily shouting inside. Why? What is the reason for this? On the same day, while Mushi received an award and was praised by everyone, Lin Weining's reputation was ruined, and she became notorious. Such a stark contrast seemed to nail her to a pillar of shame forever. How infuriating! Mushi, who was not very concerned about the excitement outside, curiously opened the envelope from the police officer and found 5 large black bills inside. She raised her eyebrows, surprised by the generosity. This was 50 yuan. Ordinary workers earned only 30 to 40 yuan a month. They gave her 50 right away. To be honest, she felt quite touched. It is well known that departments like theirs often lack funds, especially in this era when the country was in need of rebuilding. Mushi had almost forgotten about this matter after nearly a month of silence, but they hadn't forgotten her and brought her a generous reward. In this era, public servants were mostly sincere and dedicated to the people. In a good mood, Mushi couldn't resist treating herself to 2 hours of practice, and she soon noticed signs of another breakthrough in her recently improved skills. Mushi was puzzled. Normally, after just breaking through a small level a couple of days ago, she should be consolidating her skills, not breaking through again so quickly. However, after a short while, her energy surged, and she unexpectedly broke through 2 small levels at once. She frowned slightly, then suddenly realized something, her eyes brightening. Good deeds. By breaking up a large human trafficking gang, she had brought dozens of criminals to justice, directly or indirectly saving countless lives. Such a significant good deed. Even a small portion of it would be very beneficial for her at this stage. Moreover, good deeds could do more than just enhance her skills. For cultivators, the greatest benefit of good deeds is that they can shield against heavenly tribulations during breakthroughs. Mushi had read travel notes in her space. There were scattered records indicating that in ancient times, powerful beings would only use good deeds to resist heavenly tribulations during their ascension. Using them for every promotion was simply not feasible. Each time they resisted a heavenly tribulation, it required a massive amount of good deeds, and this consumption increased with the power of the tribulation. Thus, most people would consciously do good deeds from a young age. And they won't harm others without reason. True cultivators rarely kill without cause, as they believe in karma. Heaven's way is the most just. All karma will be settled during tribulations. As long as one doesn't want to die in a lightning strike, most won't easily harm others. Of course, we cultivators seek to repay kindness and grievances, and if there is a grudge, it must be avenged no matter the distance. Mushi feels that the principles of cultivators lean more towards Taoism. Confucianism teaches you to take what you can, Buddhism teaches you to let go, while Taoism tells you two words, take it. I don't start trouble, but if someone troubles me, I deal with them directly. Otherwise, my heart will be unsettled. Mushi really likes this attitude towards life. Back to the point. Thinking about the importance of good deeds, Mushi naturally cannot let it go. She was once confused about her lack of life goals. Now, she feels enlightened. Do good deeds and accumulate merit. She just took in 2 subordinates, so she can train them to help her do good deeds. As for what exactly to do, Mushi thought of a group in urgent need of help, but this matter still needs consideration. After all, their identities are a bit special. It wouldn't do to approach them recklessly. However, if she can truly save some people, she will definitely gain a lot of merit. Many of them have real skills, and saving them means preserving talent for the country. When they use their knowledge to benefit the people, merit will continuously gather. That's right, Mushi is thinking of that group that has fallen into despair over the past decade. During the apocalypse, Mushi once saw records that during those special 10 years in history, countless older generations involved in research, medicine, and those returning from studying abroad to dedicate their lives to the country. All couldn't hold on, and were left in the countryside forever. Some say that those 10 years worsened a country already in need of revival. If those elders were still around, the country's development might have accelerated by years, even decades. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in this world. But now that she is here, what reason does she have not to act? Mushi's eyes sparkled with determination. Let's do it. However, this task is not so easy, as those old professors are scattered in rural areas across the country. She also cannot leave her team for long. Finding a way to help everyone has become a challenge. The most direct method would be to go to the central government and find the leaders to end the special 10 years. However, later records also mention that this is a necessary process for social development. If she were to abruptly stop it, could something uncontrollable happen next? Moreover, with her current strength, she has no way to confront the national machinery. As an 18-year-old girl, who would listen to her when she tells the big shots that their policies are wrong? Changing policies is not a simple matter. It requires extensive research and discussion to reach a conclusion. Honestly, if she dared to act recklessly, it would be lucky if she wasn't caught. So this plan is off the table. If the easiest way doesn't work, then a simpler method must be used. She can secretly support the old professors to help them through these years. In her space, she can grow food, vegetables, and fruits so there is no shortage. She can even raise livestock. The resources are not the problem. Figuring out how to deliver them to them is what needs careful thought. Suddenly, Mushi thought of the local troublemakers. In every village, there are many like them, wandering around without doing anything productive. They are truly aimless drifters. Sending them to deliver supplies would raise no suspicion since they are already known for loitering, and people generally ignore them. Having these individuals deliver supplies would be stable. At the same time, gathering these troublemakers and giving them a proper salary to keep them from going astray would be a good thing. The more she thought about it, the more feasible this plan seemed. 3 days later, Dog Brother and Huang Mao arrived early in the morning, waiting in the small woods in front of Mushi's house. When Mushi stepped out to go to work, she immediately spotted them. Mushi paused for a moment before walking over. "Why are you two here so early?" "Big sister, we were too excited and couldn't sleep last night, so we came early," Dog Brother said, scratching his head and smiling foolishly. Huang Mao nodded vigorously beside him, like a chick pecking at rice. Mushi smiled. Since you're here, it means you've decided to work with me. I'm glad about your choice. In the future, you will understand that today's decision is the best thing you've ever done. Yes, yes, yes. Big sister, we already understand this very well. We don't need to wait for the future. Dog brother grinned widely.
Mu 11.
She didn't expect these two to have such faith in her. They really have good judgment. All right, I need to get to work. You two can come back in the afternoon. I'm planning to head into the mountains, and I have some things to discuss with you, said Mushi. Big sister, we'll help you with the work. Dog brother immediately rolled up his sleeves, insisting that they should be the ones to help. Huang Mao quickly added, Big sister, you rest at home. Dog brother and I will take care of everything. As younger brothers, they knew their place. The two started heading toward the village, looking so confident that anyone who didn't know them might think they were going to pick a fight. Please don't. I really don't want the villagers talking about this, Mushi said. What would it mean for them to help her? She could already guess what the villagers would say. Dog brother and Huang Mao thought about their reputation and realized it might not be good. It was understandable that Mushi was worried about gossip. After all, being associated with them wasn't exactly a good thing. Suddenly, both felt a bit uneasy. You two should go back for now. Come back in the afternoon, Mushi said, not feeling the need to explain further. Okay, big sister, dog brother nodded, looking a bit defeated. Mushi waved her hand, not bothering with them anymore. They were adults. She shouldn't have to coddle them. Today at work was much livelier than usual. The aunts and older women were all energetic, gathering together to chat while working. Mushi heard some big news. Su Guanglin and Lin Wanqing had moved out of the youth station early this morning. They had moved into a house arranged by the team leader without even having time to unpack. Today, they took a day off from work to prepare for a feast to invite everyone. Mushi raised her eyebrows. They were throwing a feast but hadn't mentioned getting their marriage certificate. It seemed Lin Wanqing had once again been charmed by Su Guanglin's smooth talk. In the original story, although Lin Wanqing was the main character, the author had given her many advantages and connections, but in reality, they all benefited Su Guanglin, the male lead, while Lin Wanqing was left in the dark. For instance, Su Guanglin had several female friends outside. Lin Wanqing had heard about them multiple times. But every time it was brought up, Su Guanglin would talk his way out of it with his many tricks. Speaking of which, Su Guanglin was indeed quite skilled. He managed to handle so many women without any issues. Is that something just anyone could do? No wonder he was the male lead. Mushi shook her head secretly. Lin Wanqing thought she was finally with the person she loved, but that person would never give up the whole forest for her. Not getting a marriage certificate was just leaving herself an escape route. From what Mushi knew about Su Guanglin, he would definitely use the lack of a certificate to manipulate a few other resources, claiming he was forced to be with Lin Wanqing due to some unfortunate situation. But without a certificate, it was just an act. Then, he would appeal to emotions, making the other women feel sorry for him and become even more devoted. Although it seemed full of holes to an outsider, those women enchanted by Su Guanglin already had a filter for him. The chances of being deceived were still very high. Mushi sighed to herself, realizing she had tied Su Guanglin and Lin Wanqing together. If anyone still fell for the trick, it could only be fate. After all, having a good brain is important. What could others do without it? Of course, today's village hot search featured not only Su Guanglin and Lin Wanqing, but also Mushi. As the first person in the village to receive an honorary certificate from the police station, Mushi's popularity completely overshadowed the gossip about the other two. Even during the morning meeting, the captain mentioned her by name. At that moment, Mushi felt overwhelmed with so many eager eyes on her. Fortunately, the captain only mentioned her briefly before moving on to assigned tasks. Mushi quickly took on her task, leaving Shan Hohot, who wanted to join her, empty-handed and forced to find her old friends instead. Although Mushi was busy working, her ears were still tuned in, catching all the gossip around her. The morning passed quickly. Mushi completed her daily tasks on time, and the team leader credited her with work points, allowing her to stroll home leisurely, in stark contrast to others who were busy massaging their backs and legs. At noon, she made herself a bowl of meat sauce noodles. In the hot summer, she couldn't eat heavy dishes, so the refreshing meat sauce noodles, combined with cucumber and carrot shreds from her garden, were simply perfect. She finished a big bowl all by herself. Finally, she enjoyed some fresh watermelon juice with ice. Just one word: comfortable. Don't ask where the ice came from. As a cultivator, making ice was a piece of cake. Lying under the old yang tree, a gentle breeze swept away the summer heat, and Mushi unknowingly fell asleep. Old Yang, who was working hard, waving a fan, deeply regretted coming back with this human.
Sigh.
Having lived for over 1,000 years, he had never done the work of serving others. Now that he was old, he found himself in this situation. It was truly a bittersweet experience. Mushi slept until around 2 o'clock, just in time to avoid the harshest sun. At this hour, going up the mountain wouldn't be too hot. Although she was a cultivator and could use spiritual energy to protect herself from sunburn, she still disliked the glaring sunlight. Mushi got up, washed her face, then packed her backpack with a sickle and a shovel, and finally took a water bottle. Normally, if she went up the mountain alone, she would only carry a light backpack. But this time, since she was going with 2 followers, she made sure to pack everything she would need on the outside for easy access. When Mushi opened the door with her backpack, she saw Dog Brother waving frantically at her from the nearby woods. She locked the door and walked over. Let's go into the mountain. Big sister, let me carry that. With me and Huang Mao here, you shouldn't have to carry it yourself, Dog Brother said, quickly grabbing the backpack. But before he could put it on, Huang Mao took it from him. Mushi raised an eyebrow and started walking up the mountain, with the 2 of them quickly following her. Big sister, what are you going into the mountain for? There are fierce wild animals in the deep mountains. We need to be careful, Dog Brother asked, unable to hold back. I'm looking for something. If you're scared, you can go back and wait for my news, Mushi replied. Upon hearing this, Dog Brother and Huang Mao shook their heads vigorously. No. We're not scared. Wherever you go, we go. You can't get rid of us. Right? We're not scared. Even if they were afraid, they wouldn't leave first. If they encountered a wild animal, they would stand in front of Big Sister without hesitation. As her little brothers, they had to be ready to protect her. They would never back down. Mushi tilted her head and looked at them. Then come along. Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you. It must be said that these 2, knowing the dangers of the mountain, still wanted to follow her, which made Mushi see them in a new light. If they were bold, they would be scared by just a wave of her hand. If they were timid, they certainly didn't show it now. Dog Brother and Huang Mao were excited. Mushi's words left no doubt in their minds. They even looked forward to encountering a fierce beast to catch a glimpse of their leader's impressive presence. However, Mushi, who was walking ahead, was unaware of their thoughts. This time, she entered the mountains mainly to search for medicinal herbs and to bring back some game. Previously, she found a wild ginseng root and, following the method left in her space, made a batch of ginseng-nourishing pills, which the old man took to give away. They were quite popular. However, the ginseng in her space was very old, and the pills were too effective for the old man's veteran friends, who sometimes couldn't handle such strong supplements. So, she thought she would come to the mountains and try her luck. After all, she preferred the fresh air of the mountains, which had a unique plant fragrance. Speaking of this, the longevity pills had already been personally delivered to the leaders by the old man's guards. Both leaders had taken them. As for how the old man explained the origin of the longevity pills, Mushi wasn't too clear. It was not something she needed to worry about. Finding ginseng was naturally more likely in the deep mountains. But today, with 2 companions, Mushi didn't venture too far in. She started searching laterally in a nearby area. By the way, have you been to the cattle shed in the village? Mushi casually asked.
Huh?
Why would we go there? It's not allowed to interact with them. If we get caught, we won't have anywhere to complain, replied Huang Mao beside her. I heard the people in the cattle shed are those who have committed crimes and are sent here for labor reform. The team strictly prohibits members from contacting them. What if I said I need you to help them? Mushi suddenly stopped and turned to look at the two. Dog brother / Huang Mao. Huh? Both were a bit stunned, not understanding why Mushi wanted to help a group of people who had committed crimes. They hadn't thought about anything else. If they were really asked to run errands, it wouldn't be a problem since they weren't doing anything important anyway. They would just follow their leader's orders. Seeing that they were just in shock and showed no signs of refusal, Mushi continued, "Not all the people in the cattle shed are criminals. Many have been wrongfully accused and have ended up in this situation. Most of them are professionals from various fields. If we can lend a helping hand to save them now, it would be a great thing for both the country and ourselves. Are you willing to join me?" Dog brother and Huang Mao looked shocked, clearly not expecting this. Without a moment's hesitation, they replied, "Sure." This was a chance to do something good. Did you both not think it through carefully? Mushi was momentarily confused by their enthusiastic attitude. Since we have decided to follow the boss, we will naturally do what the boss says. Besides, helping the people in the cattle shed is a great thing, and we have no reason to refuse. Brother Dog stood straight. Who would have thought that Li Sanfeng would have a day of doing good deeds? He, who usually just played around, was actually going to do something good. It felt quite strange. He liked it. Huang Mao felt the same way. He had grown up following Brother Dog and had never done anything good, always getting into trouble instead. Who would have thought that one day they would actually do something good? It felt a bit like a dream. Could this be the benefit of following the right person? Oh, the first 20 years of life seemed wasted. If only he had met the boss earlier, he could have been a good person sooner. Thinking this, he looked at Mushi with great enthusiasm. "All right, since you chose to work with me, I won't treat you unfairly. Here's a gift for you." Mushi took out 2 pills and handed them to them. These 2 pills were called loyalty pills. Unlike control pills that directly manipulate thoughts, these would ensure absolute loyalty to Mushi once consumed. Moreover, these pills could also strengthen the body. In simple terms, it was a benefit. Rewarding subordinates was quite nice. Brother Dog and Huang Mao didn't hesitate at all. They took the pills right in front of Mushi, completely trusting that she wouldn't harm them. They knew they had nothing for her to gain by harming them. They were nobody with nothing to lose. Why would she waste 2 pills on them? To be honest, they probably weren't worth as much as the pills. Their understanding was very clear. If these 2 loyalty pills were sold, they would probably be fought over. They were truly priceless. After taking the pills, Brother Dog and Huang Mao were surprised to feel their bodies becoming much stronger, a warm sensation flowing through them, which felt very pleasant. "How do you feel?" "Very good. I feel incredibly strong," Brother Dog said, clenching his fist. The feeling of power was amazing. He had never felt such strength before. If there were a beast around, he would have loved to test it out. Huang Mao was even more excited, shaking all over. This boss was definitely the right choice. And without even doing anything, just a greeting gift was such a magical pill. After this, he was really looking forward to it. As long as they worked hard, there would surely be rewards. Maybe the leader would even teach them some powerful skills. Once they calmed down from their excitement, Mushi continued, "Your next task is to recruit more brothers, starting with the Red Star team. It would be best if each production team had 1 or 2 of our people." This was to pave the way for future assistance. With their own people in each production team, they could start sending supplies to the cattle shed and keep an eye on things. Mission accomplished, Dog Brother said excitedly, giving a salute. He wasn't afraid of having tasks. He was afraid of not having any. Without tasks, how could they earn merits? And without merits, where would the rewards come from? Right now, Dog Brother was eager to take on tasks, unable to wait. Take this bottle of elixir. When you find suitable candidates, give them this elixir. I'm not afraid to tell you that it's the same as what you just took. This elixir is called Loyalty Pill. I need my subordinates to be loyal enough. Besides that, it has no side effects and will enhance your physical strength. Dog Brother and his companion showed no extra expressions. they had already taken the loyalty pill. Even if they hadn't, they wouldn't resist it. To be a subordinate, one must show loyalty. This elixir was a guarantee from the leader for herself, but it also provided visible benefits to them. How could they refuse? They even wanted to ask if they could take more, wondering if the effects would stack. Realizing the importance of health at such a young age showed their awareness. When you're selecting candidates, try to choose good people. You understand what I mean, right? Dog Brother quickly nodded. Leader, I understand. We'll pick people like me and Huang Mao. He was quite clear about his own nature. He wasn't a bad person, but he wasn't completely innocent either. He thought the leader wanted them to choose people like that. Mushi gave him an encouraging look. Exactly. We won't take those who are truly bad. We want to do good deeds, so don't let those bad influences affect our merits. Dog Brother and Huang Mao nodded repeatedly. Merit is something everyone desires, but doing good deeds requires resources, and they didn't have that kind of capital. Now, they had caught a chance. The big sister is right. We can't let bad people in. If they end up canceling out our good deeds, it would be a waste of our efforts. Huang Mao said, yes, we can't let it happen that we do good while bad people benefit. That would be too unfair. Good, I'm glad you understand. We need to investigate thoroughly when selecting people, said the big sister. Since we need more hands and want to do good, possibly on a national scale, shouldn't we give our organization a meaningful name? Once we grow, it will help everyone feel a sense of belonging, Dog Brother excitedly suggested. At that moment, he envisioned himself as an elder in the organization and a trusted aide to the big sister, maybe even earning a position. Mushi looked at him in surprise. She didn't expect a slacker like him to have such foresight. Coming up with a name is a good idea. I'll think about it when I get back, Mushi agreed. Although their organization couldn't be public right now, once the reforms happened, they could really make an impact. She didn't plan to do good deeds anonymously, since she intended to live in this world for a long time. If she connected with these people, she could navigate her path without breaking any laws. Even if she might not need their help, having connections was better than not having them at all. She wanted those old professors to remember the organization's name and know who saved them. When she needed them, she could simply mention her name. After all, they wouldn't refuse to help someone who had saved them in their time of need. Even if someone did refuse, it wouldn't matter much. It was just a matter of recognizing a person's true nature. Those who could save them could also bring them down. Mushi snapped back to reality and spent the afternoon exploring the mountains with the two of them, finding 2 wild ginseng plants, each about 20 years old. They were perfect for making ginseng health pills. As night fell, Mushi led them down the mountain. On the way, she caught 2 wild rabbits and 2 wild chickens, giving one of each to Dog Brother and Huang Mao. She kept 2 of each for herself, all caught while searching for ginseng. She planned to take them to the old man as a snack. Dog Brother and Huang Mao each held a wild rabbit in one hand and a wild chicken in the other, feeling thrilled at the thought of bringing their catch home and how happy their families would be. Usually, they wander around, and the sisters at home often complain secretly about them, saying they are freeloading. If it weren't for Mom and Dad being in charge, they would probably have been kicked out by now. But this time, they are ready to turn things around. After saying goodbye to Mushi, the 2 rushed home like rockets. When they reached the front door, Dog Brother stopped and looked himself over before walking into the yard with a confident stride. Hey, who is this young master? Always arriving home right when dinner is ready, but you never see him working, the eldest sister of the Lee family said sarcastically while washing clothes in the yard. This was a daily routine. In the past, Dog Brother would just ignore her since she was only talking and couldn't really kick him out. But today, he wouldn't let her get away with it. After all, starting today, Lee Sanfeng was no longer the old Dog Brother. He was ready to make a name for himself. He pushed open the yard gate, holding a wild chicken in one hand and a wild rabbit in the other, and said, "What did you just say, sister-in-law? I didn't quite catch that." Seeing the wild chicken and rabbit, the eldest sister was stunned. Then her face lit up with excitement. "Wow, little brother, where did you get these? Hurry and give them to me. They look heavy." She rushed forward to grab the prey, but Dog Brother dodged her. "Oh, I wouldn't want to trouble you, sister-in-law. After all, since I'm just a slacker, I could only bring back a couple of wild animals. Dog brother smiled at her, mimicking her sarcastic tone. What wild animals? From the kitchen, Lee mother poked her head out and saw her son holding a wild chicken and rabbit, looking quite plump. Lee mother. Oh my goodness. Where did you get these, Xiao Foam? Lee mother rushed out. As the saying goes, no one knows a child better than their mother. She knew her son well and that he didn't have the skills to catch wild chickens and rabbits. Don't worry about where I got them. Just cook them up quickly. Let's have a nice dinner tonight. Dog brother waved his hand to arrange it. Lee mother responded with a playful hit. Eat, eat, eat. That's all you think about. I've already made dinner. We'll talk about eating tomorrow. Dog brother. The little ones who had come out upon hearing the commotion also looked quite disappointed. However, thinking about the meat they would get to eat tomorrow made them instantly excited. They surrounded their uncle, chattering curiously. The oldest child in the Lee family is the daughter of the eldest brother, who is only 6 years old. She has a 5-year-old brother and a 2-year-old sister. Besides them, the second brother has a son and a daughter, both of whom are 5 and 3 years old, respectively. Even though the little ones often hear their mother complain about their uncle not working and living off others, they still like him a lot. This is because their uncle gives them treats. Every few days, he either gives them a piece of candy or finds a bird egg, and sometimes he even brings home roasted sparrows for them to eat. In their eyes, their uncle is amazing. Indeed, they were right. Just look at how he can catch wild chickens and rabbits. He is the best uncle. The little ones were very proud. They wanted to run out and show off to their friends, but their elders, who saw through their excitement, warned them not to say anything. At this time, everything from the mountains belonged to the production team. Any catch had to be turned in. Of course, in their area, small game like wild chickens and rabbits could be secretly taken home, which was an unspoken rule that couldn't be made public. So, whoever caught something would eat it quietly. The adults understood this, but they reminded the children to be careful. The kids were clever, especially those from the countryside. It's true what they say, poor children grow up fast. Even a 2-year-old knew to cover their mouth and shake their head to indicate they wouldn't say a word. Because if they did, the meat would be taken away. This warning was effective, even for a 2-year-old. Thanks to the 2 animals that the older brother brought home, the Lee family had their first peaceful meal in a long time. Usually, the 2 sisters-in-law would exchange sarcastic remarks, but the parents of the Lee family, though biased towards their younger son, couldn't be too harsh on the daughters-in-law, as it was true that their younger son didn't contribute much. It was understandable for them to vent their frustrations. Because of the parents' tacit approval, the 2 sisters-in-law became bolder, moving from whispering behind closed doors to openly mocking him. The older brother, with his thick skin, didn't mind, but anyone else would have found it hard to stay in the family. The 2 sisters-in-law had their own reasons. With one less freeloading uncle, their family could save a lot of money. Why should they support a grown man? They all have their own children to raise, and if the younger brother spends more, they will get less when the family divides. It's no surprise that the 2 sisters-in-law are unhappy about it. However, after this meal, all that resentment was gone. When Dog Brother said he would be working for someone else and earning a salary every month, the whole family stared at him in shock. Motherly, did I just imagine that? Did my silly son really say he has a salary? Fatherly, ouch. That really hurts, but it's true. Eldest brother. Wow, little brother is doing well. Second brother. Working for someone else? He hasn't joined some unreliable group, has he? Eldest sister-in-law / second sister-in-law. How did the younger brother suddenly become successful? They had said things to him before. What should we do now? The Lee family had mixed feelings, but overall they were happy, even though they had some questions about what Dog Brother said. Who are you working for and what exactly are you doing? Please tell us, second brother, Lee asked first. Don't ask too many questions. Just know that I'm not doing anything bad. Dog Brother replied firmly, locking eyes with his second brother. He knew that second brother was the smartest in the family. If he could convince him, he could win over everyone. Seeing the unwavering determination in his younger brother's eyes, second brother Lee realized he wasn't lying and had indeed found a good job. At that moment, he felt relieved and a bit envious of his younger brother. Who would have thought that the carefree younger brother would stumble upon a long-term opportunity? The Lee family was very happy, especially the two daughters-in-law, though they felt a bit lost. They wondered if the younger brother would hold a grudge. Although they didn't know exactly what he was doing, earning a salary meant he was like a worker now. His status had changed. Thinking back to what they had said before, especially eldest sister-in-law, recalling just moments ago, the two sisters-in-law exchanged glances and saw the complexity in each other's eyes. But aside from their fears, they were genuinely pleased that the younger brother was doing well. After all, they were family. If the younger brother succeeded, their children would benefit too, which was a great thing. It must be said that they were thinking quite far ahead. A similar scene was happening in Huang Mao's family, where he also didn't mention Mushi's name, only saying he was helping someone. Every month there is a salary and sometimes there are benefits. After his family confirmed that he wasn't involved in any illegal activities, they stopped worrying about him. Anyway, he had been aimlessly wandering before, and now he finally has a proper job. They are truly grateful. Having a salary and benefits is something they never imagined. The whole family reminds Huang Mao to work hard. By being with the right people, the family status for the two brothers is rising rapidly. They feel even more thankful to Mushi. After all, before, they only faced sarcasm and disdain at home, but now everything has changed. A few days later, Mushi received a letter. She initially thought it was from her family, but upon seeing the address, a military district in Kyoto, her eyebrows raised, and a figure flashed to her mind. After reading the letter, she thought to herself, just as she expected. It was from Chi Xingbai, whom she had saved before and who had left without saying goodbye. The letter said that the mission was completed, and he wanted to reassure her. He also sent her a package to thank her for saving his life. He was concerned that she might think he was just trying to give her something to brush her off, so he specifically mentioned that he would repay her kindness in the future when he had the chance, due to his job keeping him busy. Overall, it was very sincere. Mushi thought this person was quite thoughtful. Since she had nothing to do that afternoon, she packed her things and headed straight to the county town to pick up the package. After placing it in a secluded spot, she went to her grandparents' house. When the elderly couple saw Mushi, they were naturally very happy. She is here. Come inside. It's too hot outside, the grandmother said with a smile, waving her hand. Grandma, I'm here to see you and Grandpa, Mushi called out cheerfully as she quickly walked into the house and set down her backpack. Why did you bring so much again? Are you bringing that old man more snacks? The grandmother said, glancing at the full backpack with a helpless look. Since they recognized their granddaughter, the old man's life has visibly improved, and he drinks a cup every day now. Previously, he wasn't allowed to drink due to health issues, but now, thanks to the 2 pills Mushi gave him, he feels as good as a man in his 30s or 40s. Grandpa only has this little hobby. I try to make him happy, Mushi said, linking her arm with her grandmother's, smiling. He just enjoys a little drink, and with his current health he can drink freely as long as he doesn't overdo it to the point of losing control. Mushi is fine with that. You should just spoil him. The old lady smiled and patted Mushi's hand. That old man has been bragging lately that his granddaughter made him some snacks. No one else has that.
What are you saying about me?
Before Mushi could speak, the old man strode in from outside. Since taking the medicine, he no longer has leg pain or backache. He goes out for walks every day and has taken over the firewood chopping at home. The guards can't keep up with him. With all this energy, he wants to do something active. However, the older folks disagree. They worry about him getting hurt on the front lines at his age. The big boss said that if he wants to work, he can go back and get assigned somewhere as all the military districts need people. The old man quickly declined. He didn't want to be a mascot in the military. He'd rather stay in the countryside where he can see his granddaughter from time to time. If he gets moved, who knows how long it would be before he sees her again. The big boss understood his feelings and didn't push him. Who said anything bad about you? You have such sharp ears that you can hear it all the way outside. The old lady rolled her eyes. Hee hee, I just guessed. The old man chuckled and rubbed his hands together. What did she bring me this time? I caught a wild boar, and I made a braised pig's head. This should be good for drinks, Mushi said as she took out a whole braised pig's head from her basket. Oh, what a treat. The old man's eyes lit up. In these times, being able to eat meat is quite a luxury. Who can braise a pig's head just any day? Even for the two of them, this is a nice treat, and they haven't had braised pig's head meat in a long time. She, did you go into the mountains again? The old lady pushed the old man aside with concern and looked at Mushi.
Don't worry, Grandma.
The wild beasts in the mountains are no match for me. I walk around freely there. By the way, I found 2 ginseng plants a few days ago. You too can have these nourishing pills, Mushi said as she took out a few small porcelain bottles. You child, you've worked hard. Those old folks remember your kindness. When we return to the capital, your grandfather will take you to their homes for gifts. The old lady said lovingly, though her words were quite commanding. Right, if anyone tries to trick us, we'll just stay at their house and not leave, the old man chimed in.
Muy 11.
All right. No wonder she has such great grandparents. She really likes this personality. While they were talking, Aunt Zhou Hui returned. Seeing Mushi, she smiled and said, She is here. I was just saying this morning that you would probably come today. Mushi usually visits every couple of days. She had been a bit lazy the past couple of days and didn't want to travel far, so she stayed home to make medicine. Aunt, are you off work? Yes, there wasn't much to do today, so I closed up early. Zhou Hui's job as a gatekeeper is quite flexible. She goes in around 8 or 9 in the morning and finishes around 4 or 5 in the evening, with a 2 to 3 hour break at noon. All in all, she works only about 5 to 6 hours a day. It's just watching the gate, and she sits there every day, so this job is really easy. It could be considered a retirement job. Thanks to the elderly couple, Zhou Degu was directly assigned to this position. Otherwise, local people would probably struggle to get it. By the way, a new batch of goods arrived yesterday. When you have time, come by and see if there's anything you can take. Aunt Zhou said. The recycling station has several large warehouses, and she has arranged the new arrivals in a separate one, waiting for her niece to check them out first. Once it's in her hands, she gets to decide. These items had already been sifted through several times before reaching her. However, some things are hidden very well, and ordinary people really can't find them. Only her niece has that special intuition and can see through all the hidden spots. She has found quite a few good items before. Okay, Aunt, if I have no plans tomorrow or the day after, I'll come to see you. Mushi was very interested. Who wouldn't like shopping? Dinner was made together by Mushi and her aunt, accompanied by the braised pig's head meat. The old man had a cup and a half of wine. Can I have another cup? The old man asked his wife with a pitiful tone, full of hope. Mushi bit her lip to suppress her laughter. Honestly, her grandfather, with his height, build, and looks, plus the aura from his battlefield experiences, suddenly trying to act pitiful. It's like a mighty cat trying to be cute. Once this thought popped into her head, she couldn't shake it off. 1 cup a day, and you're still not satisfied? I think you want to fly. The old lady didn't give him any face, and directly retorted. The old man smiled awkwardly. Well, his wife is strict. She. Do you think your grandfather can handle another cup with his current health? The old lady turned to ask Mushi. It's not that she is strict. She is just following the doctor's advice. After all, they're getting older, and with age come various health issues. The doctor had warned them not to drink too much alcohol, and it would be best not to drink at all. In his youth, the old man didn't have time to drink, but now that he is older, he craves a little wine. Although she keeps an eye on him, she occasionally lets him have some to satisfy his cravings. Grandma, it's fine. Grandpa's health is strong, and he has improved in many ways. If he wants to drink, let him. I'm here to help. Here, Grandpa, this is a hangover pill. Take one after drinking, but we need to agree that you can't drink carelessly just because you have it. If Grandma complains to me, I won't give you any more hangover pills or any other good things. Mushi playfully threatened him. Hey, I'm not a child. How could I drink carelessly? The old man looked at his granddaughter, feeling speechless. Though the little one is warm and caring, she can be a bit annoying sometimes. Just listen to Shi. There's no need to argue. Hearing her grandmother support her, Mushi smiled sweetly at the old lady and then proudly looked at her grandfather. The old man. He knows his place in the family and has accepted reality. After dinner, Mushi hurried back to the village before dark. Once home, she took out the package she had stored and opened it. Inside, there were snacks and drinks and, surprisingly, 2 outfits, which delighted Mushi. One was a red round-neck blouse. The other was a white shirt paired with an apricot-colored suspender skirt. Mushi examined them and thought they had great taste. Both outfits were very pretty, appealing both to the fashion of this era and future trends. She really liked them. Seeing the other person's sincerity, Mushi decided to send some things back to Qi Xingbai. She got right to it. Over the past month, Mushi had gathered quite a few items from the mountains. 2 dried rabbits, a bag of roasted chicken jerky, some dried fruits, and remembering Qi Xingbai's profession, she added some hemostatic medicine as well. The hemostatic medicine was made from herbs she collected in the mountains. The recipe was from her storage space. It works very well. She decided to share it, hoping to open up a market with the military, as she has always spent money freely without restraint. What kind of family could support her spending habits? For now, no one would suspect anything. But over time? So she needs to find a source for her money. If someone tries to cause trouble later, she can bring out the army to deal with them. Let's see who would dare to bother her again. As for relying on her grandparents, Mushi never even considered it. If she can handle things herself, why trouble the 2 elderly people? Even if her grandparents wouldn't mind and might even be happy to help, Mushi believes that relying on herself is the best way to stand firm in the world. After packing everything, Mushi wrote a letter, downplaying the life-saving favor. The main idea was that helping him was just a small effort, and as a soldier, he risked his life to protect the country. Since she encountered him, she couldn't just ignore it. Soldiers protect the country, and those being protected should never hesitate to help a soldier in need. Every citizen should firmly choose to help. She is no exception. The letter was short, as she really had nothing more to say. Mushi checked it over, put it in an envelope, and stored it with the package, planning to send it next time she went to the county. That evening, while sitting on the bed preparing to practice, Mushi suddenly realized she hadn't named her organization yet, and the more she thought about it, the more restless she became. A good deeds organization shouldn't have a name that sounds too grand. Something softer would be better. Thinking about her background and family legacy, Mushi felt that this organization could later select suitable individuals with potential to train with her. Eventually, the organization could transform into a sect. So, the name should have an ancient feel to it, something that fits perfectly. Naming really is a challenging task. Once she started, she couldn't stop thinking. Mushi didn't realize she was also bad at naming. In the apocalypse, she often criticized the female leads in novels for their poor naming skills, and now it was her turn. Forget it, I'll think of it slowly later. Mushi firmly pushed aside distractions and focused on her practice for the day. While good deeds can enhance her cultivation, Mushi wouldn't just give up on her own efforts. She understood that good deeds are just an added bonus. To achieve better cultivation, she still needs to rely on her own hard work. No shortcuts allowed. She plans to save any future good deeds for her upcoming tribulations. As for her cultivation, she will take her time. Speaking of which, if the hemostatic medicine really opens up a market for the army, countless brave soldiers will use her medicine, and she could gain a lot of good deeds from that. After all, soldiers sacrifice themselves for the country and its people. Because of them, the nation is peaceful, and the citizens can live happily. They are truly great benefactors. Her medicine has helped these benefactors, so she deserves some credit too. The next day, it was a regular morning at work, and I listened to some gossip. Su Guanglin and Lin Weining were hosting a dinner for the members. It was scheduled for tonight. Although it was called a dinner for the members, it was really just for the young people from the youth program, along with some village leaders like the team leader and village secretary. There would also be a few aunts and older women, mainly to help with cooking. Besides these people, there would be a few who were closer to Su Guanglin and Lin Weining, since they had been in the countryside for over 6 months and had made some friends. Of course, after that incident, who knows if they still get along. Mushi just wanted to enjoy the show. But unexpectedly, after work, Lin Weining blocked her way. "Mu, you must come to the dinner tonight. It's our wedding celebration." Lin Weining smiled, but her eyes didn't reflect it.
Me?
"I won't be going. I wish you both a long and happy marriage." Mushi knew they would realize she had set them up. But so what? Was there any evidence? Without evidence, it's just slander. She wasn't afraid of them making a big deal out of it. They wouldn't dare reveal how they had bullied her before. So what was her motive for setting them up? Everyone knew that Mushi rarely interacted with the youth program members. Besides work, she was either in the mountains or running errands in the county. She had little to do with the village members or the young people. How could she suddenly target 2 young people? Especially in this way, considering that since the incident, the youth program had been the subject of much discussion, and Mushi was also a part of it. Without a motive, what made her disregard the reputation of the youth program to target Su Guanglin and Lin Weining? Unless she was a crazy person. Clearly Mushi was not. As long as they didn't dare to expose themselves, they had no ground to stand on. So Mushi felt confident. And if they really did expose themselves, it would only lead to their own downfall, since they were the ones who had bad intentions first. "Are you really not coming, Mu? That's such a shame. After all, you're the matchmaker for me and Guanglin." Lin Weining's expression didn't change, but she seemed to emphasize the word matchmaker. "What is Lin Jiqing saying?" Mushi pretended not to know. She would definitely not admit it. "What can you do about it?" "Right triangle and area operators." Anyway, Mu Jiqing must come. Guanglin and I are waiting for her." After saying this, Lin Weining hurried away, as if afraid of being refused. Mushi narrowed her eyes. It seemed this was a trap set for her. These 2 just wouldn't stop. It seemed the previous incident hadn't taught them enough of a lesson, allowing them to come back to bother her. This time, she would put an end to it. Soon, evening arrived. Mushi came as promised. The house rented by Su Guanglin and Lin Weining was an old one in the village, with only 1 room and a small space for storage. It was small and worn, looking like it could fall apart at any moment, yet it stood strong. It hadn't collapsed during the wind and rain before. After they rented it, the village leader arranged for some repairs to ensure safety. After all, if something happened to the youth in the team, the leader would face criticism at best, or worse, could lose his position or even face legal issues. Even if he didn't like these 2 youths, he wouldn't take safety lightly. By the time Mushi arrived, most of the guests had already come. Su Guanglin, as the host, greeted everyone with a big smile, seating the men at one table. The women sat at another table. Of course, most of the women at this table were from the youth group, along with a few aunts who were invited to help cook. "Everyone enjoy the food and drink, don't be shy." "Aunt Ho-Hot, thank you so much for your help today," Lin Weining said with a smile, looking around before finally turning to Shun Ho-Hot. Shun Ho-Hot was the village leader's wife. When Lin Weining asked her to find a few aunts to help cook, she couldn't refuse. So, she called a few old friends to join. Not a bother at all, Shun Ho-Hot waved her hand and didn't engage further with Lin Weining. Seeing Mushi enter, she quickly waved, "Mu Jiqing, come sit here." Lin Weining's smile froze, and her resentment was almost visible. This Shun Ho-Hot had just been dismissive towards her, but now she was so warm to Mushi. The double standard was too obvious. Today, she was the main character, yet she was being overshadowed. Mushi glanced over and thought, "Oh, is she even resenting Aunt Ho-Hot now?" But it seemed quite normal. After all, Lin Weining's hatred towards her seemed unreasonable. Just because Su Guanglin had spoken to her a couple of times. How unfair. It's not like she was stopping Su Guanglin from speaking, it's just an undeserved disaster. If Lin Weining was blinded by love and lost her mind, Mushi disagreed. In fact, her nature was inherently cruel and unscrupulous. while other women were merely drawn to Su Guanglin's charm and would only exchange words or pull each other's hair. Lin Weining was lethal. If it weren't for Mushi during the last incident, any other woman would have struggled to escape the control of two men, and the outcome would have been predictable. This result was simply because that scoundrel Su Guanglin blocked her and said a few words. Lin Weining was consumed by jealousy. Mushi decided to return the favor today and see what kind of trap Lin Weining had set for her. She walked over and sat down next to An Ho Hot. "Everyone is here. I guess I'm late." "Not at all. We just started." Before Lin Weining could speak, Aunt Ho Hot chimed in. Mushi smiled. "That's good to hear." Lin Weining clenched her hands under the table, shooting a hostile glance at Mushi, thinking to herself, "Stay calm. Let her enjoy this moment. Let's see if she can still smile after tonight." Today, she had prepared a big surprise for Mushi. "Once tonight is over, Mushi." Thinking this, Lin Weining forced a smile, and Ho Hot is right. Mushi arrived just in time. "I thought you weren't coming today." "Of course, Lin Weining. Since you invited me so warmly, I had to show up." "Then I thank you for coming." Both wore smiles, and anyone who didn't know them would think they were good friends. However, those sitting nearby felt something was off about the atmosphere, though they couldn't quite put their finger on it. At that moment, Su Guanglin stood up with a glass in hand. "Thank you all for coming to my and Weining's wedding. Both Weining and I are young people from the countryside. Over the past 6 months, thanks to the support of our team, we've been able to settle down and put down roots here. Today, Weining and I are getting married. Our parents couldn't be here, but that's okay because we have all of you. As young people settling in our Hongxing team, you are all our family. This toast is for everyone." Su Guanglin spoke with passion and finished his drink in one go.
Cheers.
"Su, you spoke wonderfully. Since Su Jiqing has said this, I will raise a glass too." The atmosphere at the men's table was lively. Mushi had to admit that although Su Guanglin was a bit of a scoundrel, he spoke so well that everyone present probably thought, no wonder he's a cultured person. Even the team leader's expression softened a bit. What does it mean when the young intellectuals treat the team and its members like family? It shows that the team leader is doing a good job. He made the young intellectuals feel at home, giving them a sense of belonging. And how did the members feel upon hearing this? Just look at the big guys at that table. They were happy, with a hint of pride. After all, young intellectuals are cultured people, and it's hard not to feel proud when they treat them like family. No wonder there's a saying in the workplace, "Those who can do are not as good as those who can speak." Which leader wouldn't like someone who speaks so well? Su Guanglin really has something special. He can charm naive young girls and skillfully win over leaders and colleagues, truly a character from a story. Mushi sighed inwardly, but didn't get involved. Her goal today was Lin Weining. At that moment, Lin Weining picked up a soda and poured a glass for everyone. Then she smiled and said, "I prepared in a hurry today, so there might be some shortcomings in the hospitality.
Please bear with me."
Cultured people really do speak differently." Her words made several aunts feel a bit embarrassed. They understood what she meant by shortcomings, but they wouldn't usually say such things. If it were up to them, they would just say, "Eat and drink well, and enjoy." Feeling the gap between themselves and the cultured people, the aunts maintained a good attitude. After all, the difference didn't really matter. Enjoying the soda was what was most important. Even the cheapest soda costs 10 cents a bottle, which they usually wouldn't splurge on. If someone bought it, they'd earn a new title, Wasteful Women. "Oh, it's orange-flavored. No wonder my little monkey at home loves it. Who can resist such a nice smell?" "Exactly. My little grandson is the same. One time, a relative brought 2 bottles home, and once he tasted it, he remembered the flavor. Now, every time we go to the supply store, he can't resist the soda. Don't just say kids love it. We older folks enjoy it too. It's just that we hesitate to spend the money. It doesn't fill you up and is so expensive. It's just a waste of money." "That's right. It must be Lin Weining. She actually treated us to soda." As she said this, the aunts exchanged knowing glances and began to praise enthusiastically. They couldn't just drink without giving compliments. This heartfelt praise made Lin Weining, who was initially unhappy about the soda, forget her discomfort. She even provocatively glanced at Mushi.
Mu 11.
She wouldn't argue with someone foolish, as that would lower her own intelligence to their level. Just thinking about it was unacceptable. Just as she thought this, Lin Weining handed Mushi a bowl filled halfway with soda. Mu Jiqing, you should try this quickly. This is orange-flavored soda that Guanglin bought from the supply and marketing cooperative. I think you'll like it. Lin Weining smiled, but her tone was unpleasant, filled with an inexplicable sense of superiority that no one understood. And Mu Jiqing was known for addressing all kinds of grievances. What's so special about something bought from the supply and marketing cooperative? Isn't everything bought from there? Could it be that Lin Jiqing you have other sources? It wouldn't be illegal. Oh my, this is speculation and could get you in trouble. As soon as Mushi began to speak, the women at the table fell silent, while the men listened intently. As a result, Mushi dropped a bombshell. The captain was so shocked he almost jumped up, feeling helpless. Mu Jiqing truly dared to say anything. No one in the team would mention the black market. In fact, most people knew where it was, but no one reported it.
Why?
Firstly, the black market moves quickly, and reports often lead to nothing. Secondly, for ordinary people, the black market isn't really harmful. It just has higher prices than the supply and marketing cooperative, which often runs out of stock. If you can't buy it through official channels, you have to go to the black market, especially for certain groups. But no matter how you look at it, this kind of thing should stay in the shadows. Bringing it to light is a big problem. Lin Weining listened to Mushi's rapid-fire remarks and was momentarily stunned. When she realized what Mushi had said, her face turned pale, as if she had just lost a loved one. Mu Jiqing, you're slandering me. She stood up, pointing at Mushi, her face filled with anger. Mushi looked innocent. Lin Jiqing, how can this be slander? I'm just reasonably suspicious. You could provide a logical rebuttal. You. Lin Weining was furious. For a moment, she couldn't find a point to argue and could only glare at Mushi.
Mu 11. Kropka.
No, she was just talking casually and didn't intend to make a big deal out of it. Soda is always available at the supply store, but very few people buy it. So, who has extra money to spend at the black market for double the price? That's a good counterpoint. As a result, Lin Weining just stared at her without saying anything. What's this? Is staring a winning strategy? Mushi rolled her eyes. All right, today is a happy day for Lin and Sue, let's eat. Shun Ho-hot said, pulling Mushi and smiling at everyone. Let's not ruin the mood any further. Mushi stepped back a bit, still waiting for Lin Weining's big move. Their banter was just minor. With Shun Ho-hot's interruption, Lin Weining finally remembered her plans for the night, repeatedly telling herself to hold on, that she would have her moment soon. And Ho-hot is right, everyone let's eat. Don't be shy, Lin Weining called out, but her eyes kept darting toward Mushi. Mushi, who was aware of everything happening around her. She picked up some food, and Lin Weining showed no reaction. She took a bite of rice, and Lin Weining still didn't move. When she picked up the soda, Lin Weining's sudden change in energy was precisely caught by Mushi. Mushi brought it to her lips and sniffed.
Huh?
Why does it smell so much like alcohol? Is Lin Weining trying to get her drunk? Thinking this, Mushi paused for a moment. Given the original situation, it was indeed possible for Lin Weining to succeed. After all, a young girl who just became an adult might not have encountered alcohol before. Unless she had exceptional talent, she would likely fall into the trap. Lin Weining's simple and direct tactic had a decent chance of success, but it was clearly unrealistic against Mushi. She discreetly took a couple of sips of soda. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Lin Weining smiling, her malicious intent hidden perfectly. What she didn't realize was that all her expressions were fully revealed to Mushi. In the following time, Lin Weining found opportunities to pour soda for Mushi and said a few words to mend their relationship. Mushi thought, a weasel wishing a happy new year to a chicken has bad intentions. But she accepted each offering. As the meal went on, Mushi began to pretend to be drunk. Oh dear. What's wrong with Mu? Can you really get drunk from soda? Shun Ho-hot said, looking surprised. She even began to suspect if Lin had given them fake alcohol. Lin Weiniang quickly looked over, her eyes showing some excitement, but her tone was filled with concern. What happened? We all drink the soda and are fine. Could Mu Jiqing be allergic to soda? Allergic to soda? Can you really be allergic to soda? Oh no. How could someone be allergic to something so delicious? What should we do now? Should we take her to the health clinic? Everyone was talking at once, unsure of what to do since they had never encountered such a situation before. People in the countryside were used to tough living and had never seen anyone allergic to food or drink. Maybe some people were, but they had never noticed before the person was already fine. It was quite mysterious. It was like being sick. When you don't realize it, you feel energetic, but once you find out, you feel unwell about everything. No need, no need. If we take her home to rest and sleep, she should be fine. I think Mu Jiqing's condition isn't too serious. As soon as someone suggested taking her to the health clinic, Lin Weiniang immediately stood up to disagree. She couldn't let that happen. It would ruin her plans. Lin Jiqing, is Mu Jiqing really okay? The team leader came over, concerned because if something happened to the youth, he would also be in trouble. Really, it's fine, team leader. Look, Mu Jiqing's breathing is steady, which means her allergic reaction is mild. She doesn't need a doctor. She'll be fine on her own. All right then, let's take Mu Jiqing home. The team leader observed that Mushi's breathing was indeed normal. In those days, everyone was used to toughing it out when sick. They avoided doctors to save money. Quick, 2 people come help take Mu Jiqing home. Lin Weiniang called out loudly. Then, 2 men from the table stood up, rolled up their sleeves, and got ready to assist Mushi. Wait, you don't need to. Aunt Shufin and I will take Mu Jiqing home. Comrade Shen Ho-hot stepped in just as Mushi was about to wake up, stopping the 2 men. She glanced thoughtfully at Lin Weiniang, making the latter's heart skip a beat. Once she realized what was happening, Lin Weiniang couldn't help but curse quietly. That meddlesome old woman would one day learn the consequences of her actions. Meanwhile, Mushi silently gave a thumbs up to Aunt Ho-hot. Well done. In the end, Mushi was taken home by the 2 aunts who reminded her to lock the door. She watched as the 2 aunts walked away together. Mushi had just returned to normal, showing no signs of being drunk. Previously, Lin Weiniang wanted 2 men to her home, clearly intending to ruin her reputation. Late at night, a woman in a confused state being taken home by 2 men could lead to serious rumors in this era. Even if nothing happened, gossip could easily tarnish her name. After all, many stories begin with a hero saving someone from drowning. Even a life-saving act can't stop rumors, let alone something as simple as being escorted home. But was that all Lin Weiniang had? Mushi didn't believe it. Soon, Mushi noticed 2 shady figures outside her yard. I said we agreed. This is my first time here, so let me have some fun today, but after this, you can't think about it anymore. From now on, she will be my wife. Got it, I just came to try something new. That girl from the countryside is really delicate, much better than my wife. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Of course, she's my wife, hee. The 2 men, grinning, approached the wall of the yard. Just as they were about to climb over, they suddenly felt as if they were being lifted into the air. What the heck? With a shout, they found themselves silenced by vines. Mushi had instructed Wei Wei. She didn't want to disturb the neighbors at this late hour, nor did she want anyone in the village to notice her, especially since she had plans. Hearing the disgusting words from those 2, Mushi's face turned cold. It had been a long time since she felt this angry. Those 2 fools must have been asking for trouble. How dare they think such vile thoughts? They should be ready for the consequences. As for Lin Weiniang, Mushi felt her warning had been too mild, allowing Lin Weiniang to plot against her. She decided to turn the tables. The 2 outside would be put to good use. With that thought, Mushi jumped over the wall and headed straight for Lin Weiniang and Su Guanglin's home. What have you done? Su Guanglin looked at Lin Weiniang, who was tossing and turning beside him, unable to sleep, and finally couldn't hold back his question. He had sensed something was off with her for a while, but it didn't concern him, so he hadn't asked much. Now, however, he suddenly felt that the situation might be serious and worried it could involve him, considering they were now seen as a couple. Though he didn't admit it to himself, others viewed them as husband and wife.
Ah?
Why did you suddenly speak? You scared me, Lin Weiniang complained, holding her chest. If you haven't done anything wrong, you shouldn't be afraid. What are you hiding? Su Guanglin sat up, staring at her. What are you talking about? What could I possibly do? I'm not hiding anything. I was just thinking. You startled me when you suddenly spoke. Oh, what were you thinking about? Su Guanglin's probing made Lin Weiniang uncomfortable. With a hurt expression and tears welling in her eyes, she said, Guanglin, what do you want me to say? I've been busy with the banquet all day and haven't had time for anything else. You know that. Su Guanglin narrowed his eyes. You really didn't do anything? Then why are you tossing and turning instead of sleeping? Lin Weiniang replied, I was just worried about Mushi's allergy. After all, it's a problem that happened here, and if something goes wrong, we can't escape responsibility. Then, why did you stop someone from going to the clinic earlier? Su Guanglin looked deeply at Lin Weiniang. Without this reason, he would have believed her. Now, he wouldn't trust anything she said. She must have done something. After all, their previous issue was a setup by Mushi, which Lin Weiniang had told him about. How could she genuinely be worried about Mushi? I didn't do anything. Lin Weiniang hesitated and changed the subject. Guanglin, why are you so concerned about what I did? Is it because you have feelings for Mushi? Do you regret marrying me? Shu Guanglin. Although he did want to get close to Mushi for some benefits, Lin Weiniang's ability to turn things around was impressive. How did he not realize she was this difficult before? So it was all just an act of being gentle. Since you don't want to talk, let's just sleep. Being a clever fox, Su Guanglin wouldn't fall into a trap of his own making. Lin Weiniang was not pleased with this attitude.
What do you mean by that?
Are you admitting it? Do you really regret marrying me? Do you really like that awful Mushi? The more she spoke, the angrier she became, and her voice grew louder.
Shu Guanglin frowned.
Can you stop making such a scene? When did I ever say I liked Mushi? He did like Mushi's money, though. You still won't admit it. I know you stopped Mushi from talking a few times. So you mentioned it was before. Before, I had nothing to do with you. Why does it matter to you who I talk to? Su Guanglin's face was serious, clearly unhappy. He was always in control with women, so he wouldn't allow himself to be controlled. If he cooperated with this unreasonable behavior, it would be called romance. If he didn't, then Lin Weiniang would be the one being unreasonable. Lin Weiniang was taken aback by the words, why does it matter to you? Her eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, they hadn't defined their relationship before. But to her, it was just a matter of not having openly acknowledged it. She always felt there was an understanding between them. It turned out that for him, it was different. This made her feel like everything she had done for him over the past 6 months was a joke. Just as the atmosphere in the room became tense, a voice broke the silence. Oh, you guys aren't waiting for me, are you? Mushi's voice echoed in the air. Lin Weiniang and Su Guanglin instantly changed their expressions. Who is playing tricks? Come out quickly. Su Guanglin said sternly. It's Mushi. Mushi is here. Lin Weiniang recognized Mushi's voice immediately. However, the room was small, and they could see there was no one else there besides the two of them. So, where was that clear voice coming from? Of course, it was Mushi using her abilities to scare them a little. As they felt anxious, Mushi walked into the room with 2 people in tow.
You.
What are you doing here? Lin Weiniang asked in a panic, especially upon seeing the 2 people Mushi was holding. Su Guanglin frowned. Mu Jiqing, what is the meaning of this? It was quite strange to suddenly bring 2 people over at night. What am I doing? Naturally, I'm here to catch up with you. After all, you both think of me whenever something good happens, so I must thank you in person. Mushi confidently sat down on a chair. She pointed to the 2 people she had dropped on the floor. Lin Jiqing should still recognize them, right? Don't say you don't know them. Anticipating Lin Weining's reaction, Mushi continued. It's a long night, and it's really kind of you, Lin Jiqing, to think of me and bring me two useless people to entertain me. But I won't be enjoying them. You should enjoy their service yourself. I'm sure you'll like it since you handpicked them, right? No need to thank me. If you must, just thank yourself. Mushi felt that she looked very much like a villain right now. According to the story, she was indeed a villain, especially since the two people in front of her were the main characters. Oh, wait, the original character wasn't even a proper villain. She was more like a disposable character.
Poor thing.
What do you mean? Lin Weining couldn't help but tremble, questioning with a fierce tone. She felt something was off. Could it be? What do you think? Mushi looked straight at her, a meaningful smile on her lips. You can't do this. Lin Weining realized what was happening and was about to lose her mind. Mushi snorted coldly. Now you're scared? Why didn't you think this was wrong when you plotted against me?
What are you talking about? Shu Wanglin looked confused.
He understood each word, but together they made no sense to him. He only caught that Lin Weining had schemed against Mushi and was now confronted by her. So, what happened next? Why was Lin Weining so frightened? But no one was there to explain. Mushi stood up and brushed off her clothes. Just enjoy yourself.
No, don't.
Lin Weining shook her head and ran toward the door. She knew her own plans too well. She absolutely could not face the consequences. She had to escape. If she could wake up the villagers, Mushi would hesitate, and she could get through this. Lin Weining's plan sounded good, but since Mushi was already there, how could she not be prepared? When she entered, she had already set up an invisible barrier that ordinary people couldn't see. Not only could the sounds inside not escape, but those inside also couldn't leave without Mushi's permission. So when Lin Weining reached the door, no matter how hard she pulled, it wouldn't budge, making her almost cry out of frustration. Don't waste your effort. You can't escape today. When you designed all this, you should have been ready for the backlash.
No.
Lin Weining regretted it. She shouldn't have provoked Mushi. Mushi was not someone she could handle. This time, she truly cried. Her tears were sincere because the door wouldn't open, and what awaited her would be. Mushi looked at her, her expression unchanged. Soft-hearted? Not at all. After all, no matter how genuine Lin Weining's tears were, they were a result of Mushi's retaliation. If it weren't for Mushi today, would Lin Weining still be in such a predicament with someone else? Clearly not. She would only be happy if her plan succeeded. No matter how much is said, it all comes down to winners and losers. Mushi will not be soft-hearted or let her off the hook. In the end, Lin Weining faced the consequences of her own actions, and it happened while she was fully aware. In front of Su Guanglin, the two men she had carefully chosen for Mushi tangled with her all night. Lin Weining broke down. Su Guanglin was not in a better situation. He tried to leave but couldn't open the door. He attempted to pull the two men away but couldn't move them and ended up getting slapped. In the end, he could only shrink into a corner, watching them bully his new wife. That night felt incredibly long for both Lin Weining and Su Guanglin. Finally, when dawn broke, Su Guanglin got up and walked to the door, not expecting much as he tried again. Creak. The door opened. In that moment, he almost cried with joy. Meanwhile, Lin Weining on the bed had already passed out, with the two men sleeping on either side of her. Su Guanglin ignored them. Seeking revenge for Lin Weining was out of the question. He wouldn't sacrifice himself for someone like her. He never had feelings for Lin Weining. He was only with her because of that incident. Since confirming their relationship, he had lost several resources as the village girls who used to bring him things had not contacted him for days. When he tried to find them, he was met with various excuses. All of this was because of Lin Weining. Now, she was even worse. Su Guanglin decided to give up on her. As for his dignity, he didn't care. Dignity doesn't put food on the table. After tidying himself up, Su Guanglin went to work as if nothing had happened. When he arrived at the team office, he heard everyone frantically searching for someone. He recognized the anxious woman as the wife of one of the people from his home. She had come to seek help because her husband hadn't returned all night. There was also an elderly woman sitting on the ground, crying nonstop. Upon closer inspection, he learned that her youngest son was missing. Su Guanglin thought, "Oh, they're all at my house." The team leader was overwhelmed. To avoid disrupting work, he assigned tasks to the members and took a few people with him to search. Throughout the process, Su Guanglin remained silent. What could he say? "Oh, those two men are at my house, having spent the night with my wife." Or should he expose Mushi? He wouldn't dare. They say that those who know how to adapt are wise, and Su Guanglin is such a wise person. After all, he wouldn't want to provoke Mushi, who has unpredictable methods. If he dared to get involved even a little, the consequences would be terrifying beyond his imagination. Just look at Lin Weining to understand. Why provoke anyone, especially someone so dangerous? Right now, Su Guanglin couldn't think of his previous schemes at all. He wished he could stay as far away from Mushi as possible, fearing that this dangerous person would remember his earlier attempts to get close. Mushi naturally noticed Su Guanglin and couldn't help but shake her head. Lin Weining treats this person like a treasure, afraid someone might take him away. Even after Su Guanglin targeted her a few times, when she ended up in a bad situation, he acted as if nothing happened and even showed up for work. Mushi wanted to ask Lin Weining if she regretted her choice. What could she possibly see in such a cold-hearted person who flirts around and takes advantage of others? Mushi was confused. Perhaps she had stepped outside the expected norms. To her, Su Guanglin seemed insignificant. The captain searched the village with his team and finally found the two people they were looking for, who had come out of Su Guanglin and Lin Weining's house. They looked flustered, with their clothes not properly worn, which turned the captain's face dark with anger. What happened? Why did you two come out from here? The captain sensed trouble and his tone turned icy.
We
don't know. The unmarried one was in shock, not understanding why he woke up on Lin Jiqing's bed, alongside his good friend. Given the chaotic scene and the marks on Lin Jiqing, he understood what had happened, and that realization felt like the sky was falling. Lin Jiqing was taken. They shouldn't have. Just as he felt despair, his friend woke up, saw the situation, and urged him to leave quickly. So, they hurriedly came out, only to unexpectedly run into the captain and his team. How unfortunate. Zhuan, you explain what happened. The captain pointed at the other young man who was already married. Zhuan bit his lip and stammered, Yesterday, Su Jiqing invited us to his wedding banquet with Lin Jiqing. We had a bit to drink, and I ended up falling asleep here. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. From this, we can also think about the ending of Mushi in the original book. She could either choose to end everything or be unable to resist and fall into despair. The best outcome would be to rise up and fight back, living her life with a bad reputation. Given Mushi's understanding of her original self, she would likely choose the first option. At just 18, a girl like her cannot face such overwhelming malice. She would choose to end her life for peace. Thinking this way, Mushi feels even less concerned about Lin Weining's fate, as it is her own doing. After finishing her work in the morning, two subordinates came to see her in the afternoon. They knew to avoid others as they entered. Mushi felt pleased. You two, why are you here? How did things go? Mushi poured them each a cup of tea. Brother Dog took a sip and said, Boss, Huang Mao and I have visited nearby villages these past few days. Most people don't believe us, but we did find a few willing to join us. Don't worry, we have checked them out beforehand and won't take anyone who doesn't meet our standards. Trust those you use, and don't doubt those you trust. I trust you to handle things. Mushi nodded in agreement. After all, they had taken the loyalty pill, so she had no reason to worry. Despite this, Brother Dog and Huang Mao felt very touched. The boss's trust filled them with motivation. Boss, should I gather them together for you to meet? Mushi thought for a moment. Sure, let's meet in the county town 3 days from now. Okay, boss. Once we have gathered enough people, you should start spreading out.
Our goal is nationwide.
I know this is ambitious, and we can't rush it, but we will achieve it one day. Brother Dog nodded. We understand, and we'll work hard to reach our goal as soon as possible.
Yes.
Mushi smiled at them. You will likely face many challenges while helping me. Before they could respond, she continued, Today, I will teach you a martial arts technique to ensure your safety. But let me be clear, do not misuse your skills. If I find out, the lightest punishment will be to revoke your training. I hope you will stay true to your purpose and strive for good. Upon hearing this, Brother Dog and Huang Mao stood up straight, their posture firm. Boss, you can trust us. We will not let you down. Their strong voices made it sound like they were in military training. The two of them were now breathing heavily, trembling, and clenching their fists, wanting to hit themselves to see if they were dreaming. Well, they thought about it and did it.
But
why did you hit me, dog brother? Huang Mao said, covering the sore spot with a look of grievance. I just... Oh, I didn't mean to. I'll buy you some cigarettes later, okay? Dog brother scratched the back of his head, looking at Huang Mao's pained expression, feeling quite pleased inside. Martial Arts Manual. They hadn't even started working yet when the boss gave them the martial arts manual, leaving Dog Brother in disbelief but more determined to serve Mushi wholeheartedly. Such a boss is one of a kind. What luck they had to meet her. Mushi could naturally sense their excitement, and she understood. In this age, martial arts manuals are rare, and many people think inner strength is just a legend. The public's understanding of martial arts is mostly about external techniques. There are only moves, without inner power. This is often overly glorified, as it looks impressive. True inner strength is about refining energy. At a certain level, one can achieve feats like striking from a distance, and reaching the Grandmaster level is akin to the foundational stage of a cultivator. If one can break through barriers and move from Grandmaster to another realm, they reach the golden core stage of a cultivator. Of course, very few can break through these barriers. Most inner strength practitioners stop at Grandmaster due to limitations of their techniques, their own talents, and the rules of the universe. What Mushi gave them was a manual for inner strength techniques. For now, it was just for self-defense. Later, based on their contributions, she would provide them with cultivation techniques. Working with her means many opportunities. It depends on whether they can seize them. Mushi shared this with Dog Brother and Huang Mao. The two of them instantly seemed energized. There are even higher-level techniques? Then there's no need to hesitate. Just go for it. They must work hard. After giving them the manual, Mushi sent them off. Practicing martial arts also requires talent, but the manual she provided can be practiced by anyone. It just depends on how far they can go. They should start practicing now and worry about the future later. Time flew by, and soon over a month had passed. Autumn arrived, bringing cooler weather. Compared to the hot summer, Mushi preferred the mild autumn. Oh, the wind in the north can sometimes sting the face. Luckily, she has some skills that help her block it out. In the past month, she met with the subordinates gathered by Dog Brother, totaling more than 10 people. They are all locals from nearby villages and, despite their rough lives, they haven't done anything truly terrible. Most of them came for the pay. After all, in this era, a job is a stable source of income, something they can't easily access. Yet, they don't want to be tied to the land like their elders. However, the policies prevent them from engaging in speculative activities, making it impossible for them to start small businesses. So, they wander around like drifters, looking for opportunities to earn money. That's when they encountered Dog Brother. Hearing there was a salary involved, everyone became interested. Of course, they weren't foolish. They wouldn't just sell themselves for a paycheck without asking questions. After Dog Brother's persuasion, they gained a basic understanding of what they would be doing, helping others. Since it was about doing good, why not agree? Thus, they joined the organization, excited about doing good and earning money. What's not to like? But when they met Mushi, they felt a bit deceived. The leader was a girl and a young one at that. If the situation weren't so serious, they would have wondered if she was even of age. Mushi noticed everyone's expressions. She didn't think much of it. After all, she was indeed young, and their initial reactions were quite normal. Mushi remained calm, but Dog Brother was in a panic. How dare these people question the boss? It was like an old man committing suicide, completely reckless. If they angered the boss, one strike from her could leave them lost. Since obtaining the secret manual, he and the blonde guy had been practicing every night. Although they hadn't yet found their inner energy, they felt refreshed after each session, which was undeniable. They had only been training for a few days and already felt the effects, so it was easy to imagine how powerful the boss was. Dog Brother desperately signaled to them. The group exchanged glances. Although they tried to hold back, doubts still lingered. Mushi raised an eyebrow and decided to assert her authority. This tactic worked wonders, and she was quite familiar with it. With a wave of her power, everyone standing fell to their knees. Only Dog Brother and the blonde guy remained upright, casting sympathetic looks at the others. The group thought, sympathy? More like a challenge. What was going on? It felt like they were carrying a heavy mountain on their backs, making it hard for them to breathe, but there was no mountain at all. At that moment, even a fool could tell that their new leader was behind this. But how did she manage it? Everyone was puzzled. However, one thing was clear. This leader had something special. Once they realized this, they had no doubts about Mushi's age or gender. With such a powerful leader, they felt lucky to follow her. The more they thought about it, the more they looked at Mushi with admiration.
Mu 11.
I told you, her strength was impressive. Just like that, Mushi won everyone over with a single glance, making them eager to follow her. She promised that they would receive rewards based on their contributions, and those who performed best would get extra rewards. As soon as she said this, a group of motivated people shouted that they wanted to get to work. Now. Who wouldn't want those rewards? Mushi noticed their enthusiasm. Taking advantage of this meeting, she made some plans for the future. First, she thought long and hard about a name for the organization and finally decided on Dawn. The name symbolizes hope. It was clear what kind of organization they were forming. They would bring a glimmer of light to those trapped in darkness, waiting for the dawn to break through the night, so one day they could see the light again. When Mushi announced the name, everyone joyfully repeated it several times. With Mushi around, they felt secure in this little grove. Otherwise, they would have attracted attention. Dawn was officially established. Next came the rescue plan. Mushi asked Brother Dog to find a location for their supply point. She would regularly deliver supplies, and the others would collect them at night and take them to their village barns. Since they were only dealing with nearby villages, one supply point was enough. To make things easier for Mushi, Brother Dog chose a spot near Team 2, a deserted mud house that had collapsed and was rarely visited. It was perfect for their supply point. Mushi thought for a moment. Just in case, she could set up a protective barrier and give each person a token for entry and exit, ensuring their supplies wouldn't be stolen. With an idea in mind, the next day, Mushi followed Dog Brother to the old house and spent some time setting up a formation. This formation could not only prevent others from entering but also lead people out of the area, acting as a hidden defense. After all, she couldn't keep watch all the time. If she assigned someone to stay there, it would attract too much attention. It was better to keep things discreet. Seeing her sister's skill in arranging the formation left Dog Brother in awe. A talented person. Not only skilled in martial arts but also in formations. He knew she was impressive, but he didn't realize just how extraordinary she was. Once again, he couldn't help but wonder what made Lee Sanfeng so special. The next day, Mushi brought supplies to the old house. Mainly rice, flour, coarse grains, a few eggs, and some meat. Based on the statistics, each family received a small bag of 5 pounds of rice and flour, 10 pounds of coarse grains, and just a little bit of eggs and meat. Since the barn couldn't hold much, she couldn't give them too much at once. Just enough to last a few days. Dog Brother, while developing his team, also learned about the situation in the barns of various villages. Although most villagers didn't know what others did, some information was still shared. For example, who taught classes, who researched certain topics, and who came together or was related to whom. From these clues, Dog Brother gathered a rough understanding of the situation, along with information from his newly recruited members. He then wrote a summary for Mushi. Despite his rough background, Dog Brother graduated from middle school. If his family hadn't spoiled him, he wouldn't have had the confidence to become a troublemaker. Mushi allocated supplies based on the list, and then her team delivered the supplies to the barns, creating a smooth operation. Surprisingly, they did quite well. In just a month, the members of Dawn had gotten used to the work and were full of energy because Dog Brother and Huang Mao had started their training. This news was like a bombshell, exciting all the members. Starting their training and feeling the energy entering their bodies was akin to the initial stage of cultivation. Next would be the acquired and innate realms, which correspond to the qi refining period for cultivators. Dog Brother and Huang Mao officially began their training, and they were naturally thrilled, making the other members envious. When it comes to work, they are more diligent than ever. Some even feel that just delivering supplies lacks skill, so many volunteered to join in expanding their territory. They covered nearby villages and now aim to reach further, even across county lines. In this positive atmosphere, the members of Dawn received their first paycheck. Each person got 24 yuan, along with a bag of 5 kilograms of rice, 2 kilograms of meat, and a bag of fruit. For them, the value of this first paycheck was beyond words, and some couldn't help but feel emotional. After all, others saw them as lazy and unproductive, as bad examples for raising children, and as people who couldn't even support themselves. No one believed in them. When others saw them, they either lectured or insulted them. Today, with this money, they could finally hold their heads high and say they are not useless. They can earn a living on their own. And all of this was thanks to their leader, who provided them with a bright and promising future. In the first month, Mushi did not give a high salary. She planned to follow the example of various factories, increasing pay based on seniority, and of course, there would be performance bonuses. However, the salary was not the main focus. The rice and meat she rewarded them with were things that were hard to find. Even if you had money, you also needed tickets to buy them, and even then, there might not be any available. Overall, buying things these days is quite difficult, especially food. The items Mushi distributed made them happier than just receiving cash. Members returned home with their arms full, standing tall as they listened to their families praise them. Their gratitude towards Mushi was like a flowing river, endless and deep. Each one vowed to work even harder for their leader. Many members' families also wanted to join in the work, seeing the abundance of supplies available. Who would want to toil in the fields when they had this opportunity? Some members clearly refused, while others said they would ask around. When the news reached Mushi, she had no strong opinions. She just instructed Dog Brother to investigate and accept anyone who met the criteria. After all, they needed more people. However, for future recruitment, they would add a condition. Priority would be given to those willing to travel. Once they had covered the nearby areas, they would need to expand outward, so it was better to prepare now rather than later when no one wanted to travel. Dawn was developing quickly. More than a month has passed, and the entire commune has been set up. Every village has a supply point, and each team receives supplies from Mushi on time. Now, everyone in the cattle sheds knows that the support they receive comes from Dawn, although they don't know exactly what it does. They just remember the name. When they received the first batch of supplies, they were in disbelief and hesitant to accept it, fearing it might be a trap. But after a day or two without any issues, those who were very hungry finally dared to take the food. They discovered there was nothing wrong at all. After they had eaten most of the supplies, they received a second batch late at night. This time, they stopped the delivery people to ask who they were and why they were providing food. The representatives from Dawn, following Mushi's instructions, only mentioned the name Dawn. The people in the cattle shed repeated the name quietly, tears streaming down their faces. Dawn is such a beautiful word, but they wondered when they would finally see their own Dawn. Yet, looking at the supplies in front of them, the help they received from Dawn was indeed a form of dawn for them. So, those who had just been crying were suddenly smiling again. During this time, Mushi also accomplished several things. For example, she mailed some health-boosting pills to her family, sent intelligence-enhancing pills to her younger brother, and sent some food to her sister Muyu along with a strength-enhancing pill. Although Muyu had been in the countryside for 2 years, a little ease and increased strength were still beneficial. Additionally, she sent hemostatic medicine to Qi Xingbai, and there was indeed a follow-up. A few days ago, she received his reply. He asked if she could produce it in bulk, as his unit was interested in purchasing it. This matter began when Qi Xingbai took the hemostatic medicine with him on a mission, feeling grateful to Mushi for saving his life. He ended up using it during the mission, and the effect amazed everyone. When returning to report on the mission, Qi Xingbai decided to mention the hemostatic medicine since the whole team had witnessed its effectiveness, and he couldn't hide it. His superior, hearing about such a miraculous medicine, asked Qi Xingbai for some to test. As expected, it worked just as he had described. It could stop bleeding from even the largest wounds instantly, almost like a miracle drug. On the battlefield, having this medicine would greatly increase the chances of soldiers surviving. It was something they couldn't miss. Qi Xingbai's immediate superior quickly approached him, asking him to mediate and see if he could obtain a large supply of hemostatic medicine. He even suggested that if Qi Xingbai could bring people to the military hospital, that would be even better. The military hospital also has a pharmaceutical department, and just this one hemostatic medicine would be enough to qualify. Qi Xingbai was a bit surprised, but thinking about the effectiveness of the hemostatic medicine, he felt this decision was right. As long as he could win over the pharmacists, it would benefit all the soldiers. Which soldier doesn't bleed? This led to Qi Xingbai writing a letter. The letter was clear, and Mushi shook her head as she read it. It was impossible for her to go to the military hospital. Once she took the job, she had to follow the arrangements, which she didn't like. She would just occasionally sell some hemostatic medicine. Mushi wrote back to Qi Xingbai, stating that she could provide hemostatic medicine for the troops, but the materials used for the medicine were precious, so the quantity was very limited, making it impossible to supply the entire military. Well, mainly because she was lazy. Besides, she was just one person. How could she produce medicine for the whole army? That would be quite extraordinary. As soon as she sent the letter, Mushi turned and headed to her grandparents' house. She is here. The elderly lady was sitting under the eaves mending clothes and looked up to see Mushi entering the yard. Yes, Grandma. Are you home alone? Where's Grandpa? He went to find someone to drink tea. Your grandpa really likes the tea leaves you brought before. Whenever he has time, he takes them to share with others. Mushi smiled. The tea leaves were picked from the mountain in her space and should be considered low-grade spiritual tea, much better than regular tea leaves. That's great if Grandpa likes it. He loves it. If he were here in the capital, you would be in for a big expense, the elderly lady laughed. That's okay. I can afford it, Mushi said confidently. And she wasn't exaggerating. There were plenty of tea trees in her space. What about Grandma? Did you like the fruits I brought before? She, you are so thoughtful. I really enjoyed them, especially the flat peaches. They were fragrant and sweet, with soft, juicy flesh. Your aunt also liked them. Mushi nodded. Those flat peaches were indeed delicious, and she loved them too. She would eat 2 every day, especially when chilled, as they were very refreshing. Of course, there were also watermelons, the ultimate summer treat. Mushi had been enjoying them all summer, and having a personal space was truly wonderful. While the two were chatting, Grandpa returned home, looking quite angry. Upon seeing his eldest granddaughter, his expression stiffened for a moment, but he quickly composed himself and put on a familiar smile. You're here. Grandpa, what happened? Who made you angry? Mushi stepped forward with concern.
Who would dare to upset her grandpa?
Although he held no official position, he was truly a respected figure. In the county or even the entire city, both the political and military leaders had to show him respect. After all, he was a founding hero. This was no joke. His honor and status were earned on the battlefield. The old man's expression darkened. It's those committee members again, acting without understanding, causing chaos without investigation. It's simply outrageous. Mushi understood upon hearing this. Such incidents were not uncommon, but her grandpa had been unwell and rarely went out, so he hadn't encountered them before. Grandma also stayed mostly at home. Only her aunt often went out, but she didn't want to upset the elderly couple, especially since their health had been poor and they were worried about their missing son. So, her aunt rarely shared news from the outside world. The old man's comrades knew that the couple had spent years searching for their son, so no one bothered them with trivial matters. This policy was meant to curb capitalism, gather resources for national development, and benefit the people. It was a monumental reform. The intention was good, but the upper management lacked control, and those below misused their power, causing chaos in society. Many innocent people suffered, facing raids and being sent away. Did the higher-ups not know about this?
Of course, they did.
But the policy was already in place, and they couldn't stop it immediately. Constant changes would only create more disorder. They could only try to make the best of a bad situation and minimize losses. This dragged on for 10 years. In 1976, 2 leaders passed away and China welcomed reform and opening up, entering a new era. They worked hard for a new China, but did not witness the arrival of prosperity. It was truly a pity. Mushi sighed at this thought. Fortunately, this world was not the same as the old one. There was much she could do. For instance, her grandpa had already given some longevity pills to a few of his old comrades. And the ginseng health pills would be enough for them to slowly recover. This was a positive change. As for the current chaos, Mushi looked at her grandpa. Grandpa, do you want me to do something? Like take care of the committee leader? Then whoever takes over, she will see who is fearless. Oh my, to be honest, this idea. Mushi's eyes lit up, and her heart began to race. After dealing with her own neighborhood, she could take on the whole country. Anyone who abuses their power to do shady things won't escape. She wants to see if, after everything is dealt with, anyone will dare to falsely accuse others. Will the committee still dare to arrest people without investigation? Although violence is not encouraged, it can be quite effective. The more Mushi thought about it, the brighter her eyes became. Her expression made the elderly couple exchange glances. You don't need to do anything, just take care of yourself. You don't need to get involved in other matters, the old man chuckled and quickly declined. Right, those old folks in the capital can handle it. Why would they need my granddaughter? Are they just sitting around doing nothing? If those old guys can't manage this, do they really need my granddaughter to clean up after them? The old lady spoke quite sharply. Mushi suspected that even if a high-ranking official stood in front of her, her grandmother would still speak her mind. This also proves that her grandparents really have a good relationship with the leaders. They are truly comrades who have been through thick and thin together. This bond is for a lifetime. After all, they have faced life and death together and trusted each other with their backs. Mushi couldn't help but feel a bit envious of their camaraderie. After being persuaded by her grandparents, Mushi felt gloomy. Is there really no chance to realize such a good plan? If only the old couple knew what was in her heart, they would surely have given her a long talk. It's not that simple. Can you just go around doing whatever you want? And on a national scale? Wouldn't the country have to investigate? Wouldn't the common people be anxious? If the country finds out, that would be better, but it's impossible. If Mushi really did something, she wouldn't leave any evidence. And that would be even worse. If the country can't find anything, it would make them look ineffective, and their credibility would plummet. What kind of consequences would that bring? The whole country would be in chaos. So, while it might seem easy to take action, the consequences would be very serious. If killing could solve problems, it would have been done long ago. Mushi knows all this. She's just having a moment of excitement. Now that we live in a society governed by law, she must follow the rules and wouldn't dare provoke the country just because she has some power. The country's might is not to be underestimated. Why would she want to end her life when she has such a good life? Isn't it better to live well? However, doing good deeds is something she can share with her grandparents. Over time, more members have joined the organization, and the whole community is now fully engaged and on the right track. Mushi has also received a lot of recognition for her good deeds. It seems that doing good is indeed the right way to cultivate in these challenging times. Oh, she has been doing well. That's great. She's truly a child of the Zhou family. The elder was pleased to hear about Mushi's secret efforts, praising her multiple times. His joy made Mushi smile too. The grandmother also affectionately patted Mushi's hair. You've done a great job, but it must have cost you quite a bit. You don't have much savings and you've spent it on others. You should think a bit more about yourself, she said, getting up to fetch 2 bank books. These are our wages. Take them and use them as you need. If it's not enough, just let us know, and your grandfather and I will help you. You're doing good for the country and the people. You shouldn't have to bear this alone. Those old folks are stuck in their policies and can't do much, but they can't compare to my brave granddaughter. If this isn't enough, I'll ask them for more since they benefit from your efforts anyway. The grandmother was quite assertive, expressing a bit of frustration towards her old comrades. Mushi thought to herself that she was actually building her own influence. Spending someone else's money felt a bit inappropriate. The grandmother patted her hand. What's inappropriate about it? Sending food, drinks, and clothes to those in need all costs money. Hearing this, Mushi realized she had spoken her thoughts aloud. But after hearing her grandmother's words, she felt it made sense. Even though she took the items from her space, others wouldn't know that. They would see it as her own generosity. Yes, asking for some money is quite reasonable. You're right, Grandma, but I can't take your and Grandpa's money. Mushi felt that those bank books were too precious. They were the couple's lifetime savings, and she truly couldn't accept them. What's wrong with taking it? You are our beloved granddaughter. Once we're gone, all of this will be yours anyway. Grandma, Mushi interrupted with a serious expression. There are longevity pills and various health-enhancing elixirs. She always finds a way to help them live longer. So, she doesn't like her grandmother talking about bad things. All right, I won't say anything more. But you must keep this money. We can't bear to let you carry all the pressure alone, her grandmother said. Grandma, I feel no pressure at all. The supplies I send out are from our family's heritage. Plus, I am negotiating with the military in Kyoto to provide them with hemostatic medicine. Once the deal is done, I won't lack money. Besides, while my original intention is to help talented individuals who have been wronged, the people I recruit to help me are my own allies, not relying on subsidies from leaders. What if others get involved and her efforts are undermined? That would mean all her hard work was for nothing. The elderly lady was at a loss. You keep your money for now. If I really run out, I will definitely come to you for help, so don't say I'm a bother then. Go on, you silly girl. I will never find you bothersome. The grandmother lightly patted her, as gentle as a caress. Mushi made the old couple laugh until she left after dinner. On the way back to the village, there was a stretch of barren land. While walking slowly, Mushi suddenly paused for a moment, but quickly resumed her normal pace. The people following her saw that the area was deserted, which was the perfect opportunity to act. They signaled, and 6 people rushed at her from 3 different directions. All of them quickly closed in on Mushi and immediately tried to capture her. Mushi turned around, and upon seeing them, she felt quite pleased. Wow, you really think highly of me, bringing so many at once. No matter who sent them, their numbers showed they recognized her strength. After a brief thought, Mushi sprang into action, taking them all down. That wasn't enough. She also gave each one a good beating, ensuring they looked fine on the outside, but felt pain all over. Finally, she took out a bundle of rope from her basket, which was actually from her space, and tied them up, then sent them to the police station. Seeing their demeanor, it was clear they weren't ordinary troublemakers, but rather dangerous individuals. This led her to a reasonable conclusion. They were likely remnants of a human trafficking gang. They must have heard about her and come seeking revenge. She knew she had some skills, so when she arrived, there were 7 people, plus their leader. Unfortunately, she still underestimated Mushi. She appeared at the county police station holding a string of candied hawthorns. The police on duty quickly ran over to ask, "Comrade, what's going on?" "Officer, I was returning to my village from the county when these people suddenly attacked me from behind, trying to harm me. I acted in self-defense and captured them. Now, I'm handing them over for questioning. I just want to know who sent them to hurt me, if they have any accomplices, and why they wanted to harm me." a string of candied hawthorns. We confess. We all confess. As long as they could escape this nightmare, they would do anything. It was terrifying. They felt pain in every bone. In just a short time, all 7 looked pale as ghosts from the torment. The officer looked suspiciously at the 7 and then turned to Mushi. This was strange. In all his years as a police officer, it was the first time he encountered someone eager to confess. And this woman, capturing 7 by herself, was quite impressive. Despite his thoughts racing, the professional officer quickly took the 7 into separate interrogation rooms to prevent them from colluding. Of course, Mushi also answered some basic questions since she was involved. The interrogation went smoothly because the 7 were very cooperative. They didn't want to cooperate, but the pain they felt made them realize that refusing would have consequences they couldn't handle. Don't ask, just regret. Having escaped the law, why would they willingly walk into a trap set by that fierce woman? If only they had known. Money can't buy foresight. An hour later, the officer approached Mushi with the interrogation results. Comrade Mu, it's clear now. These people are part of a human trafficking gang. They heard about the incident on the train and knew you were the reason their group was taken down, so they came to seek revenge. Oh, so this counts as attempted murder? Mushi nodded, confirming they were indeed remnants of the trafficking gang. The officer replied, they said they didn't intend to kill you. They planned to capture you and sell you in the mountains. That's quite a plan they had. It said that those who walk on the edge of the law aren't foolish, and that's true. Only the smart can engage in illegal activities. Just thinking about it would scare a fool to death. Intentional murder and human trafficking, it's clear which is more serious. Comrades in public security, as members of a human trafficking gang, they must have trafficked many women and children. Plus, with their deliberate revenge, even though it was unsuccessful, the situation is serious enough for the death penalty or life imprisonment, right? Comrade Mu, we understand your feelings, but sentencing must be handled by the court. Our country's laws state that serious cases of human trafficking carry a minimum sentence of 15 years in prison, and there is no death penalty. The public security officer replied honestly. In the 1970s, the laws were not very complete. The maximum legal penalty for human trafficking was 15 years in prison, with no death penalty provision. It wasn't until the 1990s that the sentencing for trafficking was revised. Mushi was not very satisfied, but they were speaking the truth. However, it didn't matter. The spiritual energy she placed on those individuals was constantly tormenting their nerves. Thinking about it, the death penalty would actually be too lenient for them. After leaving the police station, it was already dark, and Mushi made her way back to the village in the dark. This time, nothing unexpected jumped out at her. Upon returning home, the rose vines on the wall sensed Mushi's arrival and reached out a tendril to greet her. Master, why are you back so late? I ran into some issues, so I was delayed. Did Wei Wei take good care of the house? Hearing this question, the tendril stood proudly in front of her and said, Of course. Wei Wei is the best at watching over the house. Really? Then Wei Wei is amazing. Mushi said in a tone like she was talking to a child. Yes, Wei Wei was indeed like a child. Despite being quite old for a flower, it had the mind of a 3- or 4-year-old. As a little helper, Mushi often indulged it, and there was nothing wrong with that. After comforting the little one, she chatted with the old young tree for a bit before going inside to wash up and practice. In the following days, Mushi's life returned to normal. She worked in the morning, occasionally went into the mountains in the afternoon, visited her grandparents every couple of days, and dropped off supplies at various points. Oh, and to pay her subordinates, Mushi also made a trip to the black market, where she found the black market boss and sold a batch of grain. This was also to supply the market. During this time, every household was struggling. Living in the countryside was somewhat better. Those who planted vegetables and potatoes in their yards at least wouldn't starve. In the city, workers received rationed food, but the quantity was limited. Some families had to support many people with just 1 or 2 workers, so the rations were definitely not enough, and buying more wasn't always possible. They might also lack the necessary tickets. Despite various difficulties, every family is struggling to make ends meet. This is why the black market has emerged. Prices are a bit high, but the black market doesn't require tickets, and the supply is even better than that of the supply and marketing cooperatives. So many people visit it. After all, stockpiling is in the genes of our people. When there isn't enough food at home, it creates a sense of insecurity, leading to efforts to fill that gap. The batch of grain produced by Mushi can ease the anxiety of many families and perhaps even save some. It can be considered a good deed. Half a month later, Mushi received a reply from Chi Xingbai. The collaboration was confirmed, and the other party stated they would provide her with medicinal materials, waiting for her to report the needed items so the military could prepare them. The letter also mentioned that she should consider the pricing issue and included a price list for her reference. Mushi thought to herself that this person was quite reliable. She looked at the price list and saw that the military also had hemostatic medications, but their effectiveness was not as good as hers. The prices listed were quite low, just a few dimes for a large bottle. Mushi fell silent, once again struck by the prices of this era. She remembered that her hemostatic powder was measured in grams, with 5 grams sufficient for small wounds and about 10 to 20 grams needed for larger ones. Suddenly, she found it troublesome to set a price that would ensure she didn't lose out while also making it seem like a good deal for others. Ideally, it should look substantial, but that would naturally raise the price. Perhaps she could try making it into pills?
Pills are easier to price.
No wonder most sellers offer their medicines in pill form, like capsules, which contain powder but have a shell.
Who knows if there's a reason for that?
However, her hemostatic medicine is for external use, making it unsuitable for pills. Would she really have people crush them when treating wounds? That would be unnecessary. After much deliberation, Mushi decided on a price of 50 cents for a small package of 20 grams. This price was in line with the market, especially since she was supplying the military and didn't want to charge too much. Plus, they were providing her with materials, so she was essentially just charging for her labor. Oh dear, thinking about it, 50 cents seemed a bit much. But never mind, her method of making medicine is valuable. Besides, with such great effectiveness, it deserves that price. A 20-gram package can stop bleeding for large wounds, but it can also be used sparingly for smaller ones. The military often deals with injuries and bleeding, so Mushi wasn't worried about sales. She thought she would need to prepare at least a few thousand, even tens of thousands of these, and they were consumables. This meant she would have a lot of income. Mushi quickly sent the letter to Chi Xingbai and then stayed home to make medicine like crazy. She wanted to be fully prepared before the next letter arrived. After all, money was calling to her. Just as she finished making over 10,000 packets of hemostatic medicine and was ready to take a break, the team sounded the alarm for the autumn harvest. Every year, the autumn harvest was like a battle. Everyone in the team had to participate fully in the rush to gather crops. The autumn harvest signified the end of a year of hard work, and the rewards depended on this final push. No matter if they were children or the elderly, everyone did what they could. The laborers, of course, rolled up their sleeves and worked hard, sweating to get the food stored as soon as possible. Mushi was inspired by the lively atmosphere. Usually, she only worked half a day, but this time she worked all day until sunset before leaving the fields with the other members. During the autumn harvest, everyone shared a communal meal. This was the rule of the Red Star team, mainly to lighten the load for the members, as this was the busiest time of the year, and they shouldn't have to cook after a long day of work. Mushi went to the drying area, where the harvested crops were spread out. After a few days of sun exposure, the grains would be ready for storage. Next to the drying area, 2 large pots were set up, and the village's elderly women were serving food to those who arrived first. This was the communal meal. It was the first time Mushi saw such a scene, and out of curiosity, she also got a portion of food. The taste was not bad, but not great either. Perhaps influenced by the atmosphere, she finished everything. Although she came from a post-apocalyptic world, as a wood-type ability user and one of the few powerful ones, her life was actually quite good. If she were to compare, she would say she was living much better than anyone in this era. This was the difference in social classes. It was common for ordinary people at the bottom of the post-apocalyptic world to struggle for food. However, powerful individuals not only had enough to eat, but sometimes lived even better than before the apocalypse. She belonged to the top tier of powerful individuals and could create various foods herself. Mushi watched everyone eating hungrily and thought to herself, people in this era are truly easily satisfied. The joy of harvest, the satisfaction of a meal, simple and ordinary. Mushi felt inspired and suddenly wanted to do something. She looked at the vegetables and noticed there was no meat, and she thought she knew what to do. The next morning, as the members of the team hurried to the front of the department, they were shocked to see 2 large wild boars. Oh my gosh, who did this? Wild boars. Dead wild boars. Are they from our team? Who is so skilled to hunt 2 wild boars? Amid the noise, the team leader frowned and walked into the crowd, immediately drawn to the 2 wild boars. Where did these come from? The team leader asked, looking confused. I did it, came a clear voice from Mushi. Everyone turned to look at her. Mushi thought to herself, yes, she had anticipated this moment when she decided to bring back 2 wild boars, knowing it would attract attention. Mu Jiqing, did you really hunt these wild boars? The team leader had to question the truth of her words, as Mu Jiqing looked too small to have killed a wild boar. However, the team leader remembered Mu Jiqing's strength, which had been evident over the past few months. Could it really be her who hunted the wild boars? The team leader's gaze shifted as he realized that someone who could single-handedly take down 2 wild boars could not be an ordinary person, especially not a woman. He looked at Mushi, sensing a mysterious aura about her. Mushi thought, imagining things is a problem that needs fixing. The other team members looked at Mushi in disbelief. Who is this remarkable person? But then they quickly realized they might get to eat meat. According to government regulations, resources from the mountains were collective property and could not be claimed by individuals. This meant that although Mu Jiqing had hunted the wild boars, they belonged to the team as a whole. As everyone gazed at the 2 wild boars, their eyes lit up with excitement. The team leader cleared his throat. Everyone, please be quiet. Mu Jiqing saw how hard everyone worked during the harvest and specially brought us a treat. Let's give her a round of applause to show our gratitude. With that, everyone erupted in applause, genuinely thankful to Mushi for providing them with meat, especially during the exhausting harvest season, which would help them recover their strength. Mushi. In our team, the rule is that whoever hunts the prey gets a 20% share. Don't think it's too much. After all, they take the risk while we do nothing and just receive the benefits. We don't really have the right to complain. The way rewards are shared varies in different places. Most often, it's divided equally among everyone with a few extra pounds for those who put in the effort. Once the meat is divided, it serves as a form of compensation. Some places give 30% or even 50% to those who worked hard, but that's rare. The Red Star team has always followed the 20% rule. If they catch 100 pounds of meat, that means 20 pounds for the hunter. If they catch 200 pounds, that's 40 pounds. Since Mushi hunted 2 large wild boars, which weigh quite a bit, she could expect around 70 to 80 pounds of meat. That's quite a lot. The team members accepted this well, because it had always been this way. If anyone disagreed, they could try hunting themselves and earn their share too. The leader spoke to prevent any trouble from the young workers, but it didn't work out that way. Zhang Pandi hesitated and said, "Leader, this isn't right. Mushi doesn't want to take advantage of us. She's trying to help improve our meals, and we shouldn't treat her unfairly." She didn't agree with giving Mushi 20%, which meant 70 to 80 pounds of meat. If that went to Mushi, the rest would get less. In the past few months, she had barely eaten any meat. Now that there was a chance, how could she let her share slip away? But she couldn't openly oppose the leader. She couldn't afford to offend her. Plus, since Mushi brought the meat, she couldn't act ungrateful. So, she tried to express her thoughts in a roundabout way. But everyone could see through her words. Even if they didn't catch her exact meaning, they understood she was against giving Mushi her fair share. She spoke as if she was looking out for Mushi, but it was obvious to everyone. The crowd at the youth station felt a wave of frustration. They looked at Zhang Pandi, as if to say, "You think you're the only one with a voice? What about the rest of us?" Chun Hongjun and Song Xiaomei exchanged glances, both feeling deep helplessness. This leader was truly impossible to deal with. After all, there are too many monsters, and they can't predict what these people will do in advance to stop it at the source. There's nothing to be done, really nothing. The team leader looked at Zhang Pundi with a sharp gaze. "So what do you mean?" Zhang Pundi blinked her eyes to appear innocent, like a pure flower. "I think it's better to distribute evenly according to national policy." Yes, she was supporting national policy. That's right. Sure, that sounds nice, but isn't it just to get a bigger share? Since no one else spoke, Duan Zi's disdainful laugh was very clear, and at least the people in the circle heard it, including Zhang Pundi. She turned and glared at Duan Zi. "Is there something wrong with supporting national policy? Are you unhappy with it, Duan Jiqing?" That was a killer line. Don't underestimate Zhang Pundi's background. She knows how to make accusations, and Duan Zi, who lacks sense, really can't compete with her. Mushi secretly shook her head. She hadn't seen these two for a long time and usually didn't pay much attention to them. She only occasionally heard gossip from the older women, saying that they were constantly at odds, living in the same youth station and under one roof, without a moment of peace. Mushi felt indifferent towards them, but thought the other youth must be suffering. It wasn't easy for them to deal with these two. "Zhang Jiqing, you don't need to take it so seriously. Every place has its own rules. According to national policy, these two wild boars must be handed over to the commune," the team leader said sternly. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in anger, directing their accusations at Zhang Pundi. "Zhang Jiqing, stop pretending to understand. If you're so capable, why didn't you catch the two wild boars? Mu Jiqing is improving everyone's meals, and you don't get to decide how it's distributed." "Exactly. You keep talking about national policy, but our team is too small to accommodate your big ideas. Why don't you go work for the government?" "Ha, she wishes. You should see if the government wants her." Faced with the crowd's outrage, Zhang Pundi bit her lip and fell silent. She hadn't expected the team leader's words to make her the target. And handing over to the commune? She just wanted a little more meat. If it went to the commune, she wouldn't get anything and would be scolded by the members. Thinking of that outcome, Zhang Pundi dared not speak again. Seeing the turn of events, Duan Zi felt pleased. Just as she was about to poke fun at Zhang Pundi again, she was stopped by Song Xiaomei, who came over to look at her. "Zhang Zi." "Song Xiaomei, just shut up, ancestor. With your little tricks, don't ruin the good situation we have." Even though everyone is a youth worker, because of Zhang Pundi's words, the meat that was within reach is about to slip away. Even the youth workers find her unpleasant. So, no one stood up to defend Zhang Pundi against a criticism. They could only say she was digging her own grave, pushing everyone to her opposite side. After a while, the team leader saw it was time to speak and raised his hand to quiet everyone. "All right, everyone, please be quiet. I really can't understand. If you don't like something, just move on and find what you do like. There are so many books out there. Surely one will suit you. Just because you don't like something doesn't mean others won't. And since the book is free, it didn't cost you anything. Giving a bad review really messes with your mindset. Our team has always had this rule. Those who contribute get 2 shares. If anyone disagrees, they can go hunt for their own food, but the deep mountains are dangerous, so we don't recommend going too far. Zhang Jiao, since you have such strong opinions and don't want to take anything from the state, then today you won't get any of this wild boar. If you have objections, feel free to report it to the commune. Our team is upright and not afraid of scrutiny. We welcome checks from above at any time. Once the team leader finished speaking, he arranged for people to carry the wild boar to the drying area and called for the butcher. The whole process didn't take much time. Everyone knew there would be meat for lunch, and they happily went to work, feeling energized. The whole team, both members and youth workers, looked cheerful. Only Zhang Pundi wore a long face, as if someone owed her money. She wanted to say it was unfair, but no one paid her any attention, and the team leader turned away to manage things. In her frustration, Zhang Pundi saw Mushi walking ahead and angrily quickened her pace to catch up. Mushio, don't you think this is wrong? Mushi glanced at her with a blank expression. Don't you think you're being unreasonable? You. How can you insult me? Why can't I? Besides, did I insult you? Zhang Pundi. You called me less than human? Mushi. I didn't say that, you said it yourself. A few words left Zhang Pundi confused and nearly in tears. You may have hunted the wild boar, but it's public property. Taking so much meat for yourself isn't right. If I were you, I would suggest an equal distribution so everyone would remember your kindness. Zhang Pundi tried to influence Mushi's thoughts.
Mushi replied, oh.
She had thought this way before, especially since she didn't like wild boar meat. However, Zhang Pundi's sudden appearance made her change her mind. There was nothing she could do. She had a rebellious spirit. Zhang Pundi asked, what kind of attitude is that? You won't get any of it anyway, so why are you so concerned? Do you think if I share my portion it will become yours? Mushi responded with confusion. Surprisingly, Zhang Pundi actually thought that way. With the right approach, she might be able to get a few pounds of meat from Mushi. Then she could say it was given to her by Mushi. She didn't believe anyone would dare to disagree. But now that Mushi had pointed it out, Zhang Pundi felt a bit nervous and stammered, I'm just doing this for your own good. Mushi rolled her eyes. Then I should thank you, right? No need, no need. Just giving her the meat would be the best thanks. Seeing her expression, Mushi understood what she was thinking and was momentarily speechless. Someone with such thick skin should really wear a bulletproof vest. Zhang Jiqing, it's important to be down to earth. Don't always try to play tricks. You're not the only smart person in the world. Others aren't all fools who can be easily fooled. Only someone like Duanzi would fall for that, but even she was just misled about a few things. Money was tightly held. After saying that, Mushi ignored her and walked past her toward the field. Zhang Pundi turned to stare at Mushi's back, wishing she could burn a hole through it. She cursed inwardly. Annoying brat. From the first time they met on the train, she had disliked Mushi. Why is it that both are girls, yet Mushi can act so freely? Zhang Pundi felt very upset when Mushi confronted Duanzi on the train. Duanzi was someone she wanted to impress. But Mushi didn't seem to care about her at all, making Zhang Pundi feel inferior. Why is that? When she looked at Mushi's clothes, they seemed to come from a similar background. If they were from the same background, she had to please others, while Mushi acted however she wanted. Zhang Pundi felt unbalanced and naturally disliked Mushi. When they arrived at the commune, Mushi stood out even more, being the only one to move out and live in her own house, enjoying her own little life. Everyone at the commune envied her, but no one was willing to spend that kind of money. Zhang Pundi is in a similar situation. She doesn't have much money, so she spends carefully. Her family doesn't give her any support, so she is even more cautious with her spending. She can only watch Mushi live freely, working just half a day. Whenever she thinks about this, she can't help but wonder, why is that fair? If only Mushi knew, she would probably say it's because of her hard work. If you could finish a full day's work in half a day, you could also work half a day. Instead of just feeling envious, why not look at how you waste time and only leave when it's dark?
How can you even ask why?
The new group of young workers was indeed slow when they first started with farm work. But they gradually adapted, and the 2 male workers managed to complete 8 work points each day. The female workers, like Duanzi, struggled to finish 5 or 6 points. Feng Rui was slightly better, averaging 6 points a day. Zhang Pundi is actually the most capable among them. She usually hovers around 7 or 8 work points, but she also spends the most time working. Sometimes, even when the work bell rings, she is still in the fields. She knows that while others can rely on their families, she can only depend on herself. Therefore, she has to work harder than anyone else to earn enough food and avoid going hungry next year. Normally, a hardworking girl like her should be well-liked. But her many worries hold her back. When she first arrived at the team and everyone was still unfamiliar, some people praised her for being capable. However, as time passed, those compliments faded away because everyone learned what kind of person she was, someone who often took advantage of others. No one in the team got close to her, except for Fong Rui, who stuck by her side because Zhang Pundi insisted on it. Fong Rui felt too shy to refuse, and Zhang Pundi took advantage of that. At noon, when the work bell rang, everyone instantly dropped what they were doing. They rushed to the drying area like a swarm of locusts, all excited and noisy. In the drying area, 2 large pots were steaming. The smell of meat filled the entire village. Everyone with bowls, plates, or lunch boxes lined up eagerly, peeking into the pots. This smells amazing. It must be wild boar meat. Haha, it's been a long time since our team has slaughtered a pig. Stop talking nonsense. It's not a holiday, so how could we slaughter a pig? Yes, this time we owe it to young worker Mu for letting us all enjoy some meat. That's right, Mu Jiqing is really impressive. Look at her little arms and legs. She can actually kill a wild boar. If the pig weren't right here, I wouldn't believe it. The big pot of rice for lunch was mostly made from leftover meat scraps, but everyone ate with great enthusiasm. In these times, just having a bit of meat is quite good. Plus, everyone enjoyed eating heartily. This meal left everyone very satisfied. After lunch, it was time for the second big event of the day, distributing the pork. Everyone quickly lined up, but they all agreed to leave the first spot for Mushi. Zhang Pundi, standing outside the crowd, watched Mushi move to the front, unable to hide her envy and resentment, clenching her fists in frustration. The butcher smiled widely when he saw Mushi and said, "Mu Jiqing, this is for you." He gave her a thumbs up. "All the pork is here. We have 370 pounds of clean meat from 2 wild boars. You can choose 74 pounds. Which part do you want me to cut for you?" The butcher was genuinely grateful to Mushi, the one who helped the whole village get meat, and the team leader had specifically told him to let her choose first. Mushi nodded and picked 50 pounds of mixed fatty and lean meat. "Please give me the spare ribs and pig's feet for the rest." She hadn't planned to take them, but since Zhang Pundi had stirred things up, she felt she should cooperate a bit to let everyone know that it was Zhang Pundi who caused everyone to get less meat. This way, Zhang Pundi had made a big enemy in the whole village. "Wait, you want spare ribs and pig's feet?"
This.
The butcher was momentarily taken aback by Mushi's request. Spare ribs and pig's feet can't compare to the meat. This Mu Jiqing. She truly deserves her reputation for improving everyone's meals. Look at her generosity. Those who heard her were so moved they almost cried on the spot.
Mu 11.
She didn't mean anything else. She simply likes spare ribs and pig's feet. Everyone stop. Mu Jiqing is a good person. The butcher chopped up a rack of spare ribs without weighing them, clearly estimating it to be over 20 pounds, and he also got her 4 pig's feet. He packed all 50 pounds of meat into her basket. The people waiting in line and those watching were all envious as Mushi filled her basket with meat, almost drooling. Of course, they quickly composed themselves. Mushi deserved all the meat. Without her, they wouldn't get any, especially not this delicious lunch. As the pork was distributed, those who received it were all smiles, as happy as if it were the new year. Even those still in line were patient. After all, the meat was worth the wait. Mushi didn't stick around and took her meat home first. On her way back, she met Shin Ho-hot and mentioned that she hadn't planned to take so much meat. By the afternoon, this news spread throughout the village, and everyone knew that Mu Ziqing didn't intend to keep all that meat. She was just trying to improve everyone's meals. It was all because of Zhang Ziqing's careless words that they lost over 70 pounds of meat. Suddenly, Zhang Pundi became the target of everyone's anger. Whenever she encountered villagers, they would point and make snide remarks, and some even openly insulted her. They called her names, saying she couldn't stand to see others do well. They mocked her for trying to take advantage and ending up with nothing. At first, Zhang Pundi fought back, but as the whole village turned against her, she couldn't respond no matter how much she tried. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she ended up crying. While crying, she cursed Mushi in her heart. It was all her fault. Why couldn't she just give up her share of meat? Then everyone would have thanked her for standing up for them, and she would have been a hero in the village. Instead, she was now the target of everyone's anger. It was all that wretched Mushi's fault. While cutting rice in the field, Mushi suddenly stood up straight and sneezed.
Who is cursing me?
But she didn't pay much attention. Those who only insult from behind are clearly lacking in confidence. Anyone confident in their abilities would confront her directly. She just needed to wait. With that thought, Mushi bent down and continued harvesting rice. Because she had promised the team leader to work fully during the autumn harvest, Mushi worked hard that day, accomplishing what others would do in 2 days. Fortunately, during the autumn harvest, work points were calculated based on the amount of work done. This meant that the more work you did, the more points you earned, with no upper limit. Those who worked harder naturally earned more points. It's not just about finishing a piece of land and calling it a day. On the first day yesterday, Mushi earned 22 work points, the highest in the entire second team. Even the strong young men couldn't match her. Everyone had worked together for a few months, so they all knew how capable Mu Jiqing was. They could only admire her without questioning. Especially today, after Mushi single-handedly took down 2 wild boars, everyone thought she truly deserved those 22 work points. As a result, many women started to show interest in Shun Ho-hot. Who wouldn't like such a capable girl? Previously, they noticed Mushi only worked half a day, earning a full day's points, and some wondered if she was being lazy. But now, seeing her skills, they thought that even if she didn't work all the time, it was a huge benefit to improve their family's meals occasionally. If they could marry Mu Jiqing, they would have endless meat. With this thought, who could sit still? After work, everyone gathered around Shun Ho-hot, hinting for her to help them out. Shun Ho-hot thought, "It's just that my boys have all settled down, otherwise, you wouldn't be thinking about this." To be honest, she felt none of her sons were worthy of Mu Jiqing. Mu Jiqing could work, hunt, and live independently. She really wanted to ask, what would she gain by marrying into their family? Just the noise of a big family?
Ha!
Shun Ho-hot felt quite sarcastic about it. But she smiled and said she would help them talk to Mu Jiqing. How she would do that was her business. Moreover, she believed Mu Jiqing wouldn't find a partner in the village since she was a youth worker and might return to the city at any time. What would happen to a partner then? Mu Jiqing's family valued her highly and must have advised her well. If she were to have children, she would definitely have many reminders. These older women were a bit unrealistic. But it was understandable. A talented woman like Mu Jiqing would naturally attract admiration. If she had a son around her age, she would think about it too. When she got home, Shun Ho-hot chatted with her husband, while the team leader listened quietly. In the end, he said, "Don't get involved in this. Just let Mu Jiqing know." Shun Ho-hot said, "I know, I won't get involved. I just think their plans are likely to fail. That's their business." Shun Ho-hot rolled her eyes. No wonder she didn't like talking to the men about these things. Conversations like this could really drag on. It was better to talk to her old friends, who always listened to her. The next morning, the captain called everyone to the fields. Shun Ho-hot pulled Mushi along. "Mu Jiqing, what do you think about finding a partner?" Mushi was puzzled. "Auntie, just say what you need." "Well, a few women from the village came to me yesterday, wanting me to talk to you. They all have sons who are still single."
Mu 11 blinked.
Were the wild boars that powerful? Suddenly, she was in demand? "Auntie, I'm not planning to find a partner right now. I don't want to disappoint them." "Oh, there's no need to feel that way. I know you must have your own thoughts. Their ideas probably won't work out anyway. Don't feel pressured. I'm just asking. I actually think it won't happen. You can earn points and hunt for yourself, so why marry into their family? Once a woman gets married, she has to take care of a whole family, which is not the same as being single," Shun Ho-hot reflected. Mushi completely agreed. She enjoyed her independence and didn't see the need to marry just to serve someone else's family. That would be foolish. It wasn't that she was against marriage. She simply didn't want to worry about things that didn't concern her. If she did marry, it would be to manage her own household. The two chatted briefly before they reached the fields and got to work. Shun Ho-Hot was skilled at farming. During the busy harvest season, it was tougher, but the rewards were greater. She earned 12 work points on the first day and 13 on the second. After enjoying a good meal and a restful night, she aimed for 15 work points today. Having a goal gave her motivation, and she worked with enthusiasm. Mushi maintained her usual pace, which was still restrained. If she used her magic freely, she could easily harvest all the rice in the field in an instant. But she wouldn't do that. Earning over 20 work points in a day was enough. Anything more would be too much. The autumn harvest is usually done on clear sunny days, with a sky free of clouds and the fresh morning air filled with the scent of plants. Mushi really enjoys such mornings. Working in this environment can be tiring, but it brings a good mood as people nearby chat and laugh while they work. Before long, the autumn harvest is nearing its end. The main crops, corn and rice, have all been harvested, and the last 2 or 3 days are for sweet potatoes and peanuts. The grains collected a few days ago have already been stored away. Only the recently harvested ones remain, still a bit damp and needing to dry for 2 days before storage. Given the recent weather, everyone is not worried at all, and is even quite happy, knowing that in previous years, rain often came halfway through the harvest. During those times, it was not just the team leader who was worried. Everyone struggled to eat. Farmers rely on the weather. If the heavens do not provide, they might end up with nothing by the end of the year, and sometimes even struggle to feed themselves. 10 years ago, there was a severe drought, and many faced starvation, eating tree bark and dirt. Countless people died from hunger, and those who survived were just skin and bones. Because of this, even now, mentioning 10 years ago makes everyone uneasy. Just as everyone is celebrating that this year's harvest is going smoothly, Mushi looks at the sky early in the morning with a slightly serious expression. She senses the humidity in the air, a sign that rain is coming. Even though the sky is still clear, her instincts are rarely wrong. Frowning, when it's time to work, she doesn't head straight to the fields but instead finds the team leader to explain the situation. Mu, are you saying it's going to rain? The team leader looks at the sky, and then seriously at Mushi. It is indeed a sunny day, and he can feel the heat, even if it is a bit muggy. Team leader, please quickly arrange for the workers to gather the grains from the drying area. It will definitely rain within an hour, Mushi says firmly. This makes the team leader hesitate. Are you really sure it will rain? We are racing against time to dry the grains. If we listen to you and bring them in, and it doesn't rain, the grains could spoil. Who will take responsibility for that? There are still so many grains left. This is not a light matter. I will take full responsibility.
Mu 11 promises earnestly.
The team leader looks at her seriously, and after a long moment, he exhales. All right, we will follow your advice. But rest assured, if it doesn't rain, I will share the responsibility with you. He chose to trust Mu Jiqing. Since it was his decision, he naturally could not let Mu Jiqing bear the consequences alone. After the team leader finished speaking, he quickly arranged for people to gather the grain. Mushi smiled slightly. The team leader's choice was what she expected. Knowing how he would decide is why she chose to inform him. The members of the Hongxing team were quite good. At least during her few months there, everything had been peaceful. The few incidents that occurred were caused by the young workers. Perhaps it was because she got along well with Aunt Ho-Hot and her old friends. The troublemakers in the village did not bother her. She was grateful to Aunt Ho-Hot. So, this gratitude was passed on to the team leader. She also truly did not want the members' hard work over the year to go to waste. Grain soaked by rain is prone to mold. If she saw it happening and did not warn them, she would feel guilty. The members did not know why the team leader suddenly ordered everyone to gather the grain, but they moved quickly and orderly. It was clear that the team leader had authority. However, he was also troubled about whether to inform the other production teams. Even if he did, others might not believe him, which was the key issue for the team leader. But for Comrade Shun Ho-Hot, this was not a problem at all. Why do you care if others believe it? You've done your part by notifying them. Whether they believe it is their business. What they do is not our concern. The team leader suddenly realized, right, I've given the necessary warnings. What they do is not my concern. Saying this, he hurriedly rode off on his bicycle. Shun ho hot. Just as the team leader left, the drying area became lively. The workers in the fields were unaware that the team leader had ordered all the grain that was not fully dried to be gathered. Lin Weining, who came back to deliver sweet potatoes, found that the grain was gone from the drying area. The people still in the fields received the news. Not knowing the situation, they began to argue. What's going on? Why was our grain gathered?
Who ordered this?
If the grain is gathered before it's dried, it could mold, and that's a huge loss. Hurry, bring it all back out. We can't just gather it like this. It's a mess. Who is causing all this trouble? Most of those guarding the drying area were older villagers. They couldn't do the heavy work, so during the autumn harvest, they stayed by the drying yard, watching the grain as if it were their own eyes. The team leader ordered them to collect the grain, and they asked why. They heard it might rain soon, and although they didn't fully believe it, better safe than sorry. Stop shouting. This is the team leader's order. You should all get back to work. Do you not want your work points? An elderly man with gray hair but full of energy shouted at the crowd. Why is the team leader doing this? Yeah, has the team leader lost his mind? The sun is about to come out. If we don't dry the grain quickly, it will be collected instead. What is he thinking? No way. We can't let the team leader act recklessly. This is our food for next year, and nothing can go wrong. Food was life in those days. Since it was about their survival, everyone was restless. What are you all making noise about? The team leader has his reasons for this. He got news that it will rain soon, so he decided to collect the grain. Look at you all, panicking. You know what kind of person our team leader is, right? He wouldn't let us suffer. Just relax. Once the rain stops, he will have the grain out again. The old man tapped his cane on the ground, scolding the crowd. But the members who were scolded were very obedient. There was no choice. After all, this old man was highly respected. He was the highest authority in the village besides the team leader. He was the clan leader of Yonglu village and also the former village head. However, he hadn't been the village head for many years due to his age. He had passed the responsibilities to the younger generation and now only came out to help during the autumn harvest to stay active. When the clan leader was mentioned, everyone felt a bit embarrassed. They realized they might have overreacted. They all saw how hard the team leader had worked for them over the years, and he would never joke about the grain. Yet, they had questioned him. They felt ashamed. The members fell silent. After listening for a while, Lin Weining suddenly spoke up, "But the weather doesn't look like it's going to rain, does it?" When she spoke suddenly in the quiet crowd, it felt very out of place. So, everyone turned to look at her. Is Lin Jiqing questioning the team leader's decision? This is our village's matter. You have no right to interfere. If I remember correctly, you were just going around talking about how the grain was being collected. Yes, it's her. She misled us into coming here to demand an explanation. You, a young intellectual, why you have such bad thoughts? What good does it do us to misunderstand the team leader? All right, from now on, we won't believe anything the young intellectuals say. That's true, but we need to exclude Mu from this. She is genuinely on our side, unlike some others. This Lin is truly terrible, ugh. No wonder she can do such dirty things, Lin Wanqing's words seemed to trigger something, causing the villagers to vent their frustrations on her. Some even questioned how she could have the nerve to show her face. This made Lin Wanqing's chest rise and fall with anger, nearly making her faint. And there was no one around her. Now the whole village isolated her. No one would come near her, except for a few old men, but even they wouldn't approach her now. After all, Lin Wanqing was still officially Su Guanglin's wife. Even the old men valued their lives. In fact, Lin Wanqing created this scene to sow discord, trying to turn the villagers against the team leader. Her life was already ruined, so she wanted everyone else to suffer too. She looked around with hatred. None of these people were innocent. They all deserved to pay. When the villagers met her gaze, they felt a chill. It was as if they were being watched by a malevolent spirit. But when they snapped back to reality, they all glared back at her. Come on, there were so many of them. How could they be afraid of just one person? At that moment, The clear skies suddenly turned gray, and a light rain began to fall. It's raining! I can't believe it's really raining. As they felt the moisture on their skin, they couldn't help but exclaim. In the blink of an eye, the light rain turned into a heavy downpour, and everyone hurried to find shelter. The team leader is so wise. Yes, if we had waited for the rain to come down before collecting, it would have been too late. Who would have thought a heavy rain would come so suddenly? The rain came so quickly. If the team leader hadn't made arrangements to collect the grain in a hurry, there would have been losses. At that moment, everyone felt relieved. Meanwhile, the team leader, who had gone out to notify everyone and was rushing back in the rain, also sighed in relief. Fortunately, he listened to Mu's advice and made the right decision. After all, very few took his words seriously, and several production teams hadn't finished harvesting. After this heavy rain, they didn't know how much they would lose. The team leader sighed. Their team only had some sweet potatoes and peanuts left, but that wasn't a big deal. The sudden heavy rain forced the autumn harvest to pause. The team members were relaxed and happy about this unexpected day off, especially since the harvest had lasted nearly half a month. During that time, they had worked really hard. It was tiring, but also joyful, because storing the grain meant they wouldn't go hungry next year. Meanwhile, other teams had to worry about collecting their grain in the rain and were anxious about the crops still in the fields. No one knew how long the rain would last. In short, it was stressful. Several teams that didn't take Captain Tang's warning seriously were now regretting it. He had come specifically to inform them, but they hadn't listened. Mushi didn't join the excitement outside. The heavy rain kept her indoors, so she could only enjoy tea and watch the rain. Before the apocalypse, she liked rainy days. After the apocalypse, she no longer enjoyed them. The rain now was either corrosive acid rain or virus-laden black rain, which no one could like, except for zombies. This was actually the first rain since she arrived in this world. The rain lasted for 2 days. Occasionally, the rain would lighten, but it would quickly intensify again. Mushi stayed home for 2 days. At first, she enjoyed the rain, but later got bored and started practicing. She had reached the 9th level of chi refinement and was just one step away from entering the foundation establishment stage. Now was the time to accumulate spiritual energy. As long as she had enough, she could break through at any moment. For others, this might be very difficult due to the lack of spiritual energy in this era. But in Mushi's space, there was not only spiritual energy but also spiritual stone mines. This was why she could reach the 9th level of chi refinement so quickly. Once she reached the foundation establishment stage, it would be a whole different story from chi refinement. She wouldn't fear much unless someone tracked her down. Even if she couldn't withstand something, she could still run. 2 days later, the rain stopped and the sun came out. Everyone could finally go outside, and the team members rushed to the granary to check if the grain was okay. After being covered for 2 days, they were worried about mold. Fortunately, when the captain arranged for the grain collection, he had instructed them to spread it out as much as possible instead of packing it directly. So the result was good. The grain had not molded. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. While the sun was out, everyone worked together to carry the batch of grain to the drying area. As long as they dried it quickly, it could be stored soon. Everyone was busy and wore happy smiles on their faces. Once the grain was arranged, they realized there was nothing else to do. After 2 days of heavy rain, the fields were muddy, making it impossible to dig for sweet potatoes and peanuts. They would have to wait at least 2 days. So, early in the morning, the men were busy with the grain, while the women and young wives in the village took their baskets to the mountains to look for mushrooms. It was a common belief that mushrooms would appear after the rain. Mushi was no exception. Mu Jiqing, let's go together. We know where the mushrooms are plentiful, Shenhohat said, seeing Mushi join her and the other sisters. Mushi didn't refuse. Sure, I'll benefit from the experience of the ants. The older sisters with Shenhohat were already familiar with Mushi and assured her that she would see how good they were at finding mushrooms. Indeed, it wasn't long before Mushi's basket was filled to the brim. Although she had some special abilities, she had to admit that the ants were quite skilled. They really knew where to find them. "Ho, hot ant, my basket is full, so I'll head back now," Mushi said. "Oh, aren't you going to pick a few more?" "It's not often we get this chance, and you won't have another opportunity later," Shun Ho Hot urged. It had been months since the last rain, and with winter approaching, where else would they find mushrooms? They should gather as much as they could now, dry it, and have some extra food for winter. Otherwise, it would just be cabbage and potatoes all winter long, eating the same meals day after day. They had to find ways to improve their meals occasionally. After all, being able to eat enough was the greatest happiness in that era. "Yeah, Mu Jiqing, hurry back and get a bigger basket. We can't let this opportunity slip away," the other ants encouraged. To them, anything edible that they saw was something they couldn't pass up. How could they leave after picking only a few? With so many mushrooms waiting for them in the mountains, the ants were eager to collect more. They thought it would be a shame not to take full advantage of the mountain's bounty. Mushi felt a bit overwhelmed. She had only come out to enjoy the fresh air and pick a few mushrooms for fun. She didn't expect to be persuaded by the ants. Well, the ants are right. In this time of scarcity, food is precious. She will go back and get a bigger basket. Today, she won't go home until she has gathered everything from this mountain. Before long, Mushi returned to the mountain with a large basket on her back. With her subtle guidance, they gathered even more. They also met many people, mostly women. Some were familiar, while others were not. From what the ants said, Mushi learned that the unfamiliar faces were members of the neighboring team and young intellectuals. Since the villages are close, they share the mountain. Mushi didn't mind. She focused on helping the ants find mushroom spots, easily locating one after another. By noon, the ants looked at their full baskets, all smiling happily. They had already made one trip back. This was their second basket. "Let's head back. There probably isn't much left elsewhere." "These people are acting like bandits," one ant said, scanning the area. "Exactly, they're all like bandits." Another ant agreed. Shen Ho Hot laughed. "Haha, yes, everyone else is a bandit, but we are the good ones." She was truly amused by her two shameless old friends. She dared to say that among everyone who went up the mountain today, no one gathered more than them. Mushi was also entertained by the ants. They were clearly the biggest bandits. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were taking advantage of others, yet they still talked about others. The group chatted and laughed as they returned with their bounty. In the afternoon, Mushi ventured deeper into the mountains alone. She didn't take the ants with her. Although she could keep them safe, it was better to avoid unnecessary risks. She could show her skills to deter any threats, but revealing too much wasn't wise. So, the mushroom gatherers searched near the foot of the mountain. Even halfway up, no one dared to go. Who knows if wild animals would come down to hunt? If they encountered one, it could be deadly, and that would be too unfortunate. Now that autumn has arrived, many fruits in places people usually avoid have ripened. There are fruits like apples and pears and nuts like pine nuts, walnuts, and hazelnuts, all common in the north. While others were too scared to come, it was a good opportunity for Mushi. She entered the mountain to collect them. Nature's gifts should not be wasted. If she doesn't plant them in her space, they will be taken away, and soon there will be none left in the mountains. If her actions today lead to these things disappearing from the planet in the future, wouldn't that be a kind of sin? She wants to grow her own food instead of just taking it from others. Collecting mountain goods is a big task. Even with her magic, Mushi can't finish it all in one day. Fortunately, due to the heavy rain, they had a 2-day break. Mushi plans to start collecting from the inner mountains and then work her way out. If she can't finish after 2 days, she will let the team take the rest. The captain can arrange for others to help, but they can only work near the hillside, where she can guide them. With a plan in mind, Mushi ventures deeper into the mountains. Interestingly, the deeper she goes, the more vibrant the flowers and birds become, especially in the center, which feels like a paradise. Along the way, she encounters several wild beasts. If they were smarter, they might complain about her presence and wonder what she would take this time. Although they lack intelligence, they are still very aware of danger. Just one glance at Mushi shows them her strong aura, and they quickly run away, not wanting to risk their lives. At night, Mushi visits various supply points. Thinking about the heavy rain over the past 2 days, she not only sets aside grains but also some and herbs to ward off the cold. Living in the cow shed is already precarious, and getting sick would make it worse. Fortunately, some kind-hearted people have been bringing them food, helping many who are on the verge of giving up to survive again. The busy 2 days quickly pass. When work resumes, Mushi notices the team members occasionally looking at her. She raises an eyebrow, feeling puzzled. Their gazes are filled with curiosity and gratitude, not malice. Hearing some chatter nearby, she learns that the captain informed everyone about her warning regarding the rain. Knowing she was the one who alerted them, they feel grateful, as without her warning, they would have faced significant losses. In the eyes of the team, Mushi is like family. Although she may seem a bit out of place at times, her previous encounter with the wild boar and this warning have earned her everyone's respect. As for not fitting in, it's just part of her personality. Deep down, she is very warm-hearted. Otherwise, why would she think of their hard work during the autumn harvest and specially hunt 2 wild boars to improve their meals? She even took the risk of being misunderstood to remind the team leader that it was going to rain. What a noble character! What a friendly comrade! Everyone has started to support her and praise her in various ways. Even during lunch, the lady serving food generously filled Mushi's lunchbox to the brim. Mushi thought to herself, thankfully the lunchbox is this size. If she had brought a bigger bowl, the lady would have filled that too. This is too much enthusiasm. She was almost overwhelmed by it. After all, looking at the full lunchbox, she really couldn't finish it all. In the end, Mushi had no choice but to find Aunt Ho-Hot. Not wanting to waste food, she decided to share it with others. The first person that came to mind was Aunt Ho-Hot, who was with her close friends eating together. The strength of those aunties was undeniable. Just a small lunchbox of food, and they quickly finished it off. Meanwhile, Lin Weining and Zhang Pundi, sitting not far away, looked at Mushi's overflowing lunchbox with envy. Other young workers felt the same way. With limited food, everyone was only about 70 to 80% full. It wasn't possible to eat freely. This was especially true during the busy harvest season, where being only half full was the norm. After a tiring morning, they just wanted to enjoy their meals, but they couldn't get enough to eat. Seeing Mushi's full lunchbox naturally made them envious. However, they also knew that Mushi had done several good things for the team, and she deserved it. They admired her, but did not feel jealous. Lin Weining and Zhang Pundi, on the other hand, thought it was unfair that Mushi got so much. After a few failed attempts to confront her, they were now hesitant to speak up, knowing they would be here for a while and didn't want to offend anyone. In reality, the Red Star Brigade had a relatively simple and honest atmosphere, but if they were in a poorer, harsher place, they would likely be bullied. Not being liked meant no one would help them, so they would be easy targets for mistreatment. Once targeted, the outcome could be imagined. Fortunately, the Red Star Brigade is still a decent place, though it's not without its issues. Every place has its problems. But at least the captain of the Red Star Brigade, and most of the people are good. 3 days later, the autumn harvest officially ended. The grain was threshed and stored, and after a few more days, the brigade faced another important task, delivering grain to the state. In this planned economy era, all production teams must submit a certain amount of grain to the government based on their crop yield. Generally, if the yield is below 400 pounds per acre, they must submit 10%. If it's between 400 and 800 pounds, they must submit 12%, and if it's over 800 pounds, they must submit 15%. This year, the Red Star Brigade's yield fell into the second category, so they needed to submit 12%. The remaining grain would be the food supply for all members and young educated workers for the next year. Although the remaining amount seemed large, considering the population, it would barely be enough for everyone to survive. Even so, the members were happy because they had not faced natural disasters this year, which they considered very fortunate. They were easily satisfied. With the grain they received, they felt secure enough to manage their food supply, knowing that as long as they were careful, they wouldn't starve. During the grain delivery, Mushi got to see how things were done, which had a unique charm of its own. The Red Star Brigade finished their harvest quickly and successfully avoided a heavy rainstorm, so they were the first to deliver their grain. The brigade leader bent down with a smile, handing out cigarettes to the grain station staff. It looked a bit flattering, but it was necessary. As the saying goes, it's easy to meet the king of, but the little ghosts are hard to deal with. These grain station workers may not hold high positions, but they wield significant power, as their words could determine whether a brigade's grain met the standards. If the grain didn't meet the standards, they would have to submit more, making it difficult for the hard-working members to even get by. Thus, the brigade leader had to play nice. If he could win over these workers, his members would receive a bit more grain. "Hey, Captain Tang, you all came early this year," one staff member said, glancing at Tang Weiman. "Yes, I heard there was a heavy rainstorm a few days ago, but your Red Star Brigade suffered the least." Captain Tang even went to inform other production teams, but they didn't appreciate it, another staff member joked. "I imagine your harvest must be good this year. Other production teams are struggling to meet their grain delivery targets. Captain Tang, what should we do if they can't meet the targets and we have extra quotas?" The worker, smoking a cigarette, stared intently at Tang Weiman. This was already quite clear. The captain's face darkened as his mind raced. He absolutely could not let anyone use their Red Star team as a scapegoat. It was not their fault that other teams failed to meet their targets. He had warned them, but they didn't believe him and called him overly worried. What kind of situation was this? The captain silently cursed those people in his mind, but forced a smile on his face. "Brother Zhang, I wonder if you have any solutions. Our team can't provide more grain. The members are relying on the remaining grain to last the whole year." "Well, everyone is having a tough time. Our grain station has its own quotas too, but don't worry, we won't target your Red Star team." This did not comfort the captain. Not targeting their team did not mean they wouldn't have to contribute more. If they had to give more, the members would get less, and in the end, they would still suffer. The captain, feeling lost, walked to his tractor. Mushi had listened to the entire conversation and saw the captain's expression. He probably couldn't think of a solution. She stepped forward. "Captain, this is not the time to be discouraged. If we want to avoid giving more grain, there's only one way. We need to prove that our grain was also affected by the heavy rain."
Huh?
The captain was taken aback. Yes, if their grain was also soaked by the rain, they wouldn't be forced to give more. "But we don't have any wet grain." Mushi replied, "Can we create some wet grain? We can take a batch of grain, soak it in water, and once the situation is resolved, we can dry it again. Then we can store it separately, and when it's distributed, everyone can eat from this batch first. Soaking in water is not the same as being soaked in rain, and we can eat it quickly. Although it's not the best plan, it's better than giving away our grain. In these times, grain is life. The grain station may collect more grain with corresponding subsidies, but they only offer the market's lowest price. This means that the little money they provide is not enough for members to buy grain. Who would take such a deal? That would be foolish. But sometimes, they truly have no choice. If the national quotas are not met, the grain station can only forcibly collect from various production teams. The common people cannot fight against the authorities. They are just ordinary farmers, with no power to refuse. After hearing Mushi's words, the captain's eyes lit up. Although soaking the grain in water isn't ideal, he couldn't think of a better solution. As Mu Jiqing said, soaking the grain is better than having it taken away. At least it would ensure that the team members wouldn't go hungry for the next year. If soaking the grain didn't work, he would have to turn it in anyway and maybe get some money in return. That would be the worst outcome. Thinking this, the team leader couldn't stay any longer. He immediately called the deputy leader, who had come with him. "You stay here and watch over the grain. I'll head back now. Remind our team not to talk too much, especially about the grain situation. They must not tell anyone." Seeing the serious expression on the team leader's face, the deputy leader also became serious, even though he didn't know what was happening. "Don't worry, I will keep a close eye on them." The team leader patted him on the shoulder. With the heavy rain a few days ago, other teams are probably struggling. If they can't deliver their grain, Where will the grain station get the needed supply? The deputy leader's face changed dramatically.
What?
What do we do? So you need to remind them that our grain situation cannot be shared with outsiders. If anyone lets that slip, they will be responsible for the whole Hongxing team. The team leader spoke very seriously. The deputy leader understood and nodded firmly, realizing the weight of the task given to him. Don't worry, I understand. The team leader left feeling relieved, ready to soak the grain. Meanwhile, the deputy leader took on the task and quickly informed all the team members about the challenges they were facing. Everyone was worried. What if they had to deliver more grain? That would be disastrous. In the end, the deputy leader managed to calm everyone down. He believed that since the team leader left with confidence, he must have thought of a solution. Sharing this thought gave everyone hope. The team leader had always held a good reputation in the team, and with his recent prediction about the heavy rain, everyone felt even more confident in him. Since they were the first to arrive, the Hongxing team delivered their grain quickly. Given the special circumstances this year, the grain station staff were cautious and didn't cause any trouble. Once they received the receipt, the deputy leader and the others hurried back to the village, where they saw their team leader soaking the grain. Everyone. Are they tired from the journey? Otherwise, how could they see such a shocking scene? Whose good person soaked the grain in water? Are they crazy? The captain was busy, and when he turned around and saw them, he immediately shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Come help." "Wait, Captain, what's going on here?" Come on everyone. Our team is facing a big problem." Luckily, the captain thought of a solution, or we might lose this grain. "Hurry up and help." A member working nearby called out. The returning crowd, "Is this the captain's solution?" They didn't understand, but before they could ask, they were pulled over to help. Everyone thought, "Never mind, the captain knows what he's doing, so we won't think too much about it. It's not like we can figure it out anyway." After comforting themselves, they followed the others and soaked a batch of grain in water, then took it out to dry. The Red Star team worked hard, and it wasn't in vain. 2 days later, when the grain station came to collect grain, the captain brought out the still damp grain. The grain station staff's expression changed immediately. "What's going on? Didn't your Red Star team know it was going to rain first?" The captain smiled wryly and said, "Well, you don't know. We were indeed the first to know it was going to rain. But because time was tight, I just made a quick arrangement and rushed to inform the other production teams. Over here, everyone didn't take it seriously, so we were a step slow and got rained on. But it's mostly dry now. If you want to collect it, you can take it back and dry it some more." The captain smiled. "As citizens of the country, we are committed to supporting it. We know you have quotas to meet, and our Red Star team will definitely not hold you back. We have a total of 20,000 pounds of grain, which is our team's support for the national policy. We really can't provide more, and we hope you understand our difficulties." The grain collectors thought, "You've said all the nice and not so nice things. What more can I say?" And since this grain has been soaked in rainwater, he really didn't dare to accept it. What if it contaminates the grain in his storage? That would be a disaster. In the end, he could only force a smile, comfort the captain a bit, and left while cursing under his breath. He couldn't collect the grain soaked in rainwater, and he felt embarrassed to ask others for their dry grain. After all, everyone knew that the soaked grain was inedible, and he couldn't expect them to give up their last bit of food. They might even get angry with him. The person in charge was troubled as he headed to the next team. He heard that when Captain Tang notified each production team, not everyone ignored it. There were always one or two who listened and took his advice. The team leaders who listened to the advice thought, "So we should just accept our fate?" Just a moment ago, they were relieved because they avoided the heavy rain and saved their grain. But then, the grain collector arrived. Upon inquiry, he found out that the grain from the Hongxing team was also soaked, and they hadn't collected any grain at all. The team leaders complained, "That Tang guy is really unfair." Captain Tang just chuckled. This strategy was not something he could share with others. It was different from simply informing them about the rain. Now they were in competition. If everyone's grain got soaked, the grain station wouldn't receive any, and then they might target the teams that still had dry grain. That couldn't happen. It was better to let other teams provide grain. At this point, it was every man for himself. Several teams were caught off guard and reluctantly handed over some grain, feeling as if they were sacrificing a part of themselves just to send the grain station people away. The grain station workers looked at the grain being loaded. Although it didn't meet their expectations, at least they weren't leaving empty-handed, which was a good sign. They decided to check other teams first, collect what they could, and then see how much was still needed later. The plan worked. The grain station workers didn't linger and quickly took the grain away, leaving the team leader with tears in his eyes. Grain. My grain. Meanwhile, in the Hongxing team, everyone sighed in relief as their plan succeeded, followed by happiness. They had saved their grain so they wouldn't go hungry next year. Captain, you're so clever. Why didn't we think of this before? If we had known, we wouldn't have had to give away so much grain in previous years. Yeah, thinking back, it hurts to lose so much grain. Even though we got some money, it can't compare to the value of the grain. Hearing the team members, the captain couldn't help but smile wryly. Let's not dwell on the past. Those were years of drought and poor harvests, not like this time with heavy rain that gave us a chance to act. And this strategy wasn't my idea. Thanks to Mu Jiqing's suggestion, we were able to save the grain. You should thank Mu Jiqing instead. The captain didn't take credit for himself, just like with the earlier rain situation. He also informed the team members right away. This made Mushi very happy. Even though she didn't care much about it, she appreciated the captain's character. Looks like it was Mu Jiqing's idea again. Mu Jiqing is truly a blessing for our Hongxing team. Keep it down. We shouldn't talk about this now. Hee, I just got carried away with excitement. I won't say anything more. Everyone knows what's in their hearts. That's true. We all see and remember Mu Jiqing's contributions to our Hongxing team. If anyone dares to bully Mu Jiqing, they better watch out for me. Count me in.
Count me in.
The team members shouted, and in an instant, Mushi had a large group of supporters. If it weren't for the democratic society they lived in, she would have taken charge and led a rebellion. Mushi chuckled at her own silly thoughts. After the autumn harvest, there was basically no more work to do. The weather had also turned colder. One day, Mushi found the captain and told him that she discovered a lot of wild goods halfway up the mountain. She couldn't collect them all by herself, so if the team members were interested, they could go together. Before the captain could respond, Shen Ho-Hot jumped up excitedly. Mu Jiqing, are you serious? Wow. Wild goods can fill your stomach. Who would complain about having too much? Well, only Mu Jiqing would. She was wealthy and didn't worry about food. Of course I'm serious. If you're interested, Annie, come with me up the mountain. It won't be too dangerous, and I'll make sure to keep you safe. She couldn't let anyone get hurt while going up the mountain. As for why she was looking for something to do, well, she was just bored and wanted to keep herself busy. Call her a living bodhisattva. Let's go. Mu Jiqing, tell me when we should go. I'll gather Aunt Shufin and the others. Shen Ho-Hot immediately replied. They had to go. Anyone who didn't was foolish. Although they hadn't seen Mu Jiqing's strength firsthand, they had seen wild boars, 2 adult ones, in fact. Mu Jiqing had taken them down all by herself, so having her around felt very safe. Let's get ready now. In an hour, I'll take you all up the mountain. Mushi had come to find the captain early in the morning, so even an hour later, it would just be a little past 8, the perfect time to work. All right, I'll go inform everyone now. Those who want to join should get ready. By the way, I forgot to ask Mu Jiqing, did you find a lot of mountain goods? How much do you think there is? Mushi raised an eyebrow. Let's have everyone carry baskets and prepare a few more sacks. There are plenty of mountain goods. If the nearby mountains aren't enough for them, she can lead people in other directions. After all, it's a big mountain. In previous years, everyone only dared to go halfway up and didn't venture deeper, including the Hongxing team. This time, if Mushi hadn't suggested it, the team leader probably wouldn't have dared to agree. Soon, the loudspeaker of the Hongxing team blared to life. Ahem. All members please pay attention. All members please pay attention. Mu Jiqing plans to lead everyone to the halfway point to collect mountain goods. Those who want to join should prepare their baskets and tools. Mu Jiqing reminds everyone to bring extra sacks. Those who are ready should gather in front of the team office in 1 hour. Don't be late. The team leader's voice echoed throughout the village. Instantly, the whole village buzzed with excitement. Wow, going to collect mountain goods at the halfway point? Hurry, who wouldn't want to go? Mu Jiqing is giving us all a chance. Anyone who doesn't go is foolish. Wow, Mu Jiqing is calling us. No need to say more, even if it's dangerous. We must go. Hey, did you hear? Mu Jiqing reminded us to bring extra sacks. Does that mean there are a lot of mountain goods? Haha, Mu Jiqing truly is our lucky star in the Hongxing team. Just as they laughed, a loud slap silenced them. I told you not to say that. With such a big head, you still don't learn.
Dad. Dad.
I know, I won't say it again. Please don't hit me. In an instant, he was running, and others were chasing him. Everyone, calm down and quickly pack your things, don't waste time. The scene of a father and son was interrupted by their queen mother's angry shout, and both of them obediently went to find baskets and sacks. People tend to get busy when they feel awkward. An hour later, the area in front of the team office was crowded with people. The team leader, along with his wife and Mushi carrying a basket, arrived. When the members saw them, their eyes lit up. Mu Jiqing, are you really taking us into the mountains to collect goods? Mu Jiqing, will there be wild beasts at the halfway point?
Mushi King.
Mushi walked into the crowd, listening to everyone's various questions. After standing still and scanning the area, she said, I do plan to take everyone to the halfway point to collect mountain goods. As for whether there will be wild beasts, I can't say for sure there won't be, so those who are worried about safety can choose to withdraw. Once we are on the mountain, I will do my best to ensure everyone's safety, but nothing is guaranteed. If something unexpected happens, I hope you will handle it rationally. I have given you the chance to choose. If you decide to stay, that is your choice. Let me be clear. Don't blame me later. If that happens, I might not feel motivated to help you anymore. Her words left everyone with mixed expressions, especially the last sentence, which made many people anxious. Don't worry, Mu Jiqing. Since it's our choice, we will take responsibility for the consequences and won't blame you. Exactly. Mu Jiqing is trying to help us, and we can't turn into ungrateful people who blame her if something goes wrong. Anyone who acts like an ungrateful person doesn't deserve to be in our Red Star team. Everyone spoke up. They couldn't let Mu Jiqing feel disheartened. After all, several recent events in the team were thanks to her help. They weren't heartless. Mu Jiqing was taking them up the mountain to help them gather supplies for the winter. Besides, wild beasts rarely appeared at the halfway point. If they were unlucky enough to encounter one, it wouldn't be Mu Jiqing's fault. They couldn't rely solely on her for protection. There were many strong young people going up the mountain with them, which provided extra safety. Even if they encountered a wild beast, they could at least defend themselves together. In short, everyone understood clearly that they must not let Mu Jiqing feel unappreciated. If she decided to stop caring about their team, they would be in serious trouble. Mushi nodded. She had made her point. This was also a test for everyone. Although she liked to show kindness, she was not someone who would repay kindness with resentment. She had warned them in advance and hoped they understood the seriousness of the situation. Seeing this, the team leader also stepped forward to express support, saying, Mu Jiqing cares for our team, and we cannot let her down. Anyone who holds the team back will face the consequences. He spoke very seriously, making a final decision. The members quickly shook their heads. Then the team leader had someone count the number of people, and under Mushi's leadership, a large group headed towards the mountain. Since they had just finished the autumn harvest, everyone hadn't had time to gather resources at the foot of the mountain, so on their way to the halfway point, they spotted many good things. However, no one stopped. After all, the goods at the foot of the mountain could wait, but opportunities to go halfway up the mountain were rare. Everyone understood what was more important. When they reached the halfway point, Mushi pointed out several locations with resources and told everyone to go in pairs to collect them. To be honest, Mushi felt that with so many people, if they encountered a wild animal, It was hard to say whether they would be in danger or if the animal would be more afraid of them. A wild animal might be fierce, but it wasn't foolish. As the group followed Mushi to the spots, they looked at the branches full of fruits and some rare nuts, which instantly caused a stir. Gasps of surprise filled the air. They had never seen such a scene before. So much. So much. They couldn't possibly gather it all. They were naturally happy about the food, but fruits were especially precious, as they were expensive at the supply store, and they usually couldn't afford to buy them. As for the nuts, while they weren't filling, they could serve as snacks and last until the new year, making them great for entertaining guests. The crowd was so excited they could hardly contain themselves. When the team leader gave the order, everyone sprang into action. The men quickly climbed the trees, carefully picking fruits, afraid of damaging them. Meanwhile, the women gathered the nuts. In the golden autumn season, it was harvest time and various crops were ready to be collected, including the mountain goods. The group from the Red Star team moved through the area like a swarm of locusts, leaving everything clean behind them. If it weren't for the flowers and trees being inedible, Mushi thought they might have taken those home too. Watching this made her anxious. She decided to explore elsewhere, as it was time to start her patrol. Mushi quietly walked a bit further away. Mushi had walked around the area and didn't see any wild animals nearby. Although she had only taken a quick look, her awareness had already covered the entire area where the members were. Anyone who makes even the slightest movement cannot escape her watchful eyes. This is also the main reason she dares to lead everyone up the mountain. If she promises to protect them, how could she let them get into real trouble? That would only create problems for herself. She must have absolute confidence to take on such a task. The team members are unaware of her strong abilities, so the captain divided them into small groups to take turns guarding everyone's safety. They can't rely solely on Mu Jiqing. After all, there are many of them, and she is just one person. If danger truly arises, she might not be able to handle it all. Mushi has no strong opinion about their actions. While it may seem unnecessary, it's commendable that they understand the importance of relying on themselves. Relying on others can lead to disappointment, but being self-reliant is a great quality. The Hongxing team worked hard all day. No one returned for lunch. In the morning, everyone prepared some dry food and water to take up the mountain. It must be said, they showed great foresight. After a long day of work, they finally stopped when the sun began to set. Looking at their full baskets and bags, joy was evident on their faces. The captain was also so happy he could hardly contain himself. With these supplies, their upcoming days would not be difficult. At least they could have a good new year. The money they originally planned to spend on food could now be saved or used to buy other things for the holiday. In short, Mu Jiqing truly is a blessing for their Hongxing team. Captain, we can start preparing to head down now, Mushi reminded him. Okay, I'll gather everyone right away. Before the sun set, the captain had a few team leaders count the members to ensure everyone was present. Once confirmed, they all marched down the mountain. But this time, instead of coming back empty-handed, everyone was carrying something and wearing big smiles, clearly indicating they had a good haul. Upon returning to the village, many elderly people and children waited at their doorsteps. The elders chatted in small groups, while the children played together. When they saw the team returning, the elders let out a sigh of relief. Seeing the large bags and baskets they carried brought smiles to their faces. Some even exclaimed, "Wonderful." Today was a day of celebration for the entire team. At the team headquarters, someone said, Mu Jiqing works hard for our team, and we should show our appreciation. I propose we give her work points. We really can't offer anything else. I think this year's harvest is pretty good. After we distribute the grain, there should be a little left over. How many points should we give for the work? That's a good question. If we give too little, it seems insincere, but if we give too much, we might not be able to afford it. A few village leaders gathered to discuss the contributions made by Mushi for the team, and everyone agreed that a reward should be given. The team leader thought for a moment, I think we should give 200 points. Mu, the youth worker, helped us save grain before, and now he has brought in so much mountain produce. His contributions are worth more than 200 points, but our team isn't wealthy, so let's start with this amount. The others considered this and nodded in agreement. All right, the team leader will announce this at tomorrow's morning meeting and see how everyone reacts, the village accountant said with a sly smile. Huh, you just love to watch the excitement, teased the village secretary.
What do you mean by that?
I just want to understand our team members better. Come on, I know you want to see if there are any ungrateful people. Don't you want to know? Everyone fell silent. Of course, they were also curious to see if any ungrateful people would show up. In any group, there will always be some who hold others back. While they can't stop it, they can remember who they are. All right, let's wrap up the meeting, the team leader said as he stood up. With the discussion over, who would want to stay with a few old grumps? It was better to go home and check today's harvest. Meanwhile, back home, Mushi had just rested for a bit and was getting ready to cook when there was a sudden knock at the door. Moo, open the door. We brought you some things. Surprised, Mushi hurried to open the yard gate. Thank you for taking us up the mountain. This is just a small token of our appreciation. Yes. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to gather so much mountain produce. Everyone, hurry and bring the things inside. A few ants stood at the front, urging the younger members carrying items to bring them into the yard. Mushi couldn't get a word in to refuse. They were already leaving. All right, we've delivered the things, so we'll be on our way. You take a good rest, Moo. You've worked hard to look after us all day. The group rushed in and out, leaving Mushi with a small pile of sacks. She looked surprised for a moment, then smiled and closed the courtyard gate. In this world, there are indeed many people who know how to be grateful. Mushi checked the bags. They were all filled with goods collected from the mountains, totaling 5 full sacks. It seemed that several families had contributed together. I must say, their actions made Mushi feel very warm inside. She had helped them without expecting anything in return, but now receiving this unexpected gift brought her double the joy. Mushi stored the sacks in her space and happily went to cook. Originally, she planned to have a simple meal, but now she decided to prepare a feast. The next day, the news that the team would give Mushi 200 work points spread throughout the Red Star team. To put it in perspective, 200 work points would take a heavy labor 20 days of work to earn. In this era, that is not a small amount. However, it was very unusual that no one in the Red Star team opposed it. Many people supported it, and some even thought it was too little. Of course, there might have been some who wanted to oppose but were silenced. After all, every family has someone sensible. Anyway, the Red Star team was harmonious. Every household was busy drying their mountain goods, and considering these goods, they could not oppose the team's decision. They were not ungrateful people who eat and then complain. Moreover, this Mu Jiqing truly had talent. Who knows, she might take them back up the mountain in the future. Offending her now would be foolish. They were not so short-sighted. Good days were still ahead. In the following days, although they no longer had to work every day, everyone was still busy. Even with significant gains already, they spent 2 days searching the area around the foot of the mountain. Even the smallest fly is still meat. They wouldn't miss anything edible. Mushi, however, did not join in on this. She had plenty already and didn't need to compete with others for those resources. Additionally, she received a reply and package from Qi Shengbai. It was a large bag of medicinal herbs, all from her list. Though it looked like a lot, each item wasn't much, but it was enough to make the first batch of hemostatic medicine. Mushi read the letter. They had requested 10,000 portions. Along with the letter was a deposit. A remittance slip for 1,000 yuan, which she could easily pick up at the post office. Mushi was very satisfied with the military district's efficiency. The medicine has been prepared and can be mailed in a couple of days. This batch of herbs is ready for the next order. One package of hemostatic medicine costs 50 cents, so 10,000 packages would be $5,000. Each package weighs 20 grams, which means 10,000 packages weigh 400 pounds. Wow, I didn't realize how much that was until I calculated it. Clearly, this amount can't be sent through regular mail. The military district also thought of this. At the end of the letter, Chi Shengbai introduced her to someone from the police station who would help. She could give the finished medicine to this person, who would handle the transportation. This made things easier for Mushi. In her storage, looking at a large barrel of hemostatic medicine, Mushi faced another dilemma: should she package it or not? After thinking for a couple of seconds, she made a decision. No packaging. This important task should be left to the military district. They have a logistics department, while she is just one person. Instead of spending time on packaging, she could make more medicine. The military district would understand. So, Mushi packed the 400 pounds of hemostatic medicine into 4 woven bags, the kind used for grain in rural areas, each weighing 100 pounds. She added a layer of transparent plastic lining inside. Since this medicine is meant for wounds, hygiene is important, even if it may not look very clean at first glance. 2 days later, Mushi went to the county town and took all the medicine out of a vacant, rundown building near the police station, then went to find someone at the station. Following the instructions in the letter, she found a police officer named Zhao Weiguo. To her surprise, he was the same officer who had helped her when she caught some human traffickers a while back. He recognized Mushi, but was shocked to learn that she was also involved in making medicine. He had been waiting for someone to contact him regarding a task from the organization, but he never expected that the person making the medicine would be a young woman. It's not surprising he didn't think of it. It's hard to believe. Mushi looked like a little sister from the neighborhood, not a medicine expert. Zhao Weiguo was quite astonished. "Comrade Mu, where is the medicine? Follow me. It's nearby. Do you want to call a couple more people, or do you have a vehicle? With 400 pounds, one person might struggle to handle it. I'll drive over and take it straight to the station," Zhao Weiguo replied, nodding as he went to get the keys. The police station has assigned vehicles, but they usually respond to calls on bicycles. The reason he could use a vehicle this time was that the task prioritized everything. When they found Weiguo to drive, Mushi sat in the passenger seat and directed him to the place where she stored the medicine. They made 2 trips to load 4 bags into the car. "Comrade Mu, you have great strength." Zhao Weiguo laughed, showing his big, white teeth. "Just average, 3rd in the world," Mushi waved her hand. Zhao Weiguo was surprised by her response and paused for a moment, then scratched the back of his head. "Haha, Comrade Mu is quite humorous." "Mushi, I'll head back once I deliver this. You should get back to your work," she said, planning to leave without getting back in the car. "Do you need me to drive you back?" Zhao Weiguo thought Mushi was a national talent and should be protected as much as possible. No, you go ahead with your work. I'll be fine. Comrade Zhao should know my skills."
Zhao Weiguo,
He suddenly remembered that she was not an ordinary person. The previous human traffickers had been so terrified by her that they screamed in pain, but no injuries were found. Actually, their colleagues suspected those guys were genuinely in pain. But since nothing could be found, they were helpless. Besides, human traffickers deserved it. A little pain is good. As long as it doesn't kill them, let them feel it. "Then please be careful." Zhao Weiguo stood up straight and saluted Mushi. He was very grateful and admired her since he knew the medicine she made would be used by soldiers in the military district.
Mu 11.
What could she do? She quickly returned the salute. After that, they parted ways. With the bleeding control medicine sorted out, Mushi didn't go home directly, but went to the resource point of the neighboring team. During this time, they had established 8 such resource points. There was basically one every 2 or 3 teams. Each resource point was set up with formations by Mushi. Her subordinates were given a wooden token, which they had to drop blood on to claim ownership. Only those with a token could enter the resource points. Just this method left her subordinates stunned. What kind of thing requires blood to claim ownership? As Chinese people, they understood that anything needing blood to claim ownership was a treasure and often related to the supernatural. And with both blood claiming and formations involved, who were they following? A divine being? Since the members of Dawn received their badges, they have all been fully committed. They vowed to dedicate their lives to the organization and never give up. Not for any other reason, but because they love their work and don't want to stop. It's definitely not for rewards. Speaking of rewards, Dog Brother and Huang Mao have become skilled fighters after months of training. Although they are not yet strong, they can easily handle 2 or 3 ordinary people at once. This made them very happy. They often look for a few Dawn members to practice with. This caused some complaints among the others, but they couldn't do anything about it since the 2 are trusted by the leader. Of course, Dog Brother and his friend know their limits. Sometimes, through playful sparring, they build camaraderie, bringing everyone closer together. Dog Brother believes that whether he is outside or within the organization, he is the spokesperson for the leader, so he feels responsible for managing the members well. When Mushi arrived, it was almost noon. At this time, there wouldn't be any Dawn members around, as they usually come at night to collect supplies. To avoid complications, they would send the supplies directly to the cattle shed. After a few months, the nearby cattle sheds have all heard of the name Dawn. Everyone is grateful for the support they receive from Dawn. However, they feel trapped and unable to repay this kindness. Some older professors and scientists can't help but sigh, even asking Dawn not to send them any more supplies, feeling they cannot return the favor. They believe that it would be better to save more children instead, as children are the future of the country. In this era, there are many selfless individuals, and people seem to possess endless strength. Even when facing difficulties, their thoughts remain on the greater good. This is a great time because of those remarkable people. After replenishing the supplies, she added more cotton and fabric this time. The cloth was plain and dusty, as it was meant for the people in the cattle shed and shouldn't be too luxurious. This was something Mushi found in her storage. It's hard to say how long it has been there. It could be considered an antique. However, since this fabric can be useful, it's best to put it to good use. After checking all the supply points, Mushi returned to the village in the afternoon. Big sister, you're finally back. As she reached her doorstep, Dog Brother jumped out from the nearby woods. Mushi looked over and asked, "What are you doing here? I haven't seen you in days, so I thought I'd come by and see if you needed any help. Just let me know, and I'll do my best," Dog Brother said with a flattering smile. He often came around to remind her of his presence. As the top person by her side, he felt a sense of urgency to show his value and effort, so he wouldn't be overshadowed by newcomers. Mushi raised an eyebrow, understanding his thoughts. She felt quite pleased. His sense of urgency and willingness to take action showed he was ambitious. In her view, that was a good thing. She could take it easy, but her subordinates couldn't. "I don't have anything for you to do right now. Come in and sit down," Mushi said as she opened the gate and walked into the yard. Dog Brother's face lit up, and he hurried to follow her. This was his first time stepping into Big Sister's home. They had only talked outside before. He felt special to be the only one to receive this honor. Dog Brother laughed to himself, feeling proud that he hadn't brought Huang Mao along, or he wouldn't be the only one here. "The yard is a bit cluttered. Find a place to sit. I'll get you something to eat and drink," Mushi said. "Oh, Big Sister, you don't have to go through the trouble for me," Dog Brother replied, eager to help. Mushi glanced at him. "You can't come here and not have a drink. Just relax and wait." Dog Brother scratched the back of his head and smiled. "Should I get it myself? Do you know where everything is?" "Just sit still," Mushi replied. She brought out a fruit platter from the table, filled with nuts like sunflower seeds and peanuts, as well as fruits like apples, grapes, and pears. Seeing this, Dog Brother rushed over to take the platter and placed it on the table under the old poplar tree, which was where Mushi usually relaxed. When she had free time, she liked to lie there, soaking up the sun and sipping tea. Mushi returned with 2 cups of juice. "We can't have tea right now. I need to boil some water. Here, have some juice. This is apple juice, and it tastes pretty good." "Juice is great. Juice is great," Dog Brother exclaimed, as he loved juice. Thinking this, he picked up the cup and took a big sip. This taste is really good." Mushi. Of course it's good. She made the juice from apples in her space. After all, they are her subordinates, and they have helped her a lot in the past few months, so she should give them some benefits. Currently, several communes nearby already have our Dawn personnel. Shouldn't we expand to the whole city next? Yes, that's right. However, increasing personnel isn't the main issue. It's the supplies. Dog Brother hesitated and looked at Mushi. Since Mushi is a youth sent to the countryside, she is under some restrictions and has no reason to travel far. Without proof, she can't even stay at a guest house. All the supplies for their Dawn group have always been managed by Mushi. Dog Brother wasn't sure if she had a plan. Mushi had thought about this too. With her abilities, she could make several trips in a day within the city, so she could manage for now. But to be prepared, she couldn't be the only one running around the country. I'll handle the supplies for now. This time, you go back and select 10 diligent members who contribute to the organization. Then you and Huang Mao can come together. It's time to cultivate a core team. Since recognizing the storage ring requires mental strength, she needed to teach them to cultivate quickly, so she wouldn't be the only one delivering supplies everywhere. Also, her subordinates should have strength to do their jobs better. At least when facing local powers, they wouldn't be helpless. Most of these subordinates have taken loyalty pills, so Mushi could train them with confidence, laying a foundation for future power. In life, one cannot escape worldly matters, and power is essential in the world. Even though Mushi practices cultivation, she is still a person living in this world, with human emotions and desires. She is following a path, not a religious one. Besides, some monks can marry and have children. Being a person in the world, she should experience worldly matters. P.S. To respond to comments about the female lead practicing cultivation and still seeking a partner, who says a female lead can't find a partner while cultivating? If you prefer to be alone, that's your choice, but don't impose that on others. I don't see any tags for a lack of romance in this story. Upon hearing this, Dog Brother's eyes lit up. Okay, I'll arrange it as soon as I get back. This is great news. He must quickly select the right people. Upon realizing this, Dog Brother couldn't sit still, so Mushi let him go back. I have to say, Dog Brother is really fast. 3 days later, he arrived at Mushi's house with 10 people, no, 11, including a guy with yellow hair, making quite a scene. At the village entrance, the villagers who were chatting together frowned. Isn't that the troublemaker from the neighboring team? Yeah, and there's that kid next to him. Why are these troublemakers suddenly in our village? Did something happen that we don't know about? The villagers usually avoided these troublemakers, and they were smart enough not to mingle with ordinary folks. So, they passed by without greeting anyone, heading straight toward the foot of the mountain. Wait, why does it look like they're heading to Mu Jiqing's house? Exactly. We need to follow them and see what's going on. We can't let these troublemakers bully Mu Jiqing.
Hey you.
Go notify the team leader and the village secretary. The villagers, both young and old, quickly ran after them. Mushi's status in the village was quite high. It's no exaggeration to say that anyone who dared to bully her would face the wrath of the Red Star team. Dog Brother and his crew had never done anything good, so it's no wonder the villagers were worried. They really weren't good people. At least in the villagers' eyes, these troublemakers were just playing around and not doing anything productive, serving as a perfect example of what not to be. Meanwhile, Dog Brother and his group had no idea they had been labeled as troublemakers by the villagers, who were hot on their trail. Mushi, watching everything unfold from her home, felt a headache coming on. She had forgotten to tell them to go somewhere else, but it was fine. It wasn't anything shameful. When Mushi opened the yard gate, Dog Brother and his group arrived just in time, with the villagers rushing to catch up behind them. Big sister. Hello, big sister. Dog Brother shouted first, and then the 10 others greeted her in unison.
Mu 11.
Villagers? Everyone was confused, looking at Mushi and then at the troublemaker group. What was going on? Why were they calling Mu Jiqing Big Sister? That title, Mushi. That title is quite complicated. But Dog Brother and his crew thought it was very impressive. Before Mushi could speak, the team leader and several village officials hurried over. Mu Jiqing, are you okay? The team leader asked nervously. The other village officials also looked at Mushi. She was the lucky star of their village. If she was bullied on their home turf, they should just step aside. Thinking this, The officials' gazes toward Dog Brother and his group became increasingly unfriendly. Dog Brother felt a chill. Wait, we didn't do anything. I'm fine. They came to see me, Mushi said, wanting to clear Dog Brother and his friends' names. We know they're looking for you. They are right at your doorstep, but you should be careful, Mu Jiqing. Before Mushi could respond, the team leader turned to Dog Brother and his group. You have some nerve coming here to form a gang in our Hongxing village. Let me tell you, Mu Jiqing may be a youth sent to the countryside, but she is one of us in Hongxing village, not someone you can mess with. You better leave now, or I will gather everyone in the village to chase you out. The team leader's warning, combined with his serious expression, was quite intimidating. After all, Dog Brother and his friends were not here to cause trouble. So, they stood there, stunned and motionless as the team leader scolded them. Mushi smiled slightly. Hearing Dog Brother's group being called out, the villagers exchanged glances. Something seems off. They decided to wait and see. Team leader, I called them here. I have something to discuss with them, it's not. Mushi didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood. The team leader, oh, I see. After all this, they aren't here to bully anyone. Who told me a bunch of troublemakers were heading straight for Mu Jiqing's house? I thought she was in danger. But what could Mu Jiqing want with them? I must admit, the team leader's curiosity was piqued. Because Mu Jiqing and these troublemakers seemed completely unrelated. Who would have thought they had any connection? Not just the team leader, but the other villagers were also very curious. However, since Mushi remained silent, they didn't press her with questions. Since there's nothing going on, let's all disperse, the team leader said to everyone. Then he and a few village officials left first. Seeing this, the villagers followed closely behind. Dog Brother wiped his forehead, where there was no sweat, and said with a wry smile, Our fellow villagers are just so warm-hearted. Others. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Is that enthusiasm? It's obvious they came to support the leader. If the leader hadn't explained the reason, those few might have been dealt with by now.
All right, come in.
Mushi glanced around and led them into the yard. Once everyone was seated, Mushi asked them to introduce themselves. As the future core members of Dawn, she couldn't even know their names. There were 10 people and they each introduced themselves. With Mushi's current mental strength, she could remember everyone perfectly. After getting to know them, Mushi took out a spirit testing stone. I believe you are all curious about my abilities. Today, I can tell you that what I practice is not the same martial arts manual as Li Sanfeng and Huang Mao Mao. Yes, Li Sanfeng is the Dog Brother, and Huang Mao Mao is indeed called Huang Mao Mao. Not a martial arts manual? Then what is it? Dog Brother asked, confused and curious. He thought the leader must have trained early, so her strength would be much greater than his and Huang Mao Mao's, but it turned out she was practicing something different. But what else could there be besides martial arts manuals? Could it be cultivation? Thinking this, Dog Brother made himself laugh. Everyone knows that cultivation is a myth, a concept from stories, and it doesn't exist in real life. However, martial arts have always been passed down. It's just that in their time, only external techniques remain. The internal techniques the leader provided had already amazed them. Cultivation. Mushi slowly uttered the words. Dog Brother suddenly stood up. What? Did he mishear? Did the leader just say cultivation? His sudden movement brought the others back to reality. Huang Mao Mao pulled him. Dog Brother, what are you doing so excited? Huang Mao Mao thought that since their leader could provide internal techniques, adding cultivation didn't seem impossible. On the contrary, Huang Mao Mao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The other 10 people, after confirming they heard correctly, were also deeply shocked. Cultivation? This was truly unexpected. The 12 young men were stunned for a long time by Mushi's words. Come on, each of you test to see if you have a spiritual root. Although I have techniques, not everyone can practice them. To cultivate, you must have a spiritual root. Otherwise, you might be destined to be far from the path of immortality. Mushi thought it would be great if 1 or 2 of these people had spiritual roots, especially since this is the end of the Law era, which is very different from the time when cultivators thrived. As expected, Only Dog Brother and a young man named Yang Yongfa had spiritual roots after everyone excitedly took the test. Dog Brother had a mixed spiritual root of 4 types, while Yang Yongfa surprisingly had a dual spiritual root, which included the metal and fire types essential for crafting. Not bad. A dual spiritual root would have been considered a genius in the past, she thought, even if it was just a minor genius. But even a minor genius is still a genius, and in today's world, a minor genius could easily become an extraordinary talent. Yang Yongfa's eyes lit up as he looked at his hands in disbelief. Did he really have a spiritual root that even the leader praised? In an instant, he was so happy that he wanted to jump up and down to express his excitement. Meanwhile, those without spiritual roots looked very disappointed, enviously watching Yang Yongfa. Why didn't they have spiritual roots? Even a mixed one would be better than having no chance at all.
Sigh.
They were all the same kind of people, so why? Dog Brother's feelings were much more complicated than the others. He was happy to have spiritual roots and a chance to cultivate, but he was also dissatisfied with his mixed 4-type root, which felt too weak. After hearing Mushi briefly explain the levels of spiritual roots, Dog Brother realized that his 4-type mixed root was in the second-to-last tier. The worst was the 5-type mixed root, while the best was the chaotic root. The difference between them was enormous. The 5-type mixed root had a very slow cultivation speed, while the chaotic root was exceptionally fast. Below the chaotic root were the single-type heavenly roots, which were further divided into mutated roots and 5-element roots, followed by dual, triple, and 4-type roots, like his own 4-type mixed root. Dog Brother sighed, glancing at Yang Yongfa, who looked enviously happy. Seeing Dog Brother's expression, Huang Mao couldn't help but mutter quietly, "Dog Brother, why are you still envious of Yongfa? You can cultivate too. If anyone should be envious, it should be him." They had both started as warriors, but now Dog Brother was on the path to cultivation while he had no spiritual roots. This sudden gap left Huang Mao feeling frustrated. Dog Brother thought, well, even if his roots are weak, they are still better than others. At least he has a chance. With that thought, Dog Brother gave Huang Mao a sympathetic look. Huang Mao. Wow. At first, it was just a bit disappointing, but now he has really lost it. If it weren't for the situation, he would definitely have given that guy a good beating. Although he might not win. Mushi looked at the disappointed crowd. She had anticipated this outcome, but she still invited them over, so she wouldn't let them leave empty-handed. You don't need to be discouraged. Even without spiritual roots, you can still practice internal martial arts. Once you reach a high level, it's not much different from cultivating immortality. This wasn't just empty comfort. In this age where resources for cultivation are scarce, the end point is limited. However, some martial arts geniuses improve rapidly, and the final results can be quite similar. Hearing this, everyone immediately looked at Mushi. Practicing martial arts is also a good option. They had been watching that guy and Huang Mao show off their skills for a while, and were envious. Working hard and contributing was all to gain the big sister's recognition, so they could also practice martial arts. Not having spiritual roots was just their misfortune, missing out on a great opportunity. But they certainly wouldn't miss out on this chance to practice martial arts. Didn't the big sister say that reaching a high level is not much different from cultivating immortality? They didn't have time to envy that guy and Yang Yongfa anymore. They all stared eagerly at Mushi. Mushi smiled and handed them the martial arts manuals. She gave the basic technique for channeling energy to that guy and Yang Yongfa, while the others received the martial arts manuals she had previously given to that guy and Huang Mao. The martial arts manuals could be practiced up to the master level, while the basic technique for channeling energy needed to be replaced with a more advanced one after reaching the 3rd level. At that time, she would provide them with suitable techniques based on their progress. Everyone cherished their manuals and techniques, then stood up straight and bowed deeply to Mushi, saying, "Thank you, big sister, for the gifts."
Mu-11.
Is identical to. There was no need for such formality. It was a bit awkward. In addition to these 2 techniques, there is another method I want to share with you. Another one? What is it, big sister? Is it something that can be practiced even without spiritual roots? The crowd eagerly looked at Mushi, waiting for an answer. Mushi didn't keep them in suspense. Yes, you can practice this method even without spiritual roots. Once you learn it, you will be able to use storage equipment in the future. Storage equipment? Everyone quickly focused on this, their eyes widening in surprise. Could it mean what they thought it meant? Although this era strictly prohibits feudal superstitions, some myths and stories still circulate. Otherwise, they wouldn't know about immortals. So, when it comes to storage equipment, they immediately think of magical bags. Just waving a hand can collect items, which sounds very impressive. As for the meaning of Big Sister, at this point, everyone couldn't help but breathe faster, their eyes filled with excitement. Mushi nodded. That's right, I have quite a few storage items, but you must possess spiritual awareness to use them. This book, Spirit Refinement Technique, can help you develop your spiritual awareness. Go home and practice well. Whoever masters it first will receive a storage item as a reward. The others will have to earn them through contributions. Everyone do your best, Mushi said, raising her hand to tap each of their foreheads, imparting the spirit refinement technique to them. In no time, everyone closed their eyes, feeling the new knowledge in their minds. Mushi didn't rush them. She sipped her tea, waiting for them to digest the information. These people are her helpers. The more they learn, the better they can assist her in the future. Since they all consumed loyalty pills, she wasn't worried about them betraying her. Before long, everyone woke up one after another. They now understood the power of the spirit refinement technique. Spiritual awareness. It acts like an external eye, allowing them to see clearly beyond the range of normal vision as their skills improve. The deeper they cultivate, the further their range extends. As long as something is within their spiritual awareness, even a tiny ant cannot escape their sight. This spiritual awareness is incredibly useful. Just think about how every time they delivered items to the barn, they had to be as cautious as thieves, always on high alert. If they had spiritual awareness, they could sense any unusual movements from far away and escape at the first sign of trouble. No more feeling like startled birds, their hearts racing at every little noise. They have truly had a tough time lately, as the barn is not an ordinary place. It's quite remote, and they operate at night to complete their tasks safely. However, relying on luck like this is definitely unreliable. What if one day they encounter someone unexpectedly? Their gratitude towards Mushi is like a never-ending river, and their admiration for her is like a flood that cannot be contained. How fortunate they are to have the chance to follow such a powerful leader. What started as a simple plan to make a living has turned into an incredible opportunity, like riding a rocket to a whole new level. From an ordinary person, he has stepped into another level. In the past, they wouldn't have dared to dream of such a thing, but now it has become a reality. Who knows how many lifetimes of good deeds led to this? It has benefited this life. When everyone woke up, Mushi taught them again about cultivation issues and then sent them on their way. The rest would be up to them to practice. Cultivation is never something that happens overnight. It truly requires countless hours and patience to see results. As the saying goes, a master opens the door, but the practice is up to the individual. What happens next depends on them. Once everyone left, only Yang Yongfa remained, walking slowly and not in a hurry. Curious, Mushi asked him and learned that he was from the Hongxing team and the youngest son of Aunt Shufin's family. Mushi's eyes widened in surprise. She had never heard that Aunt Shufin had a son who was not focused on work. She thought this and asked him. Yang Yongfa shyly scratched the back of his head. Big sister, I just graduated from high school this year, and I feel lost about my future. I don't want to be stuck in the countryside forever, but I don't know what I can do. My family doesn't have enough money to buy me a job, so I went astray for a while. Mushi listened to his story, surprised. Why did you choose to join Dawn? It's known that Dawn was just established, and most of its members were not focused on work. Given Yang Yongfa's background as a high school graduate, he shouldn't have looked up to such an organization. Because I need to support myself, Yang Yongfa said with a shy smile. He is already an adult, and since he is no longer studying, he should take care of himself, whether by earning money or working. He felt embarrassed to keep relying on his family. For years, his family had struggled to support his education, and he didn't want to add to their burden. So when he heard that Dawn was hiring and offering salaries, he thought he would give it a try, just to make a living. He had low expectations. Who would have thought this would be a chance to change his destiny? A big change at that. Before today, he thought Dawn was great because it offered a fixed salary every month and additional benefits comparable to state-owned factories. He also heard that the big sister had martial arts manuals, and those who performed well had the chance to earn rewards. Just like Dog Brother and Huang Mao. He had seen those two handle 3 or 4 opponents and still come out on top. Before today, his goal was to work hard and one day earn the martial arts manual from the leader. He also wanted to become a martial arts master like Dog Brother and Huang Mao. Well, everyone in the organization has similar dreams. After all, who doesn't want to be a martial arts expert? But he never imagined that today would change the course of his life. He had jumped straight from being a martial artist to joining the ranks of cultivators. Compared to cultivation, practicing martial arts seemed insignificant. Cultivators could move mountains and seas with a wave of their hand. Of course, he might never reach that level in his lifetime. As the leader said, we are in an age of limited spiritual energy, making cultivation difficult. Even so, he was still cultivating. Yang Yongfa's excitement hasn't calmed down yet. If he weren't young and healthy, he might have already burst from joy. Mushi nodded without saying much. Go back and practice hard. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Since he was the youngest son of Aunt Shufan, it was only right for her to look after him. Aunt Shufan was her little partner. Also, the uncle who helped her clean her house back then was Aunt Shufan's husband, who is also Yang Yongfa's father. Okay, leader, I'll head back now. If you need anything, just come find me. I'm always available, Yang Yongfa said with a smile. Mushi nodded in acknowledgement. Having a subordinate in the village would indeed be very convenient. Yang Yongfa walked away happily, leaving a good impression on the leader. Plus, they were from the same village, and as the saying goes, the one closest to the water gets the moon first. It wouldn't be long before he became a trusted confidant. Yang Yongfa's future looked bright.
Ha ha ha.
He was quite a shy kid, running home excitedly. Aunt Shufan heard the noise from far away, and, upon seeing her son enter the yard with a big smile, her mouth stretched from ear to ear, leaving her puzzled. What's going on? Why are you so happy? Did you find money outside? The only thing Aunt Shufan could think of was money. For the past 2 months, her son had been secretly giving her 20 yuan every month, sometimes even bringing home supplies, but no matter how she asked, he wouldn't say where it came from. If she didn't trust her son, she would never have accepted it. Mom, this is even better than finding money, Yang Yongfa said mysteriously. However, he couldn't reveal anything because the leader had instructed him not to tell anyone outside the organization, including family and friends. Because they all took the loyalty pill, what Mushi said was like an imperial decree. Everyone kept quiet about what happened today. It wasn't that they couldn't reveal it. It was just that Mushi's strength wasn't enough yet, and Dawn was just starting out. It was better to develop quietly for now. Once her strength increased, and she had enough confidence, she could reveal herself without worry. What could be better than finding money? Aunt Shufan looked skeptical. In her mind, money was the most important. Can't say, Yang Yongfa shook his finger. Aunt Shufan replied, I think you need a good talking to. Don't waste time with nonsense. Come over and work. You've been missing since early morning. Who knows where you've been? Yang Yongfa couldn't just go and work. He had just obtained the technique, and it was a thrilling time for him, so he needed to study it quickly. Mom, you keep busy. If you can't finish, just set it aside. I'll help when I have time. What do you think you are, a big boss? You think you can just put things off? Get to work now, or I'll make you regret it. Aunt Shufan rolled her eyes and said sternly, Mom, I really have something to do. Once I'm done, I'll come help. Just trust me, Yang Yongfa explained, feeling both amused and helpless. This made Aunt Shufan hesitate. Do you really have something to do? Since graduating, her son had been doing nothing every day, which worried her. But recently, he had started coming home late and even brought back money. At first, it scared Aunt Shufin so much that her face turned pale. She couldn't help but think, could he be doing something bad? Thinking about the young people nearby who didn't want to work in the fields and ended up in the black market made Aunt Shufin feel uneasy. But Yang Yongfa reassured her repeatedly, almost swearing, until his parents finally relaxed. What they were doing at dawn couldn't be shared with others for now. But Yang Yongfa believed that what they were doing was a great benefit to the country and the people. When the people in the barn welcomed the dawn, their name would surely spread far and wide. As a member of Dawn, Yang Yongfa felt proud. After settling his mother, he hurried back to his room to start practicing. Everyone else, like Yang Yongfa, returned home and entered a state of cultivation. Nothing was more important than training. Even if the sky fell, they wouldn't be disturbed. As the autumn harvest ended, time seemed to speed up. There's a saying that after an autumn rain, the cold arrives. A few days ago, it rained, and everyone started to wear more clothes, with some even putting on their jackets. At this time, Mushi officially broke through to the foundation establishment stage as winter approached. Unlike the Golden Core stage, there is no thunder tribulation at the foundation establishment stage. Her breakthrough was quite calm. The only difference was the spiritual energy swirling in the air, which others could not perceive. Mushi slowly opened her eyes and exhaled. So this is the power of foundation establishment. It's definitely much stronger than during the Qi refinement stage. Compared to before, she felt like she had entered a new world. She had only been cultivating for less than half a year, yet she had already reached foundation establishment. This speed would be remarkable even in the world of cultivation. Mushi suspected that her fast cultivation speed was related to her special abilities. After all, before her journey here, she was a level 9 powerhouse. Although her abilities were weakened here, her wood-based powers and roots were connected, which likely had some influence. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain her rapid progress. If we talk about resources, many talented cultivators in the cultivation era were backed by powerful forces that provided abundant resources for their training. Moreover, she wasn't in closed-door cultivation, and her roots weren't the best. Overall, her conditions didn't seem sufficient to achieve such speed. So, she guessed it might be related to her previous abilities. However, it wasn't too important. Regardless of the reason, a fast cultivation speed is a good thing. As long as her foundation is stable and she isn't rushing, she felt there was no problem with her speed. After Mushi successfully established her foundation, winter officially arrived. In the northeast, the temperature dropped below freezing, and the workers began their winter hibernation. With no work to do, Mushi had more free time. She spent her days either cultivating or making medicine, and occasionally went to her space to learn alchemy and artifact crafting. However, alchemy and artifact crafting were naturally more difficult than making medicine. Moreover, many pills weren't suitable for ordinary people. As for magical tools, they couldn't be activated without spiritual power. So, Mushi didn't rush into those practices. Her focus remained on making medicine, as these remedies could be used by ordinary people. During this time, she supplied a batch of hemostatic medicine to the military district. She also provided them with a new anti-inflammatory medicine. At the same price as the hemostatic medicine, the military district tested its effectiveness and immediately ordered a starting quantity of 10,000. Don't ask why. Just know it's extraordinary. Since Mushi's medicine was used, the casualty situation of the soldiers has greatly improved, which is a fact everyone can see. The military leaders are very happy, and the soldiers at the grassroots level are also very grateful, as this concerns their lives. Who wants to die when they can live? In just half a month, Mushi's medicine spread to various military districts. The leaders of these districts contacted the senior officials of the Kyoto Military District to inquire about the source of the medicine because they needed it too. This annoyed the leaders of the Kyoto Military District. They asked Qi Shengbai to check with Mushi if she had the capacity to supply other military districts. After all, everyone knew that Mushi was the only one making the medicine. Producing medicine is not an easy task. Helping brother units is fine, but it shouldn't affect their own supply. Otherwise, they would be unable to help. In fact, they were already using the 10,000 doses of medicine they received every half-month very carefully. So, Qi Shengbai wrote to Mushi. After reading the letter, Mushi thought about it. She could supply more, but if it continued like this, she would be tied down to making medicine all the time. She might only last a few days before wanting to quit, but not supplying it seemed unfeasible. Perhaps she could sell the recipe to the military district. After all, besides the hemostatic medicine and anti-inflammatory powder, she had countless other recipes. Selling them all at once would bring in a good amount of money, and then she wouldn't have to keep making medicine. Plus, it wouldn't interfere with her earning merits, so it seemed like a good idea. To the outside world, these traditional medicine recipes might be precious, but to Mushi, they were just okay. After all, these medicines were not very useful for cultivators. Once she figured it out, Mushi began writing a letter to Qi Shengbai to share her thoughts. In the letter, she mentioned her price, 10,000 for each recipe, with unlimited use within the military district. If they wanted to sell the medicine to civilians, she would need a share. Selling to the military district was almost like a half-gift, as she considered the soldiers there to be heroes protecting their country. Taking a small loss was fine with her. However, that didn't mean others could take advantage of her. After finishing the letter, Mushi sealed it in an envelope and put it away, planning to mail it in the county town the next day. Then she took out a large piece of pork, intending to make more meat sauce to send home, including to her grandparents. Previously, due to the hot weather, she couldn't store the meat sauce for mailing, so she always made it fresh to eat, occasionally sending some to her grandparents, who loved it. Making meat sauce is actually quite simple. It mainly depends on the quality of the soybean paste. If the paste is good, the meat sauce will turn out delicious. Mushi learned how to make meat sauce from a chef's descendant during the apocalypse. Even in tough times, this person couldn't give up cooking and eventually became the head chef in a base kitchen thanks to their excellent skills. Fresh vegetables were precious back then, and a bad cook would waste good ingredients. It shows that for the Chinese, food is always important, even in the end of the world. The meat sauce made by that chef was truly delicious. Since Mushi had wood powers, she helped grow a lot of soybeans, which are the main ingredient for making sauce. As she got more familiar with it, she learned this special skill. While eating noodles one day, she suddenly thought of meat sauce and started a big batch of sauce, which she was almost done with now. After finishing the meat sauce, she needed to make another batch of sauce because it takes time to ferment. If she didn't start early, she wouldn't have it ready when she wanted to eat. Thinking about this, Mushi kept busy. In just one morning, she made several jars of meat sauce. She packed the ones for mailing in glass jars, sealed them tightly, wrapped them in plastic bags, and finally placed them in a package. Inside the package, she also included nuts and dried fruits she had gathered from the mountains, along with some homemade jerky. She didn't add anything else since everything had a clear source from the mountains. She wrote all this clearly in her letter. As for the matter of finding her family, she planned to discuss it in person when she had the chance to return. It was hard to explain in just a few sentences, especially since she wasn't sure if her dad knew she wasn't his biological child. Her mother had married while pregnant, or there might be more to her story. For now, it was best to wait until she returned to talk about it. The next day, Mushi put on a thick cotton coat and sturdy leather boots, taking her prepared package and heading out. The coat and boots were newly made by Aunt Ho-Hot. The clothes she brought from her hometown were too thin. She really felt the cold in the northeast. The wind was biting cold, and anyone outside had to bundle up, leaving only their eyes visible to see the way. Once she returned home, the warmth from a heated Kong made the room cozy. She could take off her outer coat and wear just a sweater without feeling cold, as long as there was enough firewood to keep the stove going. Some families didn't have enough firewood and couldn't keep the stove burning all day, so their rooms would naturally be colder. Mushi didn't have that kind of worry. With her current skills, she could easily use her spiritual energy to protect herself, and a protective shield would keep her warm. However, spiritual energy isn't limitless, and she wasn't extravagant enough to use it against the cold. She usually just burned more wood in her house. Only when she went out did she use a bit of her spiritual energy. As she walked to the county town, Mushi not only didn't feel cold, but also worked up a sweat. After sending her package and letter, she left the post office carrying gifts for her grandparents. Just as she stepped out, snowflakes began to fall. Mushi paused for a moment, raising her hand to catch the snowflakes, which melted in her palm, leaving a cool sensation. Snow brings good fortune, she thought, shaking the water off her hand and heading toward her grandparents' house, thinking that it would probably get colder tomorrow. It was common knowledge that temperatures drop after snow. At her grandparents' house, her aunt was still at work, leaving only her grandparents at home. Her grandfather sat in the living room, drinking tea and reading the newspaper, his reading glasses perched on his nose, occasionally using his finger to turn the page. Her grandmother was sitting on the heated bed, sewing something, with her reading glasses securely resting on her ears. "Grandpa and Grandma, I'm here," Mushi called out as soon as she entered. "Oh, my granddaughter has come." Her grandfather immediately took off his glasses and looked toward the door. Mushi lifted the heavy curtain, saying, "Yes, it's me. Grandpa, have you missed me these past few days?" "Of course, I miss my precious granddaughter." "What did you bring today?" "I smell something familiar," he replied. Every time Mushi visited, she never came empty-handed. At first, her grandparents teased her about bringing gifts, but no matter what they said, she always ignored them, and they eventually got used to it. Now they even started asking her about it. "Yesterday, I suddenly craved meat sauce, so I made some. With the cold weather, it's good to have extra on hand. In winter, vegetables are scarce, and adding meat sauce to stir-fries or noodles is great. If you don't know what to eat, meat sauce over rice works too," Mushi explained as she took out several jars of meat sauce and placed them on the table. "Oh, this is wonderful. You've really helped Grandma out. Your grandfather has been picky lately, complaining that meals are just potatoes or cabbage and too plain. I want to make him something delicious, but the conditions don't allow it. Everyone eats like this. He just has too many complaints. If it weren't for the many years that have passed, I would have kicked him out long ago. If he doesn't like to eat, then he can just go outside and drink the wind," the old lady said, giving her husband a glare. The old man, who was called Picky, smiled awkwardly at his wife. It's not that he was picky, it's just that eating the same thing every day can get boring. He couldn't help but mumble a few complaints, which his wife remembered, making him the guilty one. The old lady had something to say about everyone. Mushi looked at her grandfather, who was busy begging for forgiveness from her grandmother. Don't ask her how she knew he was begging without him saying a word. She just knew. "That's great. This time I made 2 kinds of meat sauce. One is the original flavor you've had before, and the other is a new spicy meat sauce. When I make cabbage and potatoes, I can add some meat sauce to enhance the flavor. The spicy meat sauce isn't too hot, just mildly spicy, so the elderly can eat it without any problem. Besides, her grandparents are in great health and can handle spicy food better than many younger people. They love spicy food." Mushi listened to their stories about traveling everywhere when they were young, trying all kinds of food, especially local specialties. Many of their old comrades were from a region known for spicy food, so they got used to it too. When the old man heard Mushi's words, he looked at the jar of meat sauce he was holding and smiled, saying, "It's all thanks to my eldest granddaughter." Being able to enjoy his granddaughter's cooking was something he never imagined in his earlier years. Sometimes, he couldn't help but sigh, realizing that everything is destined. It's just because your granddaughter spoils you. If you keep being picky, I won't take care of you anymore," the old lady said fiercely, but her eyes were smiling. Having spent most of her life with her husband, she naturally felt for him. In these times, as long as they had enough to eat, it was already a blessing. Back in the war, they sometimes had to make do with just 2 buns a day, and during emergencies, they even went without food. She knew her husband wasn't really complaining. As he got older, he became more childish. Plus, lately, their granddaughter had spoiled him. The old man quietly tugged at his wife's sleeve, and when she looked at him, he immediately put on a charming smile. The old lady thought, how can anyone stay mad at him? Besides, she wasn't really angry to begin with. "Haha, Grandpa and Grandma, just tell me what you want to eat. You have spent most of your lives serving the country and enduring hardships, so the days ahead should be sweet, I promise. Mushi couldn't help but laugh at her grandparents' little gestures. They say love is sweeter when you see others in it, but the warmth between her grandparents is something that young couples can't compare to. It's a bond forged through life and death during the revolution. Hearing their granddaughter's words, the old couple was delighted, and Grandma almost shed tears of joy. At noon, Mushi cooked for them, serving Grandpa meat sauce instead of plain broth, which made him very satisfied. After the meal, Mushi sat with Grandpa to drink tea. Shishi, I recently heard that the military district in Kyoto got a batch of hemostatic and anti-inflammatory medicine that works really well. Have you thought about providing some to the military district? It could help you build connections and find a support system. In life, no one can escape social connections. Grandpa thought about how, even though his granddaughter was cultivating, she still lived in the world and had to interact with others. Naturally, those interactions involve money, power, and influence. He couldn't help but think more about her future. Mushi was taken aback. Oh, I didn't mention it? The medicine for the Kyoto military district is supplied by me. I found an ancient recipe a while back and tried it out, and it actually worked. I happen to know a soldier in the military district, and since he often gets injured on missions, I sent him some. That led to our cooperation with the military. She realized she hadn't told her grandparents yet. She thought she had.
Mu-11 side to herself.
So the genius pharmacist they've been talking about is you, she? Grandpa was surprised and then burst into laughter. Great job, she. You've made Grandpa proud. I need to tell those guys so they can brag about it like the genius pharmacist belongs to them.
Ha!
Little did they know, it's actually our families. As Grandpa stood up to go outside, Grandma called out, "Stop right there." His foot was already out the door, but Grandma's firm voice made him pull it back. Grandpa turned to his wife. "What's wrong? Look at you, all in a rush. Are you on fire? You only think about showing off without considering the trouble it might bring afterward." What trouble could this cause? The old man truly didn't think there would be any issues, but his tone had weakened. When those old folks find out about our connection with Cece, won't they fight for their own soldiers? At that point, will Cece agree or not? If she agrees, she's just one person. How can she supply the entire army's needs? If she refuses, they are all our old comrades. How can Cece turn them down? Refusing anyone is a problem. Are we going to make Cece hand over the prescription? The old lady looked at the old man with disapproval. No, that won't happen. Right?
Ha!
The old lady scoffed dismissively. It's not that she thought too much or didn't love her country, but when it comes to her granddaughter, she had to be cautious. If the prescription were hers, she would hand it over without hesitation to provide good medicine for the soldiers and prevent casualties due to shortages. But now that the prescription belonged to her granddaughter, she couldn't impose her will on her and had to stand up to protect her granddaughter's property. I have already negotiated with the military district in Kyoto to sell them the prescription for a fixed price. Mushi spoke softly after a moment of silence. The elderly couple turned to look at her in unison. Why sell the prescription? Isn't it better to supply the medicine directly? Well, before I was supplying the medicine, but now that the whole army knows, other military districts are asking the Kyoto military district about me. They also hope I can supply them with medicine. I'm just one person. If I take on these orders, I would be making medicine every day, which doesn't fit my life plan. So, I thought I'd just give them the prescription and let them handle the production themselves. The old lady nodded upon hearing this. I see. That's good. This way, you can free yourself. But how much do you plan to sell it for? It can't be too low. Our granddaughter must not suffer a loss. Leave this to Grandpa, and he will negotiate a high price for you. Before Mushi could respond, the old man spoke first. Although the country is still quite poor, they can still afford this amount for their granddaughter's prescription. He can take a loss, but his granddaughter cannot. Saying this, the old man hurriedly put on his military coat, hat, and gloves, and headed out. This time, the old lady didn't stop him. Mushi reached out, but the old lady held her hand. Cece, don't worry about him. If Grandpa doesn't fight for benefits for his own family, what kind of grandpa is he?
Well.
All right, Grandma is right. Kyoto Military District. Commander's office. A sudden, urgent phone ring echoed through the room. Commander Gua, focused on his work, reached for the receiver. Hello, who is this? Old Gua, guess who I am? Gua Huaimin's mouth twitched. Oh, isn't this old Zhou? We just spoke a couple of days ago. Why are you calling again? If you really miss me, just come back to work. It saves us from all these expensive phone calls. Humph, don't get carried away. I'm not calling to chat. This is about something important.
Ha!
What important matter could you have? While we old friends are working hard, you're off enjoying yourself. The old man couldn't argue with that. After the country stabilized, he had resigned with his wife and gone to northeast China to search for clues about their son, staying there for several years. This time it really is important. You know that genius pharmacist you have? You might not believe it, but she's my old Zhou's granddaughter. Haha. To change the subject, the old man dropped a bombshell. He was really going for it. Commander Gua immediately sat up straight. Old Zhou, you're not joking, are you? He knew old Zhou wouldn't joke about something like this, but he couldn't help but ask. Recently, he heard that old Zhou's son hadn't been found, but they had located his granddaughter instead. All their old comrades were happy for him. They were even thinking about asking him to bring her back to Kyoto for a visit during the new year. He didn't expect such a quick connection. The effects of the hemostatic and anti-inflammatory medicines had shocked the entire Kyoto military district, and now other military districts were coming to inquire. He had just ordered someone to contact the pharmacist when old Zhou showed up with good news. Isn't that obvious? Old Zhou wouldn't joke about this. I even contacted you first, and you, old Gua, don't believe me. Oh, come on. How could I not believe you? You must be planning to discuss the supply of medicine, right?
Let's focus on that.
What does your granddaughter think? I heard she's making the medicine alone. Does she have the capacity to supply other military districts? The art of changing the subject is truly a key to communication between people. My granddaughter said she plans to sell the formula to the military district. The old man dropped another bombshell.
What?
Commander Gua almost jumped up. He couldn't have heard that right. Selling the formula to the military district? This is a chicken that lays golden eggs. Old Zhou's daughter doesn't know what the prescription means, but old Zhou surely does. How could he easily decide to sell it to the military district? Old Zhou is still the same old Zhou. Even if he is no longer in charge, he still cares about the soldiers in the army. Commander Gua's eyes filled with tears. You heard me right. My granddaughter said she would sell the prescription to you. Old Gua, you can make an offer. Although the old man let the other side make the offer, he firmly held the initiative in his hands. After calming down, Commander Gua frowned upon hearing this. They definitely needed to secure the prescription. However, deciding how much to pay was quite challenging. After all, they had never bought a prescription before, so they were unsure about the price. Moreover, the medicine provided by old Zhou's granddaughter was far more effective than what their military district had used before. They should offer a high price, but how high? If it was too high, their military district might not be able to afford it. The military budget is allocated quarterly, and it has always been tight. Sometimes, they even struggle to make ends meet, so they really don't have much extra money to buy a prescription. When the old man heard the silence on the other end, he knew his old comrade was also in a tough spot. Think it over. If it doesn't work out, you can hold a meeting to discuss it. Oh, if your military district can't handle it, you can team up with other districts. Anyway, my granddaughter's prescription is non-negotiable at 100,000. You can decide how to proceed. Commander Gua. He retracted his previous thoughts. Old Zhou was indeed a tough negotiator. Although, he really wanted to give him a piece of his mind. Unfortunately, after saying what he wanted, the old man hung up the phone, leaving Commander Gua to punch the air a couple of times in frustration. Old man, I'll wait for you to return to Kyoto. He then called the commanders of other military districts. After discussing for a while, the old comrades reached a consensus to jointly fund the purchase of 2 prescriptions. They had no choice. They were all struggling financially. It was quite difficult for a single military district to come up with 200,000. It wasn't that they couldn't raise the money, but would they be able to manage afterward? Yes, they could sell medicine to the other military districts to recoup some costs. But wouldn't they still need money for the raw materials? They didn't even know how much they could produce. They heard it was an ancient formula that required skill, and they weren't sure if it could be mass-produced. With these practical issues at hand, none of the commanders wanted to bear the pressure alone. Since they were all brother units, it was better to work together, share the burden, and benefit together. After reaching a consensus, Commander Gua was responsible for the response. By the time Mushi received the news, 2 more days had passed. She didn't expect her grandfather to offer her a prescription for such a high price of 100,000. Isn't that a bit too much? You silly girl, who would complain about having too much money. This is what you deserve, just take it with peace of mind. The grandmother chuckled as she patted her granddaughter's hand. She had heard how effective the medicine was. Recently, the injury rate of soldiers in the Kyoto military district had dropped by several percentage points. This was because the injured soldiers had used the medicine made by her granddaughter in time. This was a significant contribution. Her granddaughter wasn't part of the military, so this contribution couldn't be counted as military merit, which is why giving her more money was reasonable. Cece, have you ever thought about joining the military? The grandmother couldn't help but ask. Do you mean working at the military hospital? The grandmother shook her head. No, I know you don't like being restricted, but you could hold a nominal position as a pharmaceutical researcher for the military. You wouldn't have to go to work regularly. You'd report directly to the commander. As long as you occasionally develop useful medicines, you can earn military merit and rank. Most importantly, having connections with the military will make things easier for you in the future. Listening to her grandmother's proposal, Mushi nodded. She had to admit it sounded appealing. But does the military have such a precedent? Of course. The researchers at the Military Research Institute do just that. You just wouldn't have to spend every day in the lab. As long as you produce results, no one can criticize you. The grandmother said confidently. That made a lot of sense. As long as she achieved results, even if she didn't follow all the rules, others would have to make exceptions for her. Mushi replied, as long as I don't have to go to work on a strict schedule, I'm fine with it. The grandmother was pleasantly surprised by her success in persuading her and turned to give the grandfather a proud look, as if to say, see, it's all thanks to me. Grandfather. Yes, you're the best. Since the prescription has been settled, let's make some money. Old man, call old Gua and have him arrange for Cece's job. Cece, how about you prepare another prescription as a welcome gift for Grandpa Gua? He can help you earn military merit. Mushi thought her grandmother was indeed clever. She made sure to secure both money and merit. All right, let's go with the anesthesia powder. I've heard that the current anesthetics aren't very effective, but this anesthesia powder only needs a little bit to make the wound completely numb. When used during surgery, the patient won't have to endure any pain. Okay, I'll go tell Grandpa Gua right away. The grandfather hurriedly left the room. Mushi thought about the letter she sent out and figured that Qi Shengbai must have received it by now. She had included a fixed price in the letter. Grandma, I'm going to make a phone call. Mushi didn't know Qi Shengbai's phone number, but she had her grandfather's, so she quickly called the military reception office in Kyoto. The receptionist, upon hearing that someone was looking for Qi Shengbai, asked her to wait 10 minutes before calling back and then went out to find him. While training on the obstacle course, Qi Shengbai heard someone calling him. After wiping off some sweat, he ran out of the area. Captain Qi, you have a phone call. I'm coming. He followed the receptionist to the office, just as the phone rang. Hello, this is Qi Shengbai. Who is this? Comrade Qi, this is Mushi. Hearing Mushi's voice, Qi Shengbai paused for a moment. Comrade Mu, is something wrong? They had always communicated through letters, so it was unusual for her to call him. He knew it must be urgent. But how did she get his phone number? Comrade Qi, I sent you a letter a few days ago, and it should arrive soon. I originally included the price of the medicine in the letter, but now I have reached a partnership with the military district, so the price in the letter is no longer valid. You don't need to report it anymore. I just wanted to remind you and thank you for your help during this time. He had been the one relaying messages, and it had indeed been a hassle for him. He thought he should send her something in return later. Chi Shengbai understood, but was also more confused. Previously, the cooperation with the military district had always been communicated through him. Now, how had they managed to finalize the partnership without him? If she had such connections, she should have used them earlier instead of relying on him as a middleman. But he didn't dwell on it too much. Okay, I understand, Chi Shengbai replied. After that, they didn't have much else to say, and hung up the phone. The next day, Mushi packed some items to send to him. When Chi Shengbai heard his teammates calling him to pick up a package, he was puzzled. No one usually sent him anything, especially since he had no relatives after his parents passed away. The last package he received was a thank you gift from Mushi. Despite his confusion, Chi Shengbai quickly went to the reception office and picked up his package. Seeing the information on it, he was taken aback. Captain, who sent you this package? Open it so we can see. If there are good things, you can't keep them to yourself. In our team, the rule is that everyone shares. Earlier, a teammate who called him to pick up the package said with bright eyes, "Yeah, Captain, don't think you can enjoy this alone. That's not possible. Our captain definitely wouldn't do that. Let's hurry back and see what's in the package." The other teammates joined in, and a few of them pushed Chi Shengbai back to the dorm. Chi Shengbai. To be honest, he had no choice. This was the team rule. Whenever someone received a package, whether it was food or supplies, everyone shared. As the captain, he couldn't be an exception. He could only open the package under the watchful eyes of his eager teammates. At that moment, he felt a bit relieved that they didn't take over for him. Otherwise, he might not have seen anything left.
Wow.
So much food. This smells amazing.
What is that?
It must be the scent of jerky, and these dried fruits smell great too. There's even a bag of pine nuts and hazelnuts. Hey, there are 2 glass jars here. What's inside them? Mushi sent a variety of items. She packed whatever she found since she had plenty. Besides sending things to her grandparents, she also sent several packages to her sister in the countryside, so she still had a lot left. She couldn't eat it all herself. After all, she had a whole mountain of supplies. So, she generously paid Chi Shengbai for his hard work. One teammate holding the glass jars handed one to Chi Shengbai. "Captain, open it and see what it is." The others turned to look as well. Everyone was busy munching on jerky and dried fruits, which were easy to eat. Chi Shengbai felt speechless, but said nothing. When on a mission, he was a calm and precise leader, while they were loyal teammates who followed orders without question. But back at the military base, they were like good brothers. Chi Shengbai opened the glass jar, and a delicious aroma wafted out.
Wow.
This smells incredible. It seems to be meat sauce. It smells 1,000 times better than what we have in the cafeteria. Captain, this jar is ours. Let's hurry. It's almost mealtime. We need to see if this meat sauce tastes as good as it smells. One teammate quickly grabbed another jar of meat sauce from the package and ran outside with it.
Hey.
Lu Daong, wait up. This guy. Others saw this and couldn't stay any longer, so they quickly chased after him. Some clever ones even grabbed some jerky and dried fruit before running away, without looking back. In just a little while, the entire dormitory was left with only Chi Shengbai, and a small portion of the packages on the table had been taken. She quietly capped the bottle, put the remaining packages in the cabinet, and locked it before striding towards the cafeteria. Normally, they didn't lock their cabinets. Their team belonged to the Special Forces, so all the members lived in one large dormitory. As the leader said, it was convenient for building teamwork. In the cafeteria, Lu Daong came in holding meat sauce. He quickly served himself some rice, and then scooped a big spoonful of meat sauce onto it. The delicious smell filled the entire cafeteria as the steam from the rice wafted up. Everyone eating couldn't help but look around. What's that smell? Did our cafeteria cook something special today? Someone sniffed eagerly. I don't see anything. Another person shook their head. The soldiers at the table next to Lu Daong followed the scent and discovered the meat sauce on his table. They all ate in the same cafeteria. Even if they weren't on the same team, They knew each other. Hey, Daeong, what good stuff did you bring? You can't eat it all by yourself. Let us have a taste. 4 or 5 people surrounded Lu Daeong, creating quite an intimidating scene. Others, who had been looking around, couldn't resist bringing their lunch boxes over to join the excitement. Just then, a teammate who had chased after Lu Daeong ran in and raised his hand. Brothers, protect our meat sauce. Everyone else, step aside. Our team doesn't have enough to share. They were determined for the meat sauce, pushing through to make a path. Lu Daeong, however, seemed oblivious, taking a big bite of rice mixed with meat sauce, completely lost in the deliciousness, his eyes closed in enjoyment. Seeing this, his teammates rolled their eyes in unison. You only care about yourself, huh? If that meat sauce gets taken, we won't let you off the hook, they said through gritted teeth. The aroma of the meat sauce was overwhelming, and they couldn't imagine how painful it would be if they arrived too late and found it all gone. Seeing Lu Daeong enjoy it made them even more frustrated. But now is not the time to settle scores. It's more important to eat quickly. Can't you see the crowd around us? To avoid being robbed by others, they cleverly took turns getting food, but they couldn't rely on Lu Daeong, who was eating like a pig without looking up. Seeing the other team arrive, the soldiers who wanted some meat sauce hesitated. Their team was the strongest in the entire military district. If it were just Lu Daeong, they might have tried to take some. But now, with the whole team present except for their captain, they were a bit afraid to act. After all, stealing food was minor, but the punishment afterward could be serious, making the soldiers shiver at the thought. It was clear they had been drilled often enough to have developed a fear of it. At that moment, Chi Xingbai walked in. The soldiers thought, great, now the captain is here. There's no chance of getting anything. Everyone quickly returned to their seats to continue eating. The vice captain, who had just returned with food, smiled and said, "It's all thanks to the captain. Just his presence solved everything." "Hey, don't think we forgot about you," he said, handing a box full of food to Chi Xingbai. Chi Xingbai accepted it without hesitation, sat down, and took a big spoonful of meat sauce for himself. "Hey, Captain, leave some for us. Seriously, you guys are unbelievable. I just want to get food, and now there's hardly anything left in this bottle. Animals. You're all animals." The two who returned with food complained loudly. Meanwhile, the teammates already eating ignored them. They could shout all they wanted. It didn't stop them from enjoying their meal. They just considered it background noise. The two teammates thought, they really don't care about us. Everyone in the team felt very satisfied after the meal, rubbing their bellies and wearing happy smiles. This meat sauce is really delicious. But there's too little. This whole bottle is gone in one meal. Who knows when we'll get more? As they spoke, their eyes kept darting toward their captain. Their intentions were too obvious. Yeah, the captain has another bottle to enjoy slowly, unlike us who can only watch him eat. One of them chimed in eagerly, but Chi Xingbai was still unaware of their thoughts and ignored them completely. "By the way, Captain, who sent you the package?" The vice captain, Yan Huan, asked curiously. This topic piqued everyone's interest. It should be from the last person who sent a package. The dried fruits and jerky taste quite similar. That's right, I remember there were dried fruits and jerky last time too. Then it must be the same person. But who exactly is it? Captain, why are you keeping it a secret? They all knew about the captain's situation at home and had rarely seen him receive packages over the years. They were curious last time, but no matter how they asked, he wouldn't say a word. Chi Xingbai glanced at them. "Once you're full, go train." Every day, they were like the gossiping aunties at the village entrance, endlessly chatting about everything. Everyone. Naturally, Mushi was unaware of the series of events triggered by the package. At that moment, she was shoveling snow in the yard. The snow in the northeast is really heavy. After 2 days of a major snowstorm, it finally stopped this morning, but the snow was already up to her calves. She also needed to clear the snow off the roof. Otherwise, she was worried it might collapse under the weight. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, Mushi waved her small hand, and all the snow from the roof fell into the yard. Then she used the shovel to move the snow from the yard outside. She couldn't leave any traces behind. Who knows if someone might come looking for her? After all, her status in the village was quite high, and if anything happened, she believed the captain would definitely come to find her. Plus, there were Aunt Ho-Hot and the others, who had gotten used to gossiping with her during work hours. Now that they weren't working, they still came by occasionally to chat. Mushi thought this was wonderful. The aunties added a lot of color to her otherwise ordinary life. After tidying up the yard, Mushi dusted off her sleeves, stomped her feet, and went back inside to eat. Early in the morning, she had already put porridge and buns in the pot and was boiling 2 eggs. Now that she was done, it was just the right time to enjoy a warm meal. These days, she didn't need to make medicine, so she had more free time during the day. When she saw Aunt Ho-Hot and the others knitting sweaters, she suddenly became interested. After finishing her meal, Mushi took out the sweater she had already knitted halfway. The yarn was a slightly flawed one she bought from the supply and marketing cooperative. Although it was called flawed yarn, it was just unevenly dyed. There was nothing wrong with it otherwise. This was good stuff that only internal employees of the cooperative could get. However, Mushi had successfully integrated herself into their circle. She had befriended a big sister who would bring her a few candies or a handful of sunflower seeds every time she visited, successfully winning her over. In return, the big sister shared the news about the flawed yarn with Mushi. Of course, Mushi couldn't miss out on such a bargain. After all, flawed products were not only cheaper but also didn't require a receipt. She had just seen Aunt Ho-Hot and the others knitting sweaters at home, but it seemed their yarn was made from old clothes. So, she bought as much as she could, but the saleswoman kept some for herself and only gave Mushi 10 pounds. This was already quite a lot. However, Mushi didn't understand this, as she had never knitted a sweater before. When she returned to the village with the yarn, she learned from Aunt Ho-Hot that to knit a sweater for herself, she would only need about 1.5 pounds of yarn. So, Mushi set aside 5 pounds for Aunt Ho-Hot and the others. She didn't concern herself with how they divided it. They could negotiate among themselves since Aunt Ho-Hot had already given her the money in advance. While knitting, Mushi was completely focused. This activity really helped her concentrate, and as a beginner, she was even more attentive than experienced knitters. With this focus, her speed increased rapidly. She almost seemed to create a blur with her hands. She didn't know fancy stitches, but she could easily manage the basic ones. She had just started this sweater yesterday, and had already finished half of it in one day. With a bit more effort, she could finish it today. Perhaps this was talent.